and good morning to everyone. Welcome to the third annual conference of the GETSPA network. We will begin in a couple of minutes, but before that, let me orient you to this facility. We have washrooms to my left and to my right, so if you want to use any of the washrooms, you take the gate to the left or to the right, and you see the directional signs leading you to the space. We also have interpretations. So on every seat or on every desk, we have a headset and a microphone. If the speaker is speaking French, you can listen through the channels for the English interpretation and vice versa. So welcome once again to the first day of the 3-day conference. We are very privileged to have in our midst, in kinship terms, our grandparents, our parents, and our siblings, all of whom will give us welcome remarks. And because we give cognizance to old age, we call on our grandparent first. So shall we invite Professor Joseph Yaro, the Provost of the College of Humanities, to give us a welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam. Since you are invoking the grand ancestors, or did you say grandfathers or grandmothers, I will invoke the ancestors. This is African study, so we invoke the ancestors as our prayer for the day. And they understand, so they have already prayed for us. Amen. So the director of the Institute of African Studies, Professor Ntewusu, the principal and co-principal investigators of GETSPA project, colleagues from university community, distinguished social policy scholars from around the African continent, the media, ladies and gentlemen. And I will point to my sister, Professor Georgie Chikata, and I saw my long-term collaborator, Mamadou Goita, also here from Mali. You are both welcome. It is my honor to welcome you to the opening session of the third annual conference of the Gender, Equitable and Transformative Social Policy for Africa project. When the network met at this very place in August 2022 for your maiden conference, my predecessor, Professor Daniel Fori, welcomed you as the Provost of the College of Humanities then. I'm therefore honored to play the same role for this conference. So first of all, I want to extend my gratitude to the principal investigator, Professor Georgie Chikata, and the co-investigators, Professor Nana Akia Ayidohu, Professor Michael Pesa-White, for the hard work in leading the establishment of the GETSPA project. I also congratulate the social policy scholars, the administrators, the technical and advisory committees, and all others involved in the project for your contribution to advancing the objectives of the project. We, of course, must thank the Open Society Foundation for the funding that is keeping the vision of GETSPA alive. And as Provost of the College of Humanities, I could not be more pleased to be associated with GETSPA and to be here today to witness its annual conference at the end of the 5th year of the project. In this 5th year, the project has made remarkable progress in terms of research, capacity building, networking, advocacy, and documentation. I'm aware of the important research and advocacy work of GETSPA that GETSPA is doing in shaping our understanding as researchers and for policy making, and how we can sustainably service sovereign debt while promoting holistic development. The debt crisis research is just one of the many other research initiatives of the project. Again, GETSPA, driven by its advocacy mandate, is also seen in major international policy-making platforms, such as the just ended Second World Summit on Social Development in Doha, where the project critiqued the draft political declaration and offered key recommendations for transformative social policy. I'm also happy to learn that the GETSPA project aims to improve the capacity of social policy researchers in Africa through increased opportunities for exchange, collaboration, capacity building, and advocacy. The College of Humanities recognizes the fundamental role of international networks in deepening our research footprints beyond Ghana. These networks do not only enrich the ideational basis of research, but also provide strategic opportunities to deepen research impact, which translates in a better world. By providing an opportunity for researchers of the University of Ghana to lead and engage with social policy scholars across all of Africa, GETSPA contributes in a significant way to driving the international network's promotion objective of the college. Another important objective of the college is to promote the capacity of our faculty to win grants that can support our innovative research work and community development. And the GETSPA project therefore has gained an impressive record in the registry of the college for its ability to win the grant from the Open Society Foundation to support its Pan-African transformative social policy agenda. We look forward to a future of GETSPA where multiple donors fund its work, given its central place in our lives as individuals, families, countries of the continent, and the entire continent as a whole. As Provost, I am committed to supporting the GETSPA project to advance its objectives for common good. And I'm excited to see the number of our faculty involved and the great achievements and the footprint of GETSPA on the global scale. So on this note, I welcome you once again to the 3rd annual conference of GETSPA Network, and I wish you all a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yaro. We will now call on our parent, Professor Samuel Ntewusu, the Director of the Institute of African Studies, to also give us a welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asensu. Provost College of Humanities, Professor Joseph Yaro, members of the Advisory and Technical Committee of GETSPA, Principal Investigator of GETSPA Project, and the immediate past Director of the Institute of African Studies, Professor Georgie Chikata. Co-investigators of the GETSPA Project, Professor Nanakia Anyidoho, Professor Michael Pesa-White, Professor Emerita Techua Manu. I've seen that she's supposed to sit here, so I'll equally address her even though she's not here. Distinguished social policy scholars from the Pan-African Network on GETSPA, colleague members of the university community, members of the project secretariat and service providers, including our interpretation team, live streaming team, and of course our team of rapporteurs, the media, ladies and gentlemen, both in person and online. I say a very good morning to all of us. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome you to this conference on behalf of the Institute of African Studies. I extend warm greetings and deep appreciation to the organization of this Pan-African Gender, Equitable, and Transformative Social Policy Conference. I have journeyed earnestly with this project since the maiden conference, which was held in this very auditorium in August 2022, just when I became the director of the Institute of African Studies. Quite frankly, it is always a joyous and an intellectually stimulating moment for me anytime I meet with members of this network. We meet at a time when Africa stands at a crossroads, facing the enduring legacies of colonialism, the challenges of globalization, and the urgent demands of our people for equity, dignity, and opportunity. Yet, we also stand at a moment of immense possibility. The vibrancy of our youth, the richness of our cultures, and the resilience of our communities offer us a foundation upon which to build a new social contract. One that is rooted in African realities, informed by African knowledge systems, and driven by African aspirations. As the ISSER research work of GETSPA has demonstrated, social policy is not merely a technical exercise, it is a moral and political commitment to justice. It is about how we care for one another, how we distribute resources, and how we ensure that no one is left behind. For too long, our policy frameworks have been shaped by external models that do not reflect the lived experiences of our people. Therefore, at this time, we need to reclaim our agency and center approaches that challenge the structural basis of inequality. May I indicate that at the Institute of African Studies, we believe that scholarship must serve society. Our research cuts across diverse and multidisciplinary domains, such as the arts, history, politics, societies and cultures, religion, philosophy, among others. In the same way, our teaching empowers the next generation of leaders, and our engagement bridges the gap between knowledge and action. We are committed to working with governments, civil society, and communities to co-create policies that are not only effective, but also culturally grounded and socially just. Our multidisciplinary faculty have therefore committed themselves to diverse endeavors to promote the ideals of the Institute. The Institute, therefore, stands proudly behind our former director, Professor Georgie Chikata, who collaborated with Professor Nana Akua-Nyidaho and Professor Michael Pesa-White to initiate the vision of GETSPA that we have become a part of. Let us remember that the Pan-African ideal that drove the founding vision of the Institute of African Studies is the same that is driving the GETSPA project. Pan-Africanism is not just an idea, it is a practice. It is a practice of solidarity across borders, of learning from one another, and of building institutions that reflect our shared values. This conference is a testament to that spirit. As we deliberate for the coming days, I urge all of us to be bold in our thinking, collaborative in our approach, and uncompromising in our commitment to the people of Africa. Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity given to me to address us. Akwaba, welcome, Wezo, Obake. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Professor Ntewusu. We will now call on our sibling, Professor Georgie Chikata, who is the principal investigator of the project, to also give us a welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther, for inviting us to deliver these welcome remarks. I especially like the kinship idiom that you've started with. I definitely feel like a sibling in among my colleagues at a time like this. So I first want to acknowledge the Provost of the College of Humanities. He didn't mention this, but he's my good friend and longtime research collaborator. Professor Joseph Yaro. I also want to acknowledge the Director of the Institute of African Studies, Professor Samuel Ntewusu. He leads the host institution of GETSPA with a Pan-African vision rooted in the mandate given to the Institute to serve as a beacon for Africa-centered knowledge production by no other than Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah. Professor Ntewusu's commitment to the success of GETSPA is exemplary, and we are deeply grateful to him and the entire membership of the Institute. I especially want to thank him for the speech he just made in basically giving us a charge and inspiring us to do what is right for the people of Africa. So thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge our keynote speakers, Professor Adele Blackett, Research Chair, Transnational Labor Law and Development at McGill University in Canada, and our public lecturer, Laura Alfes, International Coordinator, WeGo. I want to especially thank them for agreeing to spend time with us at a time like this. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from them at different times in the program. I want to mention GETSPA's Advisory Committee, represented here by its chair, Zenebewo Tadese, and its members, Mamadou Goita, Hania Shohami, Edith Paswana, and also Adele Blackett again. Thank you so much for taking the time off to come and join us. I want to acknowledge fellow researchers from across Africa and those joining us online. This is a very important time for us at GETSPA, so again, thank you for making that time to be here with us. On behalf of my co-PIs, the Secretariat, led by our own Esther, and the Technical Committee, several of whom are present here, I want to warmly welcome you to GETSPA's 3rd annual conference. Several speakers spoke about being here at the first conference. I'm one of the people who missed the first conference due to extenuating circumstances. I really was very sad at that time, so I'm very happy to make it up and be here. Well, I was at the second, it was online, so I'm really pleased to be here in person today. As you know, GETSPA is in its 5th year of operation. Conceived at a time of great peril, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, its commitment to transform the discourses, approaches, and cultures of social policy making and implementation in order to establish gender equitable and transformative social policy approaches in Africa was fitting, given the enormity of the social development deficits that we had uncovered, and also given the lack of a Pan-African multilingual collective devoted to this transformational agenda. Since GETSPA's inception, its scholars and practitioners have produced country studies about social policy from the colonial period to the period of COVID-19 and beyond. And this is to support the long-term project of transformation. The studies are now being translated between English and French to enable a wide range of policy actors to access them. At the same time, we are embarking on a process of synthesizing the findings in sectoral terms and in thematic terms in order to harvest the learning about social policy. Our members and postdocs have also produced issues papers to generate discussions on many topical issues, such as the ACFTA's policy approaches, the role of non-state actors in policy making, gender and social policy, housing issues, and also on groups such as street children and the aged. We also commissioned reflections on specific social policy experiences in Sri Lanka, Singapore, Argentina, and among African migrant workers as part of our efforts to deepen our understanding of social policy experiences in the global south in ways that do not replicate the facile comparisons between Africa and the rest of the world. Some of this work, which is not complete, will also be presented in the coming days. We engaged in several dissemination and policy engagement activities, webinars, conferences, policy dialogues at country and regional levels. We have built each other's capacities through methodology workshops, reading group activities, and a 6-module course we plan to mount for the first time in February 2026. The pandemic left in its wake a new crisis of sovereign debt as well as household debt. In response, governments have reneged on the social contracts forged with citizens during the pandemic and embarked on ruinous policies of fiscal consolidation and austerity. Once again, social policy has been relegated to its poor cousin status. This time, GETSPA has been present to examine closely what debt means for social policy and social development. Some of the papers from our debt and social policy studies will be published by ROPE if they successfully make it through the peer review process and the revisions. We also plan to publish in other formats such as blogs and policy briefs so that we can embark on a period of dissemination and advocacy. GETSPA has been represented in the work of the 4th Financing for Development Conference and the adoption of the Compromiso Sevilla, a document that flagged the questions of financing social policy through domestic resource mobilization, reforms of the international financial architecture, and addressing the problem of cyclical debt crisis and approaches to debt restructuring in ways that do not deepen poverty and inequalities. Last week, GETSPA, in collaboration with one of its closest partners, the IDS Network, participated in the World Social Development Forum in Doha, where the Doha Political Declaration was adopted. We were keen to engage with Doha because of its significance as only the second summit devoted largely to social policy and social development since Copenhagen in 1995. Doha represents a significant moment in our work to promote transformative social policies. Much has happened in the 30 years since the first social summit, and speakers in Doha contrasted the more hopeful context of Copenhagen with its vibrant civil society engagements with the current context of crisis and fragmentation and a demobilized civil society. The political declaration acknowledges that while progress has been made in selected indicators of social policy, the more significant story has been one of stagnation and decline in social policy indicators. It also identified the polycrises that were wreaking havoc on the lives of the majority of workers and deepening inequalities and poverty. The Doha Declaration, while a mixed bag of sometimes contradictory commitments and positions, is a mandate for action on social development from our point of view as GETSPA. As GETSPA, we should study and critique its language and politics on issues such as the pride of place it gives to the private sector and to financial approaches and public-private partnerships. We should also critique its call for the formalization of the informal economy and its endorsement of STEM and its silence on the pivotal role of the social sciences and humanities for the work of social development. But we should do more than that. We should take those of its commitments that advance transformative social policy seriously and engage with African governments and regional and sub-regional institutions to ensure that they convert these commitments into plans, policies, and actions that address many of the social development challenges identified in the declaration, particularly on the questions of rising poverty and inequalities, the expansion of indecent work, the crisis of social disintegration, the lack of access to basic social services, and the crisis of social reproduction. Furthermore, we need to monitor progress on the commitments and hold decision makers at all levels accountable through our research, our capacity building, and our advocacy. This annual meeting provides us spaces to reflect on a post-Doha agenda for GETSPA, discuss our ongoing research, and also take stock of GETSPA's work and its challenges. With the last year of GETSPA's program cycle upon us, we want to seize this opportunity to reflect on our future intellectual agenda and also on our ambitions to become a vibrant network, To this end, we have asked Professor Awino Okech, Director of the Feminist Center for Racial Justice at SOAS, to engage with us during the 3-day meeting and beyond to help us think through these issues. And we thank her for coming all the way to Accra to be with us in person. I want to express my gratitude again to all of you for coming to participate in this conference, both in person but also virtually. I also want to express my thanks to our keynote speakers who have agreed to deliver both a keynote address and a public lecture. I have no doubt that they will illuminate our paths with their insights from their many years of experience as students of the changing worlds of work. I wish all of us a productive and enjoyable time in Accra and hope that this time together strengthens our bonds and renews our commitment to the GETSPA project. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chikata, for the remarks. Before we listen to the keynote address, we will step aside a bit for a performance by the Ghana Dance Ensemble. Thank you very much, Ghana Dance Ensemble, for the very beautiful performance. We will now call upon Professor Adele Blackett to give us the keynote address, but before she comes, I would want to read a little bit about her. Professor Blackett is a professor of law and the Canada Research Chair in Transnational Labor Law at the Faculty of Law, McGill University. She is currently on public service leave as senior advisor to the Director General of the International Labour Organization. She's also the founding director of the Labor Law and Development Research Laboratory. She holds a BA in History from Queen's University, Civil Law and Common Law degrees from McGill, and an LLM and a doctorate in law from Columbia University. She's also an elected Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. She's widely published in the field of transnational labor law, including domestic workers' rights, social regionalism in trade law, and slavery and the law. Her public service work includes serving as the ILO expert in treaty-making process on decent work for domestic workers, preparing a draft Haitian labor code in a highly consultative tripartite plus process, and chairing Canada's new Employment Equity Act Review Task Force. She holds an Advocate Emeritus of the Quebec Bar, and she's been awarded an honorary doctorate in law from Queen's University. And she's also a Simon Fraser Fellow, and she's received the Law and Research Network's Hub Award for Lifetime Achievement in Labor Law. Shall we welcome our keynote speaker as she comes to deliver the keynote address? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asenso Agiman, for that lovely introduction. Provost Yarrow, Director Ntwesu, Professor Chiketa, distinguished colleagues, it's such an honor to join you here in Accra and to deliver this keynote. Ghana holds a special place in my heart, not least because a little over 30 years ago, it was my first ancestral point of return to the African continent. I wish to thank the fantastic organizers of this conference for your generosity and also for your patience with me as I managed to secure the necessary permission from the ILO to participate. And please forgive me as I state the obvious, but quite necessary. I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a McGill professor and not in my capacity as an ILO official. So the positions I express are not necessarily those of the ILO and cannot be attributed to the ILO. So let me take the time to express my warm appreciation to my colleague, friend, and fellow traveler on social policy issues for almost 20 years, Professor Joji Chiketa. Her breadth of knowledge, progressive, inclusive, Pan-African vision, and tremendous convening power on these themes is a true source of inspiration for me. I look forward to learning from and with all of you over the course of the next several days at this conference. And permit me also to tell you what I've taken from the synthesis report as I begin this presentation. And then second, I want to turn to some of the transformative potential of the transnational that I pull out of this set of work. And in part 3, I'll explain why the transnational, rather than supplanting the domestic, depends upon and actually enhances it through social regionalism. In the final part, I'll offer a series of examples, a practical tapestry of sites through which we might reimagine multilateralism into the future. So first on the historicization and the crucial work that GETSPA is accomplishing, notably by tracing the history of social policy through colonization to the present, is not only a reminder of the depth of the adverse legacy of a racial capitalism that has sown deep divisions and continues to divide, or to the extent to which resistance and independence movements were at once and also labor movements. Your work through GETSPA's synthesis papers includes and extends beyond the traditional political and economic narratives to recenter the vision that emerged to eliminate the inequalities of colonialisms through social policy. You capture how decolonizing states proactively sought to foster equality and social inclusion, to care for people by socializing risk, and in the process to support a broader process of social development. That entails massive investment, notably in education and healthcare and in housing. Much of this flowed through dedicated attention to moving people into formal, initially state-sponsored employment, in the provision of social policy employment that might support entire households and beyond, and by capturing the measures put in place to reduce domestic burdens faced by women, for example, the solidarity grants to informal economy workers, including domestic workers in Cape Verde, GETSPA's research foregrounds a crucial, too often overlooked story. So the synthesis reports are thick, they're also unromantic. They capture a multiplicity of overlapping logics from militarization to structural adjustment and the consolidation of the so-called Washington Consensus, which have derailed many principled, even hope-filled, post-independence plans. In the account of the synthesis report on Gabon, DRC, and Cameroon, I recognized a familiar narrative of a child who started public school in rural Côte d'Ivoire of the late 1960s in a fully furnished building with teachers who were well paid, housed, respected. He received state-provided uniforms, books, a canteen for meals, conditions to live in, and a bursary to support needs. Little by little, the state debt load became great, the books became few, the provisions in school became rare. The old books, the old uniforms were passed down from child to child. And by the time the youngest sister started school in the post-CFA devaluation of the 1980s, all of those supports were relics of the past. And the teachers themselves became increasingly precarious, losing their pensions, losing their regular pay. They too became informal economy workers on the side and took refuge in informal housing. It's been hard for many states in the continent to bring social policy fully back. Yet your GETSPA research is not unidirectional, it's not static, it's not deterministic. It takes us through the emergence of millennial and sustainable development goals. It foregrounds legal institution building and experimentalist programs to transfer resources and other forms of support to those who need it most, down to the destabilizing COVID-19 moment. And the policy responses, of course, face real limits, but the potential of the post-COVID-19 moment captures your attention and anchors this project. Your papers then capture the magnitude of the agency alongside the depth of the justice claim. Social policy must be done with and not just for African peoples. So by refusing linearity, by assessing patterns and divergences within and across continental regional clusters, you've presented a textured vision of the possible. And one of the transformative possibilities has been at the center of GETSPA's preoccupations, to ensure that we hold on to a vision of social policy that is capacious. And you've made the case for meaningful increases to budgetary appropriations, deliberate strategies that support gender equitable and transformative social policies. You've called for domestic policy space and mobilizing domestic resources to finance social policy via, as Joji just mentioned, the Financing for Development Conference and its Compromiso de Sevilla, understood for resisting constricting external influences in the case of the South African study, or Southern African study with attention to Mauritius, and you've made the case for universal approaches to social policy for health, education, social security, and care. And you've underscored the need to pay close attention to social relations, that is the mediating impact of gender, of race, including the persisting legacies of colonialism literally embodied on some workers, like domestic workers, initially the quintessential colonial rural or urban migrant, rural to urban migrant, gendered male, now, of course, overwhelmingly female. And this, if social policy is to be truly transformative. And so through this work, you've challenged international organizations like the one I currently have the opportunity to serve to catch a vision that reflects the magnitude of the social justice claim that inspired its founding, and not to give up on the claims for and from parts of the world that initially entered international organizations' lexicon as non-metropolitan territories. So in this talk today, I wish to highlight another transformative possibility. I will argue that your work also helps us to question the appropriate governance level of our social policy claims. It's through the power of the historical narrative, frankly, and the 60-odd decades of experimentation with the limits of domestic policy models that a case is, or I would contend should, be made for thick transnational solidarity through a distributive justice lens that embodies the full weight of what transformative reparations for colonialism and slavery can look like. So your studies show that states insisted on full social policy inclusion, and that this was, frankly, one of the most tangible aspects of what a new international economic order was meant to look like and feel like for ordinary people. Frankly, it's been a very long time since I heard the new international economic order referred to. But as I attended UNCTAD 16 last month in Geneva, I was struck that the current Director General, Rebecca Greenspan, referenced it at least twice in her keynote address, and not in the past tense. When introducing his pivotal 1979 reflection on the NIEO, Mohammed Bijawi wrote of the obsolete order or disorder rooted in colonialism, the international order of poverty that included disproportionate control of multinational enterprises, crushing indebtedness of countries in the global south that needed to be re-examined for the new to emerge. And he cautioned against the way that international cooperation was then taking place, such that it perpetuated inequalities between states while fostering a, quote, one-way solidarity maintained by the advanced nations, end of quote. The call was for heightened international cooperation, the kind of cooperation that helped to strengthen nations and state control over their national resources, and of course the development of strong institutions. The advent of solidarity was to be a determining value. Somehow, Bijawi's insights seem, not surprisingly, of this moment. We know that state sovereignty was the shield that the colonized did not yet have, that colonial preferences enjoyed by metropolitan European territories essentially built and supported their embedded liberal policies, their social policy space. Liberal or coordinated market economies could establish distributive justice-based social policies along the lines of citizenship while excluding citizens of newly sovereign former colonies in a persisting neocolonial order. Your research forces us to grapple with the fact that some states were never able to either provide or fully sustain the kind of social welfare mechanisms that were enjoyed for decades in the global north as measures to cushion their societies, their citizens from market exposure. And I say this recognizing, alongside TWEL scholar Michael Fakhri, that some space was constructed and claimed by states of the global south in part by operationalizing transnational action, notably via UNCTAD. But before that, we need to consider also that the divide was not simply a failure of solidarity across borders. Quinn Slobodian's work on the Geneva School of Globalists of the 1930s shows how actors resisted the transnationalization of social policy, limiting the transnational instead as a way to, and I quote again, inoculate capitalism against the redistributive demands of social justice. The private world of property needed to be safeguarded from the public world of states, of territory. Stated otherwise, neoliberalism needed both the breakdown of empire and the containment of sovereignty. Over time, hardened global regulation served to preserve state projects of egalitarian redistribution and secure competition. So these early globalists are one of the reasons why we didn't get a transnationalized social policy, why we didn't get an international trade organization that could deal with employment and social conditions and concrete measures through which international organizations like the ILO would be able to engage with trade. And the current carries on, not only into the refusals faced by attempts to craft a new international economic order. It's entirely consistent with the hardened rules on trade and investment law, including bilateral investment agreements. It's entirely consistent by our failure of imagination that the transnational might be the appropriate level for the social. And it's captured in a fact long articulated by Samir Amin that our globalization is built still on the fictive marginalization of this continent, whose critical raw minerals it depends upon, but whose social policy needs are rarely center stage. So let me return to and complete the point about how unstable and how contested much of the construction of the social policy in the global north has been. While it's become easy for the global north to tie the unraveling of footloose capital, relocating industry to the global south, it has been increasingly common, including via Stiglitz, to turn our gaze to the techniques of global governance. That is, recognizing that some of the structural adjustment measures that weakened early social development initiatives in this continent and beyond have come to resemble deeply the same techniques deployed, notably by the Troika during the 2008 financial crisis affecting Southern Europe and beyond. So we can see in this fraught world moment that much of how the global north and some countries of the global south, including the African continent, have sustained a robust social policy is either breaking down or increasingly replaced by funding models that foreground financialization and the transfer of social risk back onto the shoulders of ordinary people. We have reaped in the wake a politics of discontent accompanied by an emancipation of hate that allows others, and in particular the quintessential transnational migrant, to be repeatedly blamed, while the deep interconnections failing to get made. And it's hard to sustain any multilateralism in the midst of this level of discontent. So in this contemporary moment, when multilateralism is besieged, the argument for returning to strong states is yet again resurfacing with some force. Danny Roderick, for one, claims this as a response to the perceived regulatory trilemma that prevents democracy, sovereignty, and globalization from coexisting. And as he puts it, the nation-state is really the only game in town if we want latitude for action, not to mention contextualized experimentation. In his argument, and in that of many others, it's easy to perceive a wariness about how cosmopolitan appeals to the transnational can detach from the stuff of actual governing polities. And so it's often the case, however much these points might appeal, they look different. They look different depending on where you're sitting. If you're sitting in the global north, or if you're sitting here, particularly in this moment when trade multilateralism as we know it has been largely decimated. How well does this argument hold up in not only a fundamentally integrated, but also a deeply asymmetrical world? So let me come back to the transnational then to say a few things about the methodological nationalism, alongside a certain pragmatism that we have perhaps resigned into framing so much of our vision. My comments aim to open an overdue discussion that deliberately avoids territorializing social policy domestically. I rely on political theorist Nancy Fraser's insistence on a discussion of present futures, one that's historically rooted, one that acknowledges the weight of the past on the present. Through the question of political representation, this captures a challenge that, in my opinion, is central to contemporary social policy and the area that I've focused on most within it, labor regulation, and that is the misframing of questions as national in scope and to be resolved at the level of the Westphalian distributive state, rather than at the level that best befits the analysis. Fraser does not, of course, send everything metaphorically up to the global, but she does recognize the importance of explicitly naming the transnational in social justice claims. Depending on the subject matter, we may need to readjust our scale. The historical and contemporary dimensions are, of course, interwoven. We're forced to contend with the impact of failing to acknowledge colonial pasts on our ability to see the impact of the post-colonial on our sphere of justice. So social regionalism, then, is at its core recognition that these scales of justice have been miscalibrated when labor is perceived as purely, or even primarily, a domestic governance matter. While it should be clear from what I'm saying, or have said so far, that there remains an important role for labor governance domestically through ordinary democratic channels, I think it's a mistake to treat the level as exclusively that where domestic, or rather distributive justice should occur. So, look, I'm alive to the fact that to make this point in this moment requires one to acknowledge the existential challenge faced by multilateral institutions, but it's also to reach for something deeper, something different. For while this moment is destabilizing in ways that should not be understated, I do not either feel particularly nostalgic for what is being left behind when I think of how many it continues to leave behind. I might even sense in some comments in your synthesis papers a level of frustration. What has come forward in the name of multilateralism. For example, the paper on Southern Africa, including Mauritius and Zambia, there's a gentle critique of the limits of donor-led social protection programs, and in particular the cash transfers that tend not to be upscaled, tend not to be institutionalized. In rethinking the transnational, I'm concerned to be thinking about how to foster a thickened tapestry of interrelation that lessens the control of any one state, recalling the vision of multilateralism that emerged from the NIEO that sought a UN that, in the terms of the 1974 UN General Assembly resolution, would be capable of dealing with problems of international economic cooperation in a comprehensive manner and ensuring equally the interests of all countries. So what I refer to as social regionalism does not necessarily seek to transpose or recreate a renewed 20th century neoliberal, embedded liberalism, but rather and neither is the regional so much an intermediate space between the domestic and the international, but rather to think about the transnational as beyond, between, and through states, recognizing that states matter, but recognizing that there is more. There's no blueprint, no singular right level, but there is a need to think through multi-level action. There's a need, in other words, for an alternate imaginary and for deepened experimentalism. Okay, so what pragmatically might this begin to look like? What are the examples of thinking social policy transnationally? And again, your work in our past is helpful as we think about the ways, for example, that regionalism was experimented with throughout much of this continent, the Caribbean, Latin America. GETSPA, the synthesis paper from East Africa, mentions the EAC, the East African Commission in particular. So targeted cooperation over the past few decades has been woven into preferential trade agreements. One that is of interest is the Better Work initiatives that have been an important part of the development of textile manufacturing industries in small open economies, like Lesotho in this continent, until the recent dependence of one importing country's legislative framework became all too clear. That framework combined market access with technical cooperation to foster continuous improvement of labor conditions, and included the challenging respect for freedom of association that assures that the improvements happen not just for workers, but with them. Recent experimentation on international financing is also helpful, and I'll mention the Bridgetown initiative that draws direct attention to the level of financing that needs to be made available to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, calls for the World Bank to establish universal contingent financing facility and expand national disaster clauses to all climate vulnerable countries, while also broadening the trigger to include food and health crises and identifying new sources for progressive finance for global public goods that has been the basis of emerging examples, notably debt climate swaps. Some trade law scholars have also suggested that regional trade agreements might condition trade liberalization on the development and retention of social programs. The programs would tend to operate domestically, but the conditioning would happen through the terms of the trade agreements. Others have called for regional trade agreements to incorporate by reference separately negotiated tax treaties with support for the very social welfare policies that the breakdown of embedded liberalism renders more difficult to support. In both of those examples, regions are sites for experimentation with redistribution. So what might an alternative imagery bring in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is recognized to be more than a trade deal and truly a flagship project of the African Union, with the goal of enshrining a Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa in its Agenda 2063. The preamble on trade in goods expresses the confidence that a comprehensive protocol on trade in goods would improve social welfare. Similarly, the protocol on trade in services references social and welfare enhancing opportunities across all sectors for the African people. Gender equality is a preambular goal, but the kind of experimentation, even in the labor chapter, is not currently part of the African Continental Free Trade Agreements package. You can tell here that I'm thinking beyond a particular kind of path dependency of the traditional labor chapter that has emerged in some other regions to imagine concrete cooperation and support, including multi-bilateral support for social policy development within that agreement, to support making the aspirational goals on social policy concrete domestic policy realities that the agreement helps to foster. And finally, what if greater urgency were given to the long recognized rights of migrant workers themselves to receive equality of treatment in respect of contributory social benefits earned abroad, a feature notably of ILO Convention number 102, through the active development not only of bilateral but of multilateral agreements facilitating reciprocity. And when I think here about how this kind of alternative imaginary can come to pass, I dream a little and recall the domestic workers who were largely alone and work largely alone in households, who transgressed gendered, racialized, and national borders to organize. They did so locally, then nationally. They moved regionally, and then took on the international to call for standard setting on decent work, forming a transnational domestic workers federation in the process, and then used that transnational mobilizing to call on states and all concerned actors for labor rights and broader social policy measures to be implemented, and there too across a range of governance levels. They organized, they elicited remarkable court decisions on social policy from South Africa to Colombia, and through legislatures, through ratifications, through learning communities, and in individual homes, have started to rethink social policy transnationally. So this call for an alternative imagery, I also see in the spirit of the synthesis reports, including the one from Angola, Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, and Mozambique, which invites us to take inspiration for policy making from the largely female solidarity groups based on trust and mutuality. So let me tie this together and close simply by invoking Adam Getachew, whose work on early Pan-Africanists captures the bold spirit out of which this presentation has emerged. It's a call to embrace transformative social policy transnationally as a renewed commitment to nothing less than alternative world-making with and for African peoples. A commitment to the undramatic, but not necessarily unsuccessful work of fostering the kind of multilateralism of the future for the futures we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Blackett, for the very important keynote that challenges us to conceive transformative social policy transnationally, and also to critique the current practice of social policy where multinationals and targeted approaches have become the order of the day, but are nevertheless transformative. We would now invite questions and comments on the keynotes. So if you have any question, you kindly raise your hands and you speak to the microphone. And if you have any comment, you can also speak to the microphone. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Français. Bonjour tout le monde, je parle en français. Alors, chers chercheurs, chercheuses, ou bien chercheuses et chercheurs, monsieur le doyen, monsieur le directeur de l'Institut et professeur Georgie, madame, alors j'étais très attentive à votre présentation par rapport à la question de la transnationalisation, parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est vrai que ça paraît comme une solution aux différentes problématiques que vivent les pays africains en termes d'implémentation de politiques sociales assez diverses. Donc, on est dans un conte de fées pour dire que la portabilité des politiques sociales est la solution aujourd'hui. Mais quand on est dans la réalité, on voit les terrains différents en Afrique, on s'aperçoit que c'est aussi difficile que ça. Alors, par rapport à votre intervention qui était très très riche, moi j'ai envie juste de dire que il ne faut pas quand même tomber dans le biais de l'universalisme. Aucune politique sociale n'est transposable à un autre contexte, surtout on parle de l'Afrique. Alors c'est magnifique, la magnifique métaphore, parce que votre titre d'intervention, il est tellement inspirant. D'ailleurs, moi j'ai noté ici que le titre nous invite à penser de manière transnationale. Comment cela change-t-il la façon dont nous devons concevoir les politiques sociales aujourd'hui ? S'agit-il simplement de les appliquer à une très belle grande échelle, ou est-ce que cela nécessite vraiment un changement de paradigme plus profond? Vous avez parlé tout à l'heure de profondeur. Moi j'ai compris que il faudra travailler au préalable l'aspect travailleur, parce qu'en Afrique il y a beaucoup de migrants, c'est un aspect crucial pour penser transnationalisation. Ou bien est-ce que c'est tout simplement le fait de passer d'une logique de concurrence entre États à une logique de co-responsabilité? Vous avez tout à l'heure parlé de collaboration entre pays, j'ai trouvé ça très très intéressant, et de solidarité ancrée dans les espaces sociaux communs. Donc moi je me pose une question, est-ce que il faudra une vision spécifique pour ce faire, ou bien il faudra vraiment un changement de paradigme plus profond? Deuxième chose, et je termine sur ça, moi j'ai trouvé, c'est vraiment une belle métaphore, la saison de mécontentement. Ça m'a beaucoup inspiré et ça m'a suscité à faire des lectures, parce qu'elle suggère qu'il y a un cycle, et quand on dit un cycle, on parle automatiquement de répétition. Penser au-delà de ces 16 ans, signifie-t-il pour vous trouver un moyen pour briser ce cycle une fois pour toutes, ou bien peut-être il faudra s'attaquer à des problèmes plus structurels que ça, dans le capitalisme globalisé et mondialisé? Tout à l'heure, vous avez également fait allusion à l'aspect économique très brièvement. Et voilà, donc là, je me pose des questionnements par rapport à ça, et sachant qu'en Afrique, nous sommes face à deux défis majeurs. Je l'ai noté au fur et à mesure de votre intervention, et je parle en tant qu'économiste, vous en tant que juriste. Moi je me demande, est-ce qu'on va beaucoup plus dans le sens de la justice sociale ou bien vers la viabilité économique, sachant que les économistes, ils ont une perception co-bénéfice. La justice sociale, c'est l'impératif, on va dire, de la justice sociale. Donc voilà autant de questionnements que j'ai eu grâce à votre intervention. Je vous remercie.
C'est moi qui vous remercie pour ces réflexions tellement riches. C'est un vrai cadeau, en fait. Merci beaucoup. Je vais essayer d'être à la hauteur de toutes vos réflexions, mais je pense qu'on aura l'occasion d'en parler le long de ce colloque. Donc, d'abord, je veux clarifier, être vraiment, vraiment clair. Transnationaliser, en tout cas pour moi, ça ne veut surtout pas dire qu'on fait de l'universalisme ou qu'on prétend pouvoir transposer d'un contexte à un autre la même chose, la même solution. Ça ne marche pas, il n'y a pas de médicament unique. On a déjà souffert de ça. Donc, c'est plutôt conceptuel de cesser de base. Et si on part de là, on se permet, surtout dans un contexte, et là je vous rejoins comme économiste, économique, où on gouverne et on crée des structures de gouvernance à d'autres niveaux de l'échelle et on les encastre pour qu'on soit obligé de les suivre. Comment se fait-il que ce qui concerne le social demeure la responsabilité de l'État qui, du coup, est de plus en plus dépourvu des capacités de réaliser ses besoins. Donc, c'est une mise en question, en fait, très profonde du point de départ. Ouais. Et c'est une tentative de nous provoquer au moins à se poser la question. Pourquoi pensons-nous que c'est naturellement le ressort de l'État-nation de résoudre ou d'agir sur certaines questions? Donc, la dimension démocratique, ça se pose, c'est clair. On se sépare, on ne trouve pas non plus de solution universelle, mais on essaie de mettre en question la présomption que le seul niveau à laquelle on pourrait agir, c'est le niveau domestique. Quand on sait que les ressources sont forcément plus limitées, et c'est un appel à penser autrement. Donc, ça c'est pour la transposabilité. Pour ensuite les changements, donc c'est un changement de paradigme plus profond, certes. Pour les dimensions, et là vous avez évoqué les migrants et j'aurais aimé en parler davantage. Ça pouvait être vraiment une question qui touche surtout aux migrants. Ma collègue dans le mouvement des Third World Approaches to International Law, Tendai Achiume, parle littéralement de la migration comme forme de décolonisation. Autrement dit, qu'on ne peut pas séparer la façon d'appréhender le sort du migrant de l'histoire et que ça implique un certain nombre également de responsabilités. J'ai évoqué les migrants de façon très limitée pour suggérer qu'on a d'autres bases pour commencer à tisser une vision plus transnationale dans la façon d'appréhender les échanges ou les accords en ce qui concerne quelque chose d'assez limité, il faut dire, les bénéfices qui sont si on prie, mais il y a plein d'autres façons d'appréhender cette question et dans d'autres travaux, je travaille la notion en fait d'une liberté d'accès basée sur une certaine réciprocité et une certaine condition de travail. Mais donc ça c'est pour ça. Je vais essayer, merci pour vos commentaires sur les saisons de mécontentement. J'aurais aimé l'évoquer davantage et vous avez raison de le soulever. Saison, j'ai choisi tout simplement pour laisser comprendre que ça ne perdurerait pas. Parce que ça ne peut pas perdurer. On est dans un moment de mécontentement qui pourrait servir de point de connexion. Ce qu'on vit sur ce continent, on commence à sentir autrement, mais certainement ailleurs, y compris dans le nord global. Et ce mécontentement, évidemment, est instrumentalisé comme source de division. Mon incitation, c'est plutôt de saisir la possibilité réelle de changer de façon de voir, changer de façon d'articuler l'histoire plutôt que de simplement suivre. On ne veut plus parler de multilatéral, donc on fait le domestique et on essaie de s'en sortir. C'est un appel, en fait, de se servir de cet argumentaire qui est plus long, basé dans l'histoire, mais ancré dans une certaine connectivité d'espoir pour changer la donne, pour vraiment avoir un autre type de conversation, un autre type de construction autour des politiques sociales. Donc, oui, encore une fois, c'est une façon de suggérer que nous sommes dans un contexte où il reste beaucoup à faire. Il reste beaucoup à faire et on a intérêt, dans des moments comme ceci, à ne pas limiter nos imaginations à ce qu'on nous dit finit par être la réponse, mais au contraire de vraiment essayer d'identifier des réponses plus satisfaisantes et qui nous permettent de changer. Saison aussi parce que, et je l'ai évoqué à plusieurs reprises, c'est pas comme si toutes ces idées sont nouvelles. On les a vues par le passé, on a osé penser autrement par le passé. Et il me semble que c'est une autre saison pour penser autrement. Donc, merci beaucoup pour vos réflexions très stimulantes.
So kindly speak to the microphone if you have any question or comment.
Thanks so much, Adele, for that wonderful call towards a transnationalism. You mentioned that your call was for a thick transnationalism built on distributive frameworks, and I wondered if you could expand on that a little bit more. I'd love to know a bit more about what thick transnationalism looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I want to answer that without taking you through a long framing, but I think there's actually a real link to the question that was previously posed, right? People think transnational and they think of it as a kind of omnibus solution. Domestic's not working, let's move it to another sphere and move on with this. And what I'm trying to suggest is that, one, the transnational isn't just up there. It's the ability to work or move across spaces to arrive at a deepened engagement with social policy. And it's thick. I've also used the language of tapestry because it's not a one-sized, but many different ways through overlapping agreements. I've pointed in particular to trade agreements where social policy dimensions can be woven in. And they're going to look different depending on the agreement, on the region, on the specific aspirations, the needs of the states that are concerned. But the idea is that the more you have examples of this, the more the experimentation continues, the more the architecture develops. And so with the trade agreements, the ability to find ways to think about those agreements not simply as growth mechanisms or the viability point, but actually spaces that are building distributive justice into the terms of the agreement. The more that starts to happen, the more you build. And there are already examples of this, some of them quite uneven, as in my own region with the USMCA, and there are measures around supporting labor rights provisions in a fast or expedited manner. It's not a mechanism that is truly reciprocal, and so there are a number of concerns around that. But what's woven into the mechanism is, or has been up until this point, a very significant amount of technical support on the ground to transforming factories so that freedom of association and collective bargaining rights are meaningfully available, working on labor law reforms and similar measures in Mexico. As I say, I'm raising this example with some very severe caveats, but it's one example. Another from the 70s, when Portugal and Spain joined the European Union, within the European Economic Communities, was the adoption of structural support or adjustment funds that enabled those countries to build industries and social policy measures while entering the trade relationships. And increasingly, we're seeing proposals being made about how, at least within trade agreements, and I've said this in relation to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, agreements are being thought of as, frankly, more than trade, but polity defining, right, as spaces of cooperation and exchange, spaces designed to reconfigure markets in ways that can support changing patterns of relation, changing patterns of dependence, and I might even go so far as to say building relationships of mutuality. And so by building or thinking through how to build social policy in, right, not just labor clauses, like social policy in, you're thickening the nature of the spaces and of the relationship. So it's a bit of a long answer, but I really see it as not the multilateralism that gets built from, okay, we all go to the WTO and we negotiate an agreement and here you are, you have it. It's literally communities constructed through various forms of economic relation that may overlap, and the social is understood not as an add-on to those economic relations, but as how we understand the economic itself. I think that bad is the thickening or deepening? Yeah, that I think we should be looking for.
We have room for one more question, then we go for snot. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup pour cette belle présentation. Moi, je veux juste être sûre d'avoir compris un certain nombre de points. Parce que vous semblez dire que les États ne devraient pas être les seules entités qui auraient la responsabilité de mettre en œuvre les politiques sociales. Or, il me semble que dans nos États, en tout cas en Afrique, il y a quand même une diversité d'acteurs qui sont impliqués dans l'élaboration. Il y a des acteurs externes qui influencent même donc ces politiques-là. Il y a également des acteurs internes. On le sait par nos observations. Maintenant, et pourtant, l'état des politiques sociales reste comme il est. Donc, je voudrais savoir comment est-ce que vous, d'après ce que j'ai compris, vous analysez cette situation-là, parce que vous semblez dire que l'État ne devrait pas être le seul à justement avoir cette responsabilité-là, donc de dérouler et de mettre en œuvre les mécanismes de politique sociale. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question et j'espère que nous pourrions en discuter davantage. Surtout, j'aimerais comprendre plus ce que vous entendez par acteurs internes et externes. Mais pour clarifier ma pensée, je pense que l'État joue un rôle clé. Je crois que dans la politique sociale, il faut absolument impliquer les travailleurs eux-mêmes ou les citoyens, les bénéficiaires et dans une logique de tripartisme, c'est important d'avoir les acteurs économiques impliqués également. Donc une question de dialogue social fait partie de l'enjeu. Ce qui est différent, il faut clarifier, de dire qu'on endosse des politiques de public-private partnerships, ce genre de choses. C'est pas là où je m'en vais personnellement. Je crois vraiment à l'importance des politiques publiques en ces matières. Donc, l'État joue un rôle clé, mais la vision de l'État que j'ai à l'esprit, c'est un État, et c'est ressorti d'ailleurs dans un des rapports de synthèse que j'ai cité, on évite une vision de l'État qui fait pour systématiquement et plutôt on y va vers la notion d'un État qui fait avec les acteurs. Et ces acteurs eux-mêmes sont des vecteurs du transnationalisme. Ces acteurs, autrement dit, vont se servir de différents niveaux de gouvernance justement pour faire en sorte à ce que ça bouge au niveau des politiques sociales. Donc, oui, j'espère que ça clarifie un peu, mais l'État décentré demeure clé. Oui.
Okay. Bonjour tout le monde et merci pour la parole. Merci également pour la largesse sur des points que vous avez développés. À l'entame de votre propos, vous avez mentionné, en fait, je veux essayer un peu de généraliser, une sorte de précarité grandissante au niveau des politiques sociales. C'est comme si de plus en plus on tend vers carrément la disparition de ce qui est social. Si j'ai bien compris votre propos. Et J'aimerais savoir, est-ce que c'est à cause de la mauvaise volonté, d'après votre analyse, est-ce que c'est la mauvaise volonté des États, ou bien c'est parce que, je veux dire, l'évolution, le développement de la société a fait en sorte que ça ne marche plus et qu'il faut changer de stratégie pour développer d'autres types de politiques sociales? Est-ce que celles qui étaient appliquées ne marchent plus? Il faudra les changer ou bien elles ont évolué?
Merci, c'est une question intéressante. Je ne saurais répondre à cette question et je me suis délibérément basée sur les rapports émanant de GETSPA qui tissent de façon très sophistiquée les diverses causes dans différents pays à travers différents moments des trajectoires des pays du continent. Mais ce que je trouve intéressant dans ce que vous soulevez sur les raisons et sur le questionnement, à savoir s'il nous faut quelque chose d'autre, c'est que ça nous ramène toujours à la question de qui porte les risques. Que ce soit la mauvaise volonté, la mauvaise gestion, bonne gestion, mais mauvaises conditions. Ultimement, en politique sociale, si les citoyens, si les bénéficiaires, si les personnes n'ont pas accès aux biens publics nécessaires pour leur épanouissement, à un moment donné, ils vont réclamer un changement. Donc, on voit un transfert de risque sur les individus versus collectiver. Comment faire en sorte à ce que ça change? Et la dimension de mon propos qui demeure, c'est que, il faut trouver la façon de livrer ces politiques sociales pour les peuples. Et deux, la responsabilité pour ce faire ne se situe pas uniquement à l'échelle domestique, mais que, et c'est peut-être quelque chose sur lequel je n'ai pas assez insisté, les acteurs de politique publique sur le plan domestique ont un rôle et une capacité d'exiger à ce que ces dimensions se retrouvent dans des accords ou dans des initiatives qui ont lieu à d'autres niveaux de gouvernance. Et ils sont habilités à les construire, à les penser, à les forger, y compris, peut-être surtout, dans ce continent. Donc j'espère que ça répond à votre réflexion, parce que c'est pas un dévestissement de ces acteurs, c'est plutôt une ouverture de champ pour répondre à quelque chose qui doit trouver sa réponse. Ouais. Merci.
So one last question, then.
Thank you very much. Yes, listening to your presentation, I had a lot of things going through my mind as someone in the civil society space. And there's this question that I've been asking, that beyond the policy, what happens? We seem to be having all the nice, voluminous social policies, and then after that, what do we see? So I see young girls who are abused, and they are abused by stepfathers or fathers themselves. And then those of us in the civil society level, we pick it up. I'm saying this because of the point you made that, yes, the government has the role, the bigger role, and we, the actors, or the beneficiaries, must also act upon that. But then there is a limit. So my question here is, what should be the role of civil societies, and how do we get government or hold them responsible, accountable to some of these policies that it's dumped on us, we try, and then at some point we are left in the middle of the way. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's such a crucial point. And it's a heavy point, right? You can have the policies, they can look great on paper, but what actually happens, and this, I think, is the extension of the point that if the policies are happening without the people who are most concerned, they're just not going to be fit for purpose. They won't, right? And so my answer is involvement throughout, from the start. As I repeated a few times, not just for, but with. That's a design issue. And in the example of domestic workers that I can be faulted for constantly coming back to in my work, and I come back to it because nobody said, you know what, domestic workers, we think you should have a decent work framework and social protection. They went out and sought it, right? And they worked through, beyond, above, if you will. You permit that metaphor. I usually avoid talking about the transnational as above, but they just moved across governance levels to insist on what they needed and haven't let go because all of a sudden there's a convention or there's a policy or there's a law or even that there's a court decision. They continue to organize, right? Organize, organize, organize. And I appreciate the weight of that, right? That is, again, not romantic. That is incredibly heavy and demanding, but I actually don't think there's a way past it, right? It has to be with, not just for.
Thank you very much, Professor Lockett. On this note, we end the opening session, and some few announcements. We would all move down for a group photograph and then go for snacks at Pagoda 1 and 2. Because we are 10 minutes late, we will take extra 10 minutes for the snack break. Thank you very much.
So I need to like this.
All move outside for the group photograph. Let us all move outside for the group photograph. Thank you.
Chris.
Siyabonga Nkosi yethu Siyabonga Siyabonga Naphakade siyohlabelela Siyabonga Vula liyathula Izulu liyahlela Ngomoya wami uyathandaza Izintaba ziyaphendula Simile, siqinile Thula moya, phumula kahle Izwi lakho liphansi, lingakhali Thula moya, uhlale ukuthula moya wami Thula moya, ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile Umhlaba ukhulu umbuthule Izihlahla zibuza ngezwi lakho Kodwa moya ungakhathali Fela ngenjabulo engenapheli Thula moya, phumula kahle Izwi lakho liphansi, lingakhali Thula moya, ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile Phakama moya, uphefumule ngobukrotho Thola amandla, ungesabi lutho Thula moya, ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile Thula moya, ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile Izinyawo zami ziwuthinta umhlabathi Umoya uyahlela ufuna ukukhuluma nami Impilo enhle yebo impilo enhle Ngiphupha ngempilo ehlukile Ngiyakhala kodwa ngiyajabula Impilo enhle sihlabelele sonke Impilo enhle iyo esifisayo Impilo enhle yebo thina sonke Impilo enhle Amadlozi ayangikhola endleleni Ngizwa amazwi athokutha ngothando Izintaba ziphakeme kodwa ngiyakwazi Impilo enhle yebo impilo enhle Ngiphupha ngempilo ehlukile Ngiyakhala kodwa ngiyajabula Impilo enhle sihlabelele sonke impilo enhle iyo esifisayo impilo enhle yebo thina sonke impilo enhle impilo enhle phakama wena ungene emthandazweni hlala phansi ukhulume nomphefumulo wakho phinda futhi phinda njalo impilo enhle yebo impilo enhle impilo enhle sihlabelele sonke impilo enhle iyo esifisayo impilo enhle yebo thina sonke impilo enhle impilo enhle impilo enhle yebo impilo enhle isipho sethu sonke impilo le iyazungeza njengomoya iyaphephetha iyadlula izolo selidlulile namuhla siyaphila ubukhona bethu buyimfihlakalo impilo le ithina esiphila impilo le ibanzima ibamnandi impilo le izihlahla ziyakhula ziwile ziphinde zavuke emhlabathini umfula uyageleza noma kwesinye isikhathi uyoma siphila sodwa kodwa ndawonye singumoya munye impilo yaguguka impilo yajika izandla zethu ziyamkhipha izandla zethu ziyamukela impilo le ithina esiphila impilo le ibanzima ibamnandi impilo le izithunzi ezilandelayo impilo imvulelane zayo impilo le ithina esiphila impilo le ibanzima ibamnandi impilo le sifefumula sidansela yona iyangijikisa iyangithinta thina esiphila impilo le ibanzima ibamnandi impilo le siphefumula sidansela yona iyangijikisa iyangithinta impilo le. Ingasiyiphila impilo le, impilo le. Iba nzima, iba mnandi impilo le. Uhadiwoza likhanya phezulu, ngemvula yesibusiso umhlaba uyavuma. Amadlozi ayajabula, sibonge izulu eliphilayo phansi nangaphezulu. Isibusiso siyavela ngaphakathi kithi sonke. Isibusiso siyahamba, oh, isibusiso siza nathi. Isibusiso sinkwela umhlaba. Isibusiso siyaphila sonke. Kule nkanyezi ekhanya ebumnyameni, silapha sibambene, singabantu banye esihlangene. Uthando luyaphuma luhlaza njengehlathi, phansi nangaphezulu. Isibusiso siyavela ngaphakathi kithi sonke. Isibusiso siyahamba, isibusiso siza nathi. Isibusiso sinkwela umhlaba. Isibusiso siyaphila sonke. Siyadumisa, siyathokoza, amagama ethu ahamba nemimoya. Thina sizalwa sibusisiwe, thina sizalwa sibusisiwe. Isibusiso siza nathi. Isibusiso sinkwela umhlaba. Isibusiso siyaphila sonke. Isibusiso, oh, isibusiso siza sibusisiwe. Isibusiso alangoto moya omuhle, izinyembezi ziyawe emhlabeni. Sikhumbula izinsuku ezinhle, siphila nawe enhliziyweni. Lala ngotolo, lala ngotolo, emhlabeni kusala izilonda, kodwa ezulwini uzakhona. Amakholwa ayakhala ayabonga, ngoba usukhululekile. Moya omhlophe siyaqhubeka ukuthanda, kuze kube phakade. Phakama, phakama moya wakho, fila ngenjabulo engapheli, kuze kube phakade. izulu liyakwamukela umula ngenjabulo ngobubele bukaNkulunkulu. Ngiyakhuleka, ngiyakhuleka, lala ngoqobo, moya omuhle ukhanya njengezinkanyezi, njalo njalo. Ngibona izintaba zikhakazile, ngezansi kwefu elimhlophe liyazamazama. Kuba ngithi nkululeko, ngiyakhuluma ngenkululeko. Lalela izwi, izwi lezwe, lingapheli, liphakeme. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyilela, sizoyilela. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Izwi labantu liphakeme phezulu, amakhosi bayadedela amandla, ngoba ilanga seliphumile, ilanga lenkululeko selikhanyisile. Lalela izwi, izwi lezwe, lingapheli, liphakeme. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyilwela, sizoyilwela. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Izandla zethu ziphakeme, umhlaba uyavuma, uyazamazama. Sikhululekile, sikhululekile, hamba phezulu. Khululeko, khululeko, sizoyilwela, sizoyilwela. Khululeko, khululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Khululeko, 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 sizoyilwela. Khululeko, khululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Mbambisanani, izandla zethu ziqinile, kukhona amandla ngaphakathi wethu wonke, thina sonke sindaba ephakeme. Bambisanani, akahambisani izwi, bambisani. lapho sikhula khona izimpande zethu zizulile emhlabathini oyingcwele kukhanya kwelanga kuyasikhanyisela amasiko aphila ezingomeni zethu izwi likhomba indlela sihambe sonke bambisanani phakamisani izwi bambisanani amandla avela lapha bambisanani bambisanani sibumbene njengomoya siyahamba ngezinyawo ezikhanyayo siyakhula njengomthombo ngenamkhawulo amanzi ethu ahlangana abe ngumfula omkhulu bambisanani phakamisani izwi bambisanani amandla avela lapha bambisanani bambisanani sibumbene njengomoya bambisanani 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 izandla zethu ziqinile bambisanani thina sisonke asihlukani siphakamise izwi ngothando olukhulu sisonke thina sisonke amabande ethu aqinile sisonke thina sisonke asiyeki sihlala sonke sibambene ngezandla umoya wethu uyahlangana izulu liphakamisa izwi lethu ngaphakathi sikhala ngenjabulo thina sizonke asihlukani siphakamisa izwi ngothando olukhulu sizonke thina sizonke amabande ethu aqinile sizonke thina sizonke asiyeki sihlala sonke amakawethu ayahlangana izihlahla ziphakamisa amagatsha izinyawo zethu zibuye ekhaya isibani sethemba sitimi thina sizonke asihlukani siphakamisa izwi ngothando sizonke thina sizonke amabande ethu aqinile sizonke thina sizonke asiyeki sihlala sonke
Hello everyone and welcome back from the snack break. Please, those presenting for the first session, kindly ensure that the IT unit has your presentation. They have a flash drive. You can save it on the flash drive for them. So if the first presenter has a presentation with the IT unit, I think we can begin. No, just use a flash drive. Joseph. Finish yourself. Oh, sorry, Jack. He's not here. Please, can the presenters come in front? The three presenters. Marion, Ramola, and Newman, and then Jack. Is Jack around, please? Okay. Please come here. Yeah. With your... Okay. He wants to sit. Yes. I can't stand. No, you can sit down here. Yeah, so that's
But it's just it's so silly. This one is lost to experience.
So welcome everyone to the first session of Africa Issue Papers. My name is Ruth Castel Branco. I am part of GETSPA's technical committee and I'll be chairing this, this first session. And we're very excited to have 3 different paper presentations, after which there will be a discussion of them and some opportunity for Q&A. So the first paper, I'm going to do all the introductions of the papers now because of time. The first paper will be presented by Mariam Uma, and it's titled How Ideas Frames the Politics and Policymaking Process of Unpaid and Paid Care in Africa, Examining Through a Lens of Transformative Social Policy. The second paper will be presented by Numan Tekwa, which was co-written with Ramola Ramtuhul, who is not here today, and it's titled Towards Gender Equality, Childcare and Parental Leave Models in South Africa and Mauritius. And then we have a third paper, which is by Jacques Chibwabwa Kudicini, which is titled Social Policy on Free Basic Education and Gender Relations Transformation in Schools. So those are the 3 papers that will be introduced to, and then Hania Sholkami will do the discussion. Each paper will have, or each presenter will have 15 minutes to present their paper. Because of time, I'll give you a 1-minute warning, and then I think we'll be quite strict in order to be able to have a little bit of time for Q&A and suggestions and so on. And then the discussant, Hania, will have 10 minutes to offer a discussion. So without further ado, Marian, welcome. Where is the presentation? I don't know. Let me see. Is it possible to project the presentation?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good morning. I'll be talking about ideas and policy making and how that's shaping the policy making of care in Kenya. And this is part of GETSPA issue paper. I think I started this year, started working on this year. And it's coming at a time where Kenya is in the process of developing a social policy, a care policy, a national care policy. And actually, there has been a lot of progress on it, and it's awaiting the president to sign to law. I think this is a case of many African countries, as I know. There are care policies that are being developed at the moment. And they say that Kenya is the first one, and so this will offer a bit of perspective to others for engagement also, but also for research work. And so we know that the rise of care and the rise of care and discussions of care, first, I mean, there was a rise of the discussions after HIV, during the period of HIV and AIDS, but it didn't gain a lot of traction. But then now after COVID, there's been a lot of discussions on how we address care, following the gaps that were evident, and that the burden of care, which I think many feminist scholars had talked about, the burden of social reproduction was falling on women without any support, and with very little support or no support. And so The COVID crisis then provided room that then shook the status quo and enabled people to start thinking about care again, thinking about social reproduction. And so it opened a window of opportunity that then brought about discussions on care. And this time when I say that the renaissance of debate is better coordinated, there's a lot of focus, and also I say that it's from observation in Kenya, it's led by an army of both national and international organizations who are working together with governments to institute policy strategies and drive action from government. And so in the paper, I offer a bit of discussion on what care work is, looking at dimensions of both paid and unpaid work, and also looking at non-market transfers as non-market transfers and what it means for care work, and the typology of unpaid care, where we have direct care, where care is given to children directly sick or disabled and the elderly, but also indirect care, which has less personal engagement, things like meal preparations, cleaning, collecting water, and so on. And I think, as I said, the topic on social reproduction, feminist scholars and scholars have continued to speak about this and write about this. But I think very little attention has been paid to it, and even now as the care policy is being discussed in many countries and in Kenya, there is little reference to that kind of literature, that kind of debate. The relationship, for instance, the relationship between social reproduction and capitalism doesn't come up within debates and discussions in country. Yes, there is discussion on social justice, what needs to be done for care to be redistributed, and how care work can support reproduction and production. But there's little attention to how the extraction of care work is, especially to the female, for instance. So the social, so there's we are aware that there are gender gaps because of what care work most of the time is not seen as work, and it's not seen to be contributing to economy, and so there hasn't been a lot of attention, especially by governments, to it. And work and labor in many ways is gendered, and it's framed in gender ways, especially that of care. So it's included from understanding, providing an understanding of the economy and how then it contributes to the economy. And the reproduction of labor, we know that in different contexts it unequally impacts people differently. And there are the scholars who've written about this. The paid work, we know the paid work is affected by unpaid work and vice versa, because sometimes unpaid work then supports paid work to happen, yeah, and also the other way around. But then there's a heavy reliance on social reproduction, and that's not just by governments or capitalism, but also by us and governments. But it's not recognized in life, not included in policy frameworks, and it doesn't account for legislation or budgets. There's no account for legislation or budgets to it. And that the economy takes life making for granted. The process of social reproduction takes it for granted, but social reproduction stabilizes capitalism. So in Kenya, as in many countries, then care work a lot of it falls on women. So there is a draft national policy that's actually been finalized at the moment, and it says in it it's supposed to address the foundational needs of society. These words from it: with inclusion, compassion, foresight, unwavering commitment, and affirmative action. So basically alluding to the moral of care. And in it there are principles of, they mention principles of dignity, equity, and social justice. And it acknowledges, when you look at the document, it acknowledges the role of the state as being in the forefront to this. And also it draws it draws from the time survey that was conducted in Kenya, So there is evidence that it's drawing from in terms of the time survey. And it says the policy, the draft policy itself says that the goal is to promote gender equality through establishment of a care system that supports the well-being and dignity of all Kenyans, recognizes and rewards care work. That's from it. But when looking at the policy, when I looked at the policy and the context therein, one of the things, and especially through a transformative social policy lens, that it doesn't recognize the multiplicity of social policy instruments in terms of solutions. A lot of it is when you look at the policy, it's a very narrow approach, and it talks about the solution that it comes to is the cash transfers as the way to deal with, as the way to address the issue of care. So that's the first, and it seems like it's the one that's dominant. And it doesn't recognize that care work is an enabler for social economic well-being, yeah, that has a potential to transform unequal, social relations and institutions as we think about it in transformative social policy. Yes, it recognizes the role of the state, but there's little emphasis on the role of social norms. There is, yes, it's there, but then the beauty about transformative, or the power of transformative social policy, is that it helps us to shift analysis from an individual to the social way of doing things, to collectiveness and so on. And also, transformative social policy then has the capability and the power to challenge and restructure traditional patriarchal norms by distributing existing power dynamics. But transformative social policy by itself, it's not automatic. It has to be based it has to be right-based, and therefore we need to have a contestation even around it. Just talking about it doesn't mean that then it happens. So I'm looking through the ideational approach, the role of ideas in how they shape policy making also. And ideas are important, and Professor White writes about this quite well, because they're important in terms of the way a problem is defined and also then the resultant solution to it. But I argue from research that I have done, yes, ideas are powerful, but then the person who carries the idea is more powerful, especially in a situation where you have unequal power relations in terms of policy making. So ideas help us to construct the problem and the issue that gets onto the policy agenda. And so we need to pay attention to it. They shape our assumptions, and they impact the content of the policy itself, And then processes of policy making themselves, they are places of power. And those who participate in it, we engage in social construction, and the reform that comes out of our ideas and the way we think about the way the solutions that then come up. So from the work in Kenya, what I find is that the center of gravity in terms of talking about the national care policy and care has remained, or it persists. This persists, and it is ideas are generated, and they are generated mostly by international organizations. For instance, now we have the UN Women, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, ICRW. Those are the ones that are leading the process and the debates on the national care. Yes, there are other organizations like Oxfam Kenya, but these organizations are the ones that are setting the agenda in terms of what comes on the table in terms of talking about the policy. And they're able to they come with ideational power, they have the idea, they have the power of ideas, and so their ideas tend to dominate the policy space. And also they come with money, funds. Bill and Melinda Gates has been funding a huge sector, care, whether it's pilots and so on. And so they come with that kind of power, ideological and also symbolic power. The UN Women, for instance, they come with that power and they bring it to the policy space, and that has shaped how the draft national policy on Kenya looks. So second finding is that the policy, in the policy, it's a persisting neoliberal orthodoxy that you see throughout the document. So for first, they talk about the care burden to an economic opportunity. So we are seeing a lot of, so they talk about well-designed, innovative childcare services through social enterprise models, yeah, where people, it's seen as a social enterprise and people can actually make money out of this, which is right. But then all these pilots are being financed, for instance, by Bill and Melinda Gates, and the World Bank is also producing knowledge to show that social enterprises is what would work for Kenya in terms of care, but also for the rest of the continent. And then the solutions are related, when you look at the solutions, they're related mostly to labor regulations, legal aspects. And so the discussion is that the problem we have is that of legal, and therefore we need to have more laws that then are able to address the issue of care. Which could be true, but then it misses out, because then it shows that the solution is through legal frameworks, which sometimes is not the case. But then also with the cash transfer being the solution that is being discussed a lot, and I call this, it's basically a solution looking for a problem, yeah? So you have the solution, we already know it is cash transfer, so where is the problem? We need to solve it. So cash transfer becomes the first call for solution. It's also quite, the policy itself, very individualistic and not based on solidarity. Talks about shifting, but then you see that the shift is not coming. It's a shift to markets and to workplaces, and not necessarily to the state. And then there is the possible commodification of care, because they talk about supportive infrastructure of care, and here talking about water and so on, which they're calling the supportive infrastructure of care. But also the private sector here is quite mentioned as going to be providing supportive infrastructure of care, which is basically water, sanitation, and so on. And then there is the depoliticization and contestation of care and the issue of care. So it's all evidence-based. They talk about evidence-based logic with numbers and so on that are thrown here and there and so forth. And then finally, the last one is in terms of policy processes, we see the political stability at paradigm level, yeah? Because we have the same actors, for instance, in cash transfer and social protection in Kenya, who are also talking about care. And so the same paradigm and the thinking continues to go into this space. And you find other actors who are being left out of the process, for instance, the Dobby Association, and so on. And lastly, I think some of the proposals and maybe other countries that maybe could be going to the same space in terms of policy making on care is we need to think and get into the space through policy, feminist perspectives. The recognition of locations of inequality, also what the keynote spoke about in the morning, looking at transnationally, because we know the North-South, that it leaves the care gaps in country, but then that's not addressed. People move to other countries to work, leaving gaps in countries, but also the need for contestation and so on. So thank you so much. I'll leave it at that.
And next, we'd like to invite Numan Tekwa, who will be speaking about the models for gender equality in childcare and parental leave in South Africa and Mauritius.
Let me begin by thanking GETSPA for giving me the opportunity to present our research, which is drawing from our first phase GETSPA research, which was covering 3 countries in Southern Africa, Mauritius, Zambia, and South Africa. But for this particular research, we are talking, of course, more on 2 countries, South Africa and Mauritius, looking at childcare models and parental leave models. And they draw much from recent developments in South Africa. Then we try to see if there are any lessons which we can also learn from the Mauritian experience. Okay. In terms of outline, I'll give you an introduction, then show you through some of our research questions. Then the methods, then the cases we are going to discuss, then before I move on to some conclusions. All right, just as an introduction, this particular statement, which is stated at the start there, it's not actually in the report which you submitted, but it's actually last month on the 3rd of October, the South African Constitutional Court handed down a precedent judgment which allowed parents to collectively share the 4-month and 10 days of maternal leave, redefining and shaping equality at the workplace and also gender norms. So these are some of the developments happening in South Africa concerning how parental leave is designed and also how it is shaped also in policy. So I'll come back to this later on, but so our question, we understand that there are constraints which are imposed by gender norms with regard to progress on gender equality, and from that those are the two objectives which we guided our research, to examine the nature of childcare and parental leave models in the two countries, and provide some insights which you can actually try to use for advocacy as we move forward with the project. Okay, these are the research questions which I'm not going to repeat again. The methodology, of course, it combined both desk study and also some key informant interviews. Then we also analyzed the data using qualitative approaches. So in terms of our definition, child care, models, we define them as how social care is organized in a given society, and also we define parental leave is encompassing various types of time off parents take to do care for children. And we understand, I think I've said that about how gender and social norms constrain progress towards gender equality. Then the last point is that states, where states sometimes support child care or parenting, it always falls short of interrogating the gender norms which underlie the social policy formulation. We are going to discuss this in the cases. But for the first case, which is South Africa, as mentioned earlier on, South Africa is in the process of redefining how parental leave models are designed in policy. So just to give you a background to it, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, which is defined as the BCA, is the founding labor market policy in South Africa which governs how employment relations within the labor market. And when it was established initially in 1994, in terms of maternity benefits, it was highly gendered. As you can see, it gave, even the terms which are being used, maternity, which means what? It refers only to what? To women. And also, the policy gave 44 months of maternity leave to women and only gave 10 to men. So this was challenged recently in November 2024 by a couple who wanted to share parental. So they found the act not conducive for the father to be at home to care for the child. So they took the case to court, and that was the ruling which I shared with you in the introduction. So, with the court ruling which was delivered last month, there are now changes. Now, instead of using the term maternity, which was in the previous act, they have now adopted the term parental benefits. Now, in Kapa, saying that it's now both parents can now engage in care, and where they used the term maternity leave, referring only to mothers, it is now maybe changed to parental leave. You see, you can see how sometimes even policy can constrain, or sometimes enable, is it progress gender. So what we're seeing is what is happening in South Africa is that there is evidence that the country might move in a direction which is very conducive for gender equality. But when you look at the childcare models in the country, I think there are some challenges to do with that because the state doesn't support childcare. So there are so many various ways in which childcare is supported. As you can see, all the different types, 5 types or models which you found from the research. I will try to compare this with what we find in Mauritius. Then the Mauritian case, some of you might be very much aware about Mauritius. It provides comprehensive welfare. So in Mauritius, find that child care is it's a free public good. It is provided by the state, available for all the parents, and they find that even recently there are also some efforts by the Mauritian government to support childcare through what they call monthly school allowances. You see, so state provision care. It has actually enabled Mauritian women to put more into the economy than in a country where state childcare is not state provided. But even though there's such progress in Mauritius, there are still some constraints to do with sometimes for children who are below 3 years, the state doesn't support, and also for it is also expensive. Much of the 3-year care is privately provided, making it quite expensive for parents. Then maybe I'm not talking much about this, but let me move on to some progress in Mauritius regarding maternity paternity leave. There's a recent key reform in Mauritius regarding maternity leave, where the government has expanded the maternity leave or paternity leave from 1 week, which means it was highly gendered, expanding it to cover to 4 weeks of paid leave for fathers with 12 months of continuous service. So from the Mauritian case fund, this is a noteworthy step toward recognizing fatherhood as a shared responsibility, as well also seeing such progress happening also in South Africa. But from the research that there are some challenges to do with eligibility of who qualifies for this particular kind of maybe allowance or provision by the government. So we're saying while the intent behind Section 53 is laudable, but there might be some implementation challenges which might come with it. Then I would not dwell much on this, might discuss during the Q&A. Let me move on to the comparative analysis between the two cases. While the two countries indicate or exhibit both formal or illegal commitments to gender equality, we still see that there might be some pathways to achieving gender transformative outcomes in parental leave and family policy, which might diverge significantly from informal implementation and impact. Then we find that also in two cases as well, as they strive to align their employment laws with international labor, the two systems in South Africa and Mauritius tend to differ in the degree of judicial engagement, state activism, and cultural readiness for care equality. So mostly do with the judicial activism is that in South Africa, much of the reforms which are happening in terms of paternal leave is mainly being driven by civil society organizations. So that's where we are seeing civil society taking the state to court to reform some of these laws within the labor market. Even both the countries provide valuable lessons. We find that Mauritius illustrates the power of legislative detailing and inclusive maternal protections, but reveals some limits in terms of policy, as these are not anchored in lived equality or systematic mobilization. It's more of technocratic models, which you find more in Mauritius. Then South Africa demonstrates the utility of judicial activism and constitutional reasoning in redefining parental care and gender issues, yet the country grapples with access and administrative inequality, as I've indicated earlier on. Also, there is a comparative tension which lies in the difference between formal equality, which you find in Mauritius, and substantive equality through rights enforcement, which we find in South Africa. So we argue that a hybrid model which blends South African constitutional advocacy with Mauritius' robust statutory design could offer a powerful template for other countries, African countries, who are seeking to balance cultural context within international human rights norms. So, so from the research, we're arguing that there are some lessons which the GETSPA project can actually learn from what is happening in South Africa and Mauritius, which have got continental relevance, and more so as we try to advocate for gender equality, both in terms of how care is provided and also how parents can share the care burden, especially the participation of fathers into caring. Thank you so much. I think we'll discuss more in the Q&A session.
Newman. Next up is Jacques, sorry. And he'll be doing the presentation here from the table.
Madame la Présidente, d'abord je m'excuse parce que je ne saurais pas me mettre debout pour faire ma présentation, étant donné que j'ai été opéré du dos, j'avais une hernie discale, donc mon dos a été charcuté, ce qui fait que la blessure est encore fraîche, donc vous permettrez que je fasse ma présentation en restant assis. Alors deuxièmement, je voudrais remercier les responsables du GETSPA qui m'ont invité à cette conférence annuelle. Alors, je vais rendre compte des résultats de la recherche, financée bien sûr par GETSPA, mais c'est un document de beaucoup de pages. Je vais essayer de rendre compte de tout cela en quelques paragraphes seulement. Le thème de ma communication est intitulé « Politique sociale de gratuité de l'enseignement primaire et transformation des relations de genre en milieu scolaire au Congo-Kinshasa ». Alors, en 2019, le gouvernement de la RDC a mis en place une politique sociale qu'on appelle la gratuité, pour faire les choses de manière brève. En RDC, quand on dit gratuité, donc c'est la gratuité de l'école primaire. Donc, à partir de 2019, tous les élèves de l'école primaire, donc de la première année à la 6e, ne payent pas les frais scolaires. Ceux-ci sont pris en charge par l'État. Donc, l'objectif poursuivi par l'État est en fait de permettre à tous les enfants des ménages riches et pauvres, des enfants vivant en campagne et en milieu urbain, filles et garçons, d'accéder à l'éducation, dans le cadre bien sûr de ce qu'on appelle en RDC la justice éducative ou la justice scolaire. Alors moi j'ai estimé qu'il était important d'inscrire cette politique sociale dans une perspective sexuée et genrée, en essayant de voir comment cette politique sociale impacte les relations entre filles et garçons en milieu scolaire. Donc pour ce faire, j'ai conçu ma recherche autour de 3 questions principales. La première est celle de savoir si cette politique sociale de gratuité mise en place depuis 2019 a exercé un impact positif sur les relations entre filles et garçons en milieu scolaire, en termes bien sûr d'équité de genre et d'égalité de genre. Et les indicateurs que j'ai, parce qu'il fallait délimiter l'étude elle-même, la matière sur l'étude. En fait, j'ai pris quelques indicateurs, notamment les taux de scolarisation, les taux d'accès à l'école, la parité, l'indice de parité en faveur des filles, mais aussi les taux d'achèvement et les taux de transition. Et en plus, outre ces critères, j'ai estimé que la politique de gratuité de l'enseignement primaire a engendré certaines conséquences qui n'étaient pas prévues. J'ai essayé de les analyser également. Par exemple, il a été constaté une augmentation des violences basées sur le genre en milieu scolaire. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui n'avait pas été prévu par le gouvernement. J'ai aussi constaté le fait que malgré la mise en place de cette politique de gratuité en RDC, il y a toujours des inégalités de genre, n'est-ce pas, qui persistent dans ces milieux. Je vais en parler tout à l'heure. Alors la deuxième question était de savoir dans quelle mesure l'État congolais peut financer sur la durée cette politique, tout en sachant que le gouvernement est confronté, comme vous le savez, en RDC à des conflits armés récurrents. Au moment où je vous parle, le M23, vous savez très bien, est en train d'occuper la partie orientale de la RDC. Et donc ces conflits armés sont devenus des conflits à la fois budgétivores et, comme je les appelle, des conflits armés éducationnicides, parce que ce sont des conflits armés qui détruisent finalement l'éducation, qui détruisent les infrastructures de l'intelligence, les écoles, les rebelles, quand ils arrivent là où se trouvent les écoles, ils les détruisent et tout et tout. Et donc, ça pose un problème très sérieux. un problème de financement, étant donné que l'État est obligé d'accorder une certaine priorité à des dépenses militaires pour sauvegarder l'intégrité du territoire. Et la dernière question, c'était celle de savoir comment est-ce qu'on peut arriver à mettre en place cette politique sociale de gratuité de l'enseignement primaire qui est sous-tendue par une idéologie de l'État-providence, mais dans un écosystème éducatif dominé par une culture néolibérale fondée sur la marchandisation de l'éducation. Voilà un peu les trois questions autour desquelles j'ai essayé de structurer mon étude. Alors, je suis arrivé à un certain nombre de conclusions, mais avant d'y arriver, d'abord la méthodologie que j'ai mise en place. J'ai mis en place une méthodologie mixte, une méthodologie quali-quanti, donc qualitative et quantitative. Pour résumer les choses, j'ai collecté des données quantitatives au niveau macro, donc au niveau national et au niveau des provinces, des données relatives bien sûr au taux d'accès, à l'indice de parité, etc. Et j'ai aussi collecté des données dans la ville de Kinshasa, des données quantitatives d'abord dans la ville de Kinshasa, où j'ai effectué mes recherches aussi qualitatives. Donc en quelque sorte, on a des données quantitatives qui portent sur l'ensemble du territoire et aussi qui portent sur la ville de Kinshasa, où je suis passé dans des écoles pour essayer de voir comment cette politique a impacté les indicateurs dont j'ai parlé ici, mais aussi des données qualitatives au niveau micro, au niveau des acteurs individuels, les préfets, les enseignants, etc., dans la ville de Kinshasa, et en essayant autant que faire se peut de trianguler toutes ces données-là pour essayer de dégager des tendances lourdes au niveau national et au niveau de la ville de Kinshasa. Alors, je mets de côté tout ce qui concerne la théorie, etc. Je passe directement aux résultats auxquels je suis arrivé. Alors, la politique de mise en place, en fait, de gratuité de l'enseignement primaire est arrivée à engendrer, en fait, un certain nombre de résultats qui les uns sont positifs, mais les autres sont mitigés. Premièrement, il a été constaté une augmentation spectaculaire, je mets l'accent sur le mot spectaculaire, des effectifs scolaires dans les écoles du Congo-Kinshasa. Il est évident, toutes les études quantitatives le prouvent, depuis la mise en place de cette politique en 2019, beaucoup d'élèves, filles et garçons qui étaient hors du système scolaire ont été intégrés dans le système scolaire. Et les statistiques fournies par la Banque mondiale, par l'UNICEF, par toutes les institutions, et celles fournies par le ministère de l'Éducation primaire et secondaire, montrent que dès la mise en place de cette politique, la première année, au moins 2 500 000 élèves ont été intégrés dans le système scolaire. La seule première année, 2 500 000. Et aujourd'hui, 6 ans ou 7 ans après, on parle de 5 millions d'élèves intégrés. Je dis qu'on parle de 5 millions parce que les statistiques elles-mêmes sont en fait, au niveau du ministère de l'enseignement supérieur, on fournit des statistiques. Il y en a d'autres qui sont fournies. Différentes sources de statistiques me sont données. Et finalement, ça donne un peu cette idée qu'on n'a pas en fait une idée fixe sur. Mais ce qui est vrai, c'est qu'à partir d'aujourd'hui, on tourne autour de 5 millions d'élèves qui ont été intégrés dans le système scolaire. Donc ça, c'est évident. Et les recherches que j'ai menées dans la ville de Kinshasa montrent des augmentations spectaculaires. Dans certaines écoles, il y avait 20 étudiants, vous trouvez 20 élèves, excusez-moi, vous avez 60 élèves qui meublent les écoles. Dans d'autres, où l'on avait 45, vous en avez 90 et même 100. Donc, c'est-à-dire, on atteint des taux de croissance de l'ordre parfois de 200%, 216, 190, etc. Donc, de ce point de vue, on peut accepter que cette politique sociale de l'éducation de base gratuite est une politique transformatrice des relations de genre en milieu scolaire du point de vue de l'accès à l'éducation. Et cette augmentation ne concerne pas que les filles, elle concerne aussi les garçons, mais surtout les filles. Et puis en plus de ça, j'ai constaté que ces accroissements sont beaucoup plus perceptibles dans les milieux urbains et non dans les milieux ruraux. Et là, il faudra peut-être qu'on essaie de mener des recherches approfondies dans les milieux ruraux, dans des villages, dans des campagnes, pour essayer d'évaluer l'impact de cette politique sur les milieux ruraux. Enfin aussi, toujours dans ce registre, il a été constaté que les augmentations ont été spectaculaires dans des écoles gérées par l'Église catholique que dans des écoles gérées par des églises protestantes. En RDC, l'Église catholique est très puissante. Elle gère un réseau très complexe d'écoles. Et donc, c'est tout à fait normal que les augmentations aient été constatées dans ces structures gérées par l'Église catholique. La deuxième trouvaille, la deuxième conclusion à laquelle on est arrivé, c'est l'augmentation, en fait, c'est l'accroissement de l'indice de parité en faveur des filles. Ça, c'est une bonne nouvelle aussi. C'est que les études que j'ai réalisées à Kinshasa d'abord, quantitatives et qualitatives, et celles corroborées par les tendances nationales, montrent que l'indice de parité en faveur des filles a augmenté, ce qui est très, très important. Alors, la troisième trouvaille, et là les choses commencent un peu à dégringoler, à changer, c'est que malgré la mise en place de la politique de gratuité au niveau de l'école primaire, les inégalités de genre persistent encore dans ces milieux-là. Il s'agit notamment des inégalités de genre liées au taux d'achèvement et les inégalités de genre liées au taux de transition. Ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est que au fur et à mesure que l'on quitte les stades les stades inférieurs du niveau éducatif pour aller vers les stades supérieurs, quand on va de l'école primaire vers le secondaire et vers l'université, eh ben, on se rend très vite compte que les taux des filles scolarisées diminuent par rapport aux taux des garçons qui sont scolarisés. Ce qui veut dire que cette politique de gratuité n'arrive pas à lutter de manière efficace contre les inégalités, d'abord de transition, parce que quand on passe de l'école primaire vers le secondaire, on voit très bien que le taux de scolarisation des filles diminue. Et lorsqu'on passe aussi en fait, au niveau de l'achèvement même, on se rend compte que les filles qui terminent l'école secondaire sont moins nombreuses par rapport aux garçons. Cependant, ce que j'ai constaté, c'est que quand on quitte l'école primaire, c'est-à-dire la 6e année primaire, pour aller vers le premier cycle de l'école secondaire, les 2 premières années de l'école secondaire, il y a les chiffres des filles et des garçons qui terminent l'école primaire sont presque identiques. J'ai analysé ce qu'on appelle chez nous les tests de fin d'études primaires, tout ça. Les statistiques à ce niveau montrent que ça marche pour les filles et pour les garçons. Lorsque cependant on va du premier cycle du secondaire vers le deuxième cycle et du secondaire vers l'université, à ce moment-là, les taux d'abandon des filles augmentent. Ce qui fait que à ce niveau, on ne peut pas certifier que la politique de gratuité soit une politique qui finalement résout ou bien lutte de manière efficace contre les inégalités de genre liées au taux d'achèvement et au taux de transition. Donc à ce niveau-là, il faut que l'État puisse faire un effort pour pouvoir améliorer les choses. Alors ce que j'ai remarqué aussi, c'est que la politique de gratuité a engendré d'autres problèmes qui n'avaient pas été prévus par le gouvernement. Et ça montre, n'est-ce pas, toutes les incohérences qu'il y a entre cette politique mise en place de manière précipitée, il faut l'admettre, voilà, et merci, et en fait le terrain. C'est que on a constaté une augmentation des violences basées sur le genre dans les milieux scolaires. On a aussi on a aussi constaté le fait que il y a des injustices issues de cette politique dans la mesure où beaucoup de filles abandonnent aussi la scolarité parce que les conditions, les installations sanitaires ne sont pas appropriées à leur hygiène. Et du coup, beaucoup de filles abandonnent la scolarité. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous proposons comme remède? Il y a une série de remèdes. Malheureusement, il me reste une minute, mais j'en parle très rapidement. J'ai fait des recommandations. La première, c'est qu'il faut mettre fin à des conflits récurrents qui sont devenus des conflits éducationnicides et des conflits budgétivores. Donc, cette politique de gratuité ne pourra pas tenir sur la durée tant que la RDC sera confrontée à des conflits armés parce qu'une grande partie des dépenses de l'État sont orientées vers des dépenses militaires. Deuxièmement, il faut que l'État congolais, ça c'est un problème de taille aussi, essaie de trouver des mécanismes de financement qui soient souverains, innovants et durables. Parce que la politique de gratuité exige, n'est-ce pas, une enveloppe budgétaire d'à peu près 3 milliards chaque année. Et ces fonds sont financés, en fait, ces fonds proviennent des partenaires, ce qu'on appelle souvent les partenaires techniques et financiers, qui sont la Banque mondiale, etc. Donc ça veut dire que cette politique demeure dépendante des caprices des bailleurs de fonds. Le jour où ces bailleurs de fonds vont dire niet, eh bien, cette politique-là va tomber à l'eau. Troisièmement, il faut que l'État puisse mettre fin aux pratiques de marchandisation de l'éducation que l'on trouve encore au niveau du secondaire et de l'université. Ça, c'est important. On met en place une politique de gratuité au niveau de l'école primaire, c'est bien, ça a des conséquences que ça peut avoir sur la mobilisation des filles et garçons qui sont admis à l'école. Mais comme je le disais, quand on passe du primaire au secondaire, les taux de scolarisation des filles tombent. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a cette question de pauvreté qui revient, étant donné qu'au niveau du secondaire et à l'université, l'éducation reste payante et on paye extrêmement cher à ce niveau-là. Donc il faudra que l'État puisse étendre cette politique au niveau du secondaire et à l'université, avec ce que cela implique comme conséquence, parce que l'État n'a pas de fonds. C'est un peu un cercle vicieux, parce que l'État n'a pas de fonds pour la financer, mais en même temps, il faut l'étendre à ces cycles-là. Alors, pour terminer, il faudra que l'État mette fin aux violences basées sur le genre, qui sont des violences qu'on a constatées en milieu scolaire. Donc, la politique de gratuité a eu pour conséquence l'augmentation des violences basées sur le genre dans les milieux scolaires. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui n'avait pas été prévu, que ce soit à Kinshasa, que ce soit à l'est du pays où l'on est confronté aux conflits armés. Alors, pour terminer maintenant, il faudra que l'État puisse également penser aux milieux ruraux. Comme je le disais, j'ai pas eu la chance de mener mes études dans les milieux ruraux, mais ce qui est vrai, c'est que les études préliminaires qui existent montrent que cette politique n'a pas d'impact positif dans ces milieux-là. Eh bien, c'est clair, parce que ces milieux-là, ce sont des déserts territoriaux. Il n'y a pas d'infrastructures scolaires, etc. Les écoles sont situées très loin des lieux où se trouvent les écoles, les écoliers, filles et garçons. Si les garçons peuvent se battre pour aller très loin, ce n'est pas le cas pour les filles qui ont peur de l'insécurité, etc. Il faudra que l'État pense d'abord à mettre en place une politique d'aménagement cohérente qui puisse favoriser la création des capitaux territoriaux aussi bien dans les milieux ruraux que dans les villes, avant d'envisager la mise en place de cette politique. Enfin, une recommandation n'est pas de moindre, il faut qu'on puisse payer les enseignants comme il se doit. Parce que ce qu'on a constaté, c'est que si cette politique peut favoriser les élèves, malheureusement, et défavorise les enseignants. Parce que tous les avantages qui étaient accordés aux enseignants avant la mise en place de cette politique ont été supprimés, mais l'État n'a pas mis en place, le gouvernement n'a pas mis en place une politique qui puisse compenser le manque à gagner occasionné par politique au niveau des enseignants. Voilà un peu, de manière brève, Madame la Présidente, ce que je pouvais dire sur cette politique. Et je vous remercie.
Now, we'd like to invite Tanya to offer some reflections on the three papers, and then we will have one round of Q&A before going to session 2. So if you have questions, please note them down, and we'll take one round of questions.
Okay, I'll try not to take too much time. Thank you very much. Thank you all the organizers and colleagues on the various committees. This is also my first time attending the conference, and I'm particularly happy to be offering some remarks on these three papers. And I think my first remark, and I will, excusez-moi à l'orateur troisième, je ferai des commentaires en anglais, so I will be speaking English throughout. The three papers, the first thing they show us is how important and how effective GETSPA has been, because we have three papers on specific, distinct social policies from different contexts on the continent. And I think that this granular understanding of policies, how they are contested in courts, how they evolve, how they are implemented, I think is the main outcomes of GETSPA. It's enriching understanding social policy. Now, I'm not going to go through the three papers, but I'm going to go to try to elicit from the three papers some common themes, or actually common challenges or problematics. I think the first, it's clear for me, and it's something I'm personally interested in, is the nature of the state. This embattled, depleted, this state that is trying to be something for different reasons, this state that is trying to be engaged in various value chains and circulars of productions. The keynote speaker talked about transnationalism in a profound way, but I think that we need to look at the current constructions of transnationalism at the state level. What are the constructs that are created by these levels? And of course, we are very familiar with the theories that fell out of favor for some reason about state, center and periphery, about exploitation, creation of profits, and so on. And I think when we talk about care, we are looking at the moral economy of this transnationalism, and I think that's equally important to think about in terms of transnationalism, forms of exploitation, and forms of stress. I think, even these states are trying to do the right thing, but under stress, under duress. The second thing is about this business of creating fiscal space for these better policies. Now, this is very strongly tied into this strange culture of aid dependence, where these traveling blueprints of what is right and what is good, whether it's an ILO 5 R's framework about care, it's a high moral standard, or the right thing to do about parental leave, and trying to improve labor relations in ways that don't undermine the creation of value and profit. So, or free education for that matter. These are traveling blueprints of what is right, and no one can afford them. We have this constrained fiscal space, and it's a question. So what should states do? Yes, they have to avail these funds somehow. But in these embattled economies, creating this fiscal space becomes, you're between a rock and a hard place. We all feel strongly about complete and comprehensive financing of social policies. But what if there are broader issues? So let me give you an example. I think the issue of for example, parental leave and maternal leave is not just about those 4 weeks or 17 days or 10 days or so on. It's about broader labor relationships, value chains. And the traveling blueprint of aid and donors has made a technology parental leave, focus on parental leave, try to, increase those days. But it's cut out of, it eclipses the wider issue of labor relations. I think issues of also the care policies, I think most African countries that I have dealt with, either through students or through work or so on, are developing a care policy, are developing a domestic labor law. But again, it's, as Mariam quite rightly said, it's focusing on some junctures of how to do that are limiting, because the broader care economy, the labors of love, remain unrequited and unrecognized. And so from these aid models, we inherit tools that are quite blunt. So for example, in the care economy, this division of paid, unpaid, you even are lucky when you get hybrid, but the fact that care is fluid, care may be intentional and unintentional, care goes way beyond these instances of, my son going to school, does that make me no longer a carer? That the fact that that all of these are fluid flows, these are flows of care. It's not a status. And therefore that the blueprint makes it seem doable and makes it seem, as if it's a recipe or a blueprint that you have to abide by. And this leads to my third point, and I will end with it, is the grounded view of these things. I don't want to call it Africa-centric, because we also as Africans are part of so many other flows. So this centering the experience of the care and the cared for and the parent and the worker, centering that experience and trying to understand what kind of world it would build, whether local, domestic, local, national, transnational. It requires us to adopt consciously different methodologies and frames of reference. And here, for example, the third, I would have liked to see a comparison between countries in Africa that have had free basic education for years, since the 1950s and 60s, and see what happened to that. What was the context in which this free education was adopted? And why did it become depleted? And why did it become embattled? And why do we have countries in Africa that have had free education for 60 years, and the educational inequalities that are created by these publicly funded systems are bizarre, are overwhelming and bizarre? So I think that centering the experience in this way, in this moment, and recognizing the competitions around these public goods. That care is lovely, but some people, it's also exploitative. And so how do we deal with this exploitation? And therefore, my final comment is to thank the three speakers, Marian, Jacques, and Newman. I really enjoyed the papers. I think you've given us a lovely taste of what GETSPA can do and will continue to do. And I just urge you to think about your methodologies, think about your frames of comparative frames and frames of reference. Think about these, I would really call them, they're not externalities anymore, whether the aid dependence of ideas, or whether the embattled state, or whether the competitions that we have in our own societies. Thank you.
for a very thought-provoking set of remarks. We'll now open it up for a few minutes of Q&A, and I think what we'll do is take a round of questions from the room and then offer all four speakers the opportunity to respond to the questions that are either directed to them or that they're most impacted by. So I see one here, and then the two, and we'll go around, yeah.
Thanks very much to the panel. My question is for Marion. I was interested to hear about the prominence of social enterprises as a solution for childcare. And that's a pattern we're seeing all over Africa, is that the social enterprise model is being promoted. I wondered on what evidence base those kinds of models are being pushed forward. Is there an evidence base? You said that the justification is around job creation, but job creation can come through multiple models of childcare. So I just wondered what kind of evidence base and justifications were being used to underpin those claims. And then whether anyone is articulating an alternative. Because I think part of the problem in these policy spaces is that the neoliberal sort of technologies gain dominance because they're practical solutions. And we're not offering a practical solution in response. So I was wondering if anybody was offering an alternative and what that looked like in practice. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Questions. One is for Marion, very, very practical. Given the proliferation, in a good way, of work by civil society organizations on care work and social reproduction, what leads to the fact that you point out in your conclusion around the absence of policies that reflect these feminist ideals, which from my perspective are not they're not saying anything that is going to totally, break the world. You know what I'm saying? So what has happened in relation to policy influence, policy engagement, given that there's so much work that has happened, particularly since COVID-19? The second question is for Newman, and I'm going to borrow the language of labor relations. I was going to use the distance between policy and structural shifts. So you make the recommendation about hybridity, the hybridity between Mauritius and South Africa. Is it your position, based on your research, that will actually transform the structural relations in both of these countries at the intersection of gender, race, and class, which is where some of these things often sit in connection to who benefits from policies when they're put in place? Thanks.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
I want to thank the presenters and the commentator. Thank you. The first paper by Marian said that there are all this, as was just asked by the last speaker, there are all these feminist debates on care, whether in Kenya or globally and otherwise. But what we heard from you is that those are put aside so that the donor views about what kind of care policies should be implemented are the ones really taking place at the moment. I might have misunderstood, but that's what I got, that the feminist debates on care are put aside, and the type of labor relations that you mentioned and the donor influence is really what is getting attention and being implemented. So I'm not quite sure how that would sit with other African countries, which you mentioned might be influenced by this trend in a context where those particular donors, heavy funders, do not exist. They're not present everywhere, but they do have a tremendous impact on what kind of policies take place. And in terms of the parental leave and elementary education by the other two speakers. What I find sitting in that region is that it's become really a question of numbers rather than transformative social policy. How many days of maternal leave are there? How many days parental leaves exist in X country, rather than looking into really granular kind of research to show how those policies have actually impacted the reality of care in those places where it's being implemented. For example, the issue of free elementary education in the DRC. We're told that it has increased, but girls are still dropping out. There is unequal relationship, gender relationships, regardless of this policy that favors girls' education and boys and girls being enrolled in school free of charge. In other words, even when the resources might be available, as limited as they are, they do not question the pre-existing social relationships. We just add numbers of girls in school, they are enrolled, which can be seen from a historical point of view a positive thing. But if the school system is not also transformed in terms of dealing with the patriarchal issues that surround schooling, of course, girls will continue to drop out, and especially in high schools. But even in what was said is that even in elementary schools, they are being disadvantaged. Now, what I would have liked to hear, and I'm being idealistic, is a link between the keynote speaker and your own presentations. She was talking about how there is a need that the policies should not be just left to the state, but that those other social actors should be involved in policy formulations and policy implementation, policy advocacy. I don't know, in my part of the world, the width is completely absent at the moment. It's the state actors together with donors who formulate policies and implement them, no matter how ridiculously limited that might be. So perhaps you might want to link those two things and tell us more about it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Alors, je vais commencer d'abord par remercier les panélistes pour la richesse de leur présentation et les résultats qui sont présentés. Moi, j'ai une petite remarque, remarque, commentaire, c'est comme vous voulez, par rapport à l'aspect éducation de M. Chiboisbois. Alors, je vais commencer par une simple chose. Pour moi, quand on parle de la gratuité de l'enseignement, la première question qui me vient à l'esprit, c'est quelle est la corrélation, quel est le lien direct entre la gratuité de l'enseignement et l'effet transformateur de la politique sociale qui va en découler. C'est-à-dire que quand on parle de la gratuité de l'enseignement, c'est tout un système derrière d'enseignement, d'éducation publique. C'est également une mobilisation d'un ensemble de parties prenantes qui sont directement pour la troisième fois impliquées dans la conception des programmes d'éducation publique. Alors, je vais donner juste rapidement l'exemple du Maroc. Au Maroc, nous avons la gratuité de l'enseignement depuis des années. C'est-à-dire que depuis le primaire jusqu'à l'université, on ne paie rien. C'est 0 dirham. Cela dit, à côté de ce système de gratuité, parallèlement, il y a un autre système qui s'est très très bien développé, c'est le privé. C'est un système qui marche beaucoup, qui est très porteur, et cette dualité dans l'enseignement a fait que les politiques publiques au Maroc s'adaptent. Mais lorsqu'on fait un focus sur la gratuité, on ne voit pas clairement l'impact de cette gratuité sur, vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, la gratuité, la violence scolaire, etc. C'est-à-dire que la parité, c'est important de l'avoir. Et ce n'est pas la gratuité de l'enseignement de pouvoir être le phare pour pouvoir trouver des solutions en termes de politique transformatrice. L'idée, c'est quoi? À partir de l'exemple que je viens de donner, c'est que c'est vrai que dans quelques contextes africains, je ne généralise pas parce que c'est totalement différent, chaque contexte est particulier, quand on veut construire une politique sociale transformatrice, il faudra s'adapter avec le contexte. Et ce sont là des impacts structurels dont je parle. La violence, elle fait partie du milieu, du contexte, c'est des normes sociales, c'est des stéréotypes, etc. Mais je pense que c'est en fonction du cadre dans lequel on est que l'on peut avoir cet effet corrélateur. On ne peut pas généraliser ce fait et ce constat. Par ailleurs, l'exemple que je viens de donner du Maroc engendre également d'autres problématiques de base qui sont relativement et directement reliées. Vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, au supérieur, on trouve de moins en moins de filles. Eh bien, chez nous, on trouve de plus en plus de filles. Assez bizarrement soit-il, mais le contexte, il y a derrière d'autres normes sociales et culturelles qui interviennent en jeu. Et puis, j'aimerais juste, si vous le permettez, je l'ai noté, vous avez parlé à la fin, d'ailleurs les trois présentations ont évoqué la question de financement. Moi, je pense qu'il y a une sorte d'orthodoxie financière, c'est-à-dire que c'est une orthodoxie qui est promue par les institutions internationales dans l'objectif d'apporter une aide aux pays en développement. Je l'admets, c'est une très bonne chose, mais il faut trouver autre chose parce que quand on reste bloqué dans cet aspect financement, c'est une question épineuse, on le sait. Sans financement, on ne peut pas parler de politique sociale transformatrice. Mais tout à l'heure, la présentation sur la transnationalité exige à ce qu'il y ait d'autres solutions parallèles et je sais que ça existe. Voilà, merci.
Do we have, I think, yeah. No more, okay. Great. So, some very provocative questions and useful suggestions. I'd like to ask each one of the speakers to just briefly address them in a minute or so for each. Yeah, please, Jacques, if you want to go first.
Madame la Présidente, merci à toutes celles qui ont posé, ce qu'il n'y a pas eu d'hommes, toutes celles qui ont posé des questions très pertinentes. Je commencerai par votre intervention, Madame. Ça, c'est très important. Vous avez tout à fait raison. Ce n'est pas la gratuité qui va résoudre tous les problèmes qu'on trouve dans les milieux scolaires, comme de violence, etc. Peut-être la gratuité, c'est juste un pas vers cette dynamique-là, mais il y a d'autres éléments qui interviennent, n'est-ce pas, et qui peuvent nous permettre de résoudre ce problème. Je n'en ai pas parlé. La question des violences basées sur le genre, on ne peut pas la résoudre avec la gratuité, mais la RDC dispose d'un arsenal, normatif très important. Nous avons une politique nationale de genre, nous avons une politique contre les violences sexuelles, nous avons toute une série de politiques. Nous sommes, l'article 14 de la Constitution promeut la parité chez nous. Nous sommes parmi les pays aujourd'hui, n'est-ce pas, qui disposent d'un arsenal très développé dans ce domaine-là. Mais malheureusement, on ne voit pas la contribution de cet arsenal juridique, n'est-ce pas, en matière de genre, au service de la politique de gratuité. Vous voyez? Et ça, c'est important. Donc, on met en œuvre une politique de gratuité, mais en même temps, on ne passe pas dans des écoles pour éduquer les élèves, n'est-ce pas, sur l'importance qu'il y a à ne pas commettre des violences basées sur le genre. Ce n'est pas la gratuité qui dira aux élèves ne commettez pas ceci, mais c'est plutôt d'autres politiques, n'est-ce pas, qui peuvent accompagner cette politique de gratuité, qui peuvent nous aider à résoudre ce problème. Vous avez raison. Le contexte, oui. Il y a une question que Madame la discutante, Madame Magna, alors elle fait écho à celle que vous avez posée tout à l'heure. Il existe des pays comme le Maroc où cette politique a été mise en place il y a très longtemps et où ça marche. Mais en RDC, ça ne marche pas. Pourquoi? Et ça, c'est important. J'ai aussi pensé je me suis dit qu'il était important de mener une étude comparative pour essayer de voir, n'est-ce pas, ce qui ne marche pas. Mais j'ai une petite idée. En RDC, la politique de gratuité a été mise en place de manière précipitée. C'était une politique, en fait, le chef de l'État, c'était une promesse électorale du chef de l'État. Et il a été élu sur cette promesse. Et quand il arrive, il accède aux fonctions gouvernementales, au lieu de faire des études de faisabilité qui auraient pu prendre 3-4 ans avant de la mettre en place, lui dit carrément non, on passe directement à la gratuité. Et ça crée ce que ça crée aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on a une gratuité avec les conséquences que vous soulevez tout à l'heure, une gratuité qui n'est pas accompagnée par d'autres politiques. Et à la longue, ça va poser certainement des problèmes très sérieux. D'autant plus qu'il va se poser ce problème des financements que vous évoquez, qui est un problème très, très important. Donc, vous avez tout à fait raison. La question de Zen aussi, elle est très, très importante. La question sur le caractère patriarcal de l'école. Le patriarcat, vous connaissez au Destri, on en parle, on revient toujours. C'est une question d'une importance capitale. Tant qu'on n'aura pas supprimé ces idées patriarcales qui meublent nos écoles, qui meublent nos familles, qui meublent nos États, eh ben, il sera difficile. Donc, c'est-à-dire qu'il faudra, même si on met en place une politique de gratuité, tant que les idées patriarcales, tant que cette domination, n'est-ce pas, de la classe d'hommes, comme on le dit, sur la classe de femmes, va exister avec toutes les conséquences que cela entraîne, eh ben, il sera difficile d'avoir une gratuité au contour genré acceptable comme nous le souhaitons aujourd'hui. Donc, d'accord avec vous, la gratuité ne résout pas tout. Encore faut-il qu'il y ait d'autres dynamiques qui l'accompagnent. Des dynamiques de financement, des dynamiques concernant ce qu'on appelle la socialisation, n'est-ce pas, des élèves en milieu scolaire. Toutes ces choses-là doivent être accompagner cette politique pour qu'elle produise des résultats escomptés. Bon, je crois que je peux m'arrêter un peu là-bas pour permettre à mes amis de réagir.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't know who wants to... Marion, you had quite a few questions. Over to you. Right?
So, I mean, yes, but I'll be brief with the answers because I don't know some of the answers. I don't know the answers. But I think, promises of yes, there is an evidence base when we talk about social enterprise. I think a lot of research, quite a bit of research has been done, mostly by APHRC, looking at childcare and social enterprises like Kidogo, Mamapreneurs, and so on. And the way the idea is linked to women economic empowerment, which is also, another discussion that's going on in the country, how social enterprises and women economic empowerment and care then are tied together as a solution, But I think most of them for instance, Kidogo, if I was just to use an example of Kidogo, which has become very prominent, is that it's a model that's heavily funded by donors, and as a startup has raised money, a lot of it. And the model cannot be scaled up, as is, the model cannot be scaled up by government or anybody else unless you raise that amount of money. And so it's not something that it's showing what is possible in terms of thinking around solutions for care, but then it's a model that no government can scale up because you have millions of dollars coming into the program, you have trained staff, you have the ideal situation of what maybe a childcare place is supposed to look like, but it cannot be scaled up even for Nairobi, for instance, for a capital city like Nairobi, leave alone the whole country. Government cannot take on that. Maybe they can learn a few things out of it, but cannot scale up. So it's unsustainable, especially when you're thinking about in this area of donor funding. It will not happen. But then I think the solution lies in opening up the policy space and the policy network space in terms of ideas, because right now it remains quite closed, quite closed with the usual names. Some of the usual names are usually in policy processes, and it doesn't allow for instance, small organizations like the Dobi Association, which are women who wash clothes in Kenya, the Dobi Association, and so on. And I think bringing in more actors into the policy space then can open up debates that are wider than just
to more solutions. I don't know what some of the solutions are, but I think a lot of it lies in government putting in place structures and budgets for care. And I think the county governments are starting to think about this, and at county level, at county level and sub-county level, they're trying to think about this, putting budgets on care, especially child care. And that's why I say I don't know the solution, but I think a lot of it has to come from opening up the policy space and opening to new ideas. The challenges see, or I won't call it a fear, but I think what is likely to happen, and I think what's likely to happen is, we know these are traveling ideas, we know policy diffusion, and especially when you have, and I think we saw this from social protection on the continent, how it went, that we had basically the same actors going from country or in country, influencing the drafting of social policy. And the policy as social protection looked the same in almost all our countries. It even has almost the same name, HSNP in Kenya, PSNP in, so it even has almost the same name. And policy diffusion is very real. And that's why I say, as I concluded, that in countries, they say that Kenya is the first one of the first countries that's developing the national policy. In other countries where the process is starting or the process is ongoing, then we need to be part of those discussions, yeah? Because policy diffusion, and maybe Kenya now, other policies will take shape in the way Kenya has done its policy, and will have the same outcome across the continent. So there is space to disrupt and to get into those spaces right now where policy is being developed. I think some of the questions I do not know how to answer them. Thanks. Newman, do you have anything to say?
Thank you very much for the questions. I'll try to combine them. On the hybrid model, I think what we're referring to is about the advocacy approaches. West Africa, we see more constitutional modes of advocacy and changing the laws, but it maybe has to go beyond the laws and maybe move on beyond that. Then of course, the granular, of course, and also the gender, race and class intersections you mentioned, maybe I'll combine with Prof's question. Yes, there are issues. I think if you do get access to the report, I think we discussed quite a number there. Firstly, to do with but this more formal employment based. Yet we know most of our countries are informal. So it means it's like in the South African case, it excludes the number of those who are not in the formal economy or who are not contributing to the unemployment insurance. So it means if you are not formally employed and not contributing to the unemployment insurance, then it means even if the provision is there, you don't benefit. Then also the context becomes very important as well, because like in South Africa, when that they are talking about shared parental model, but you find that if you look at closely, you find that 68% of the children live without their fathers. The father is not in the household. So you see, even if you talk of shared parental, the father is not there. So those are some of the contextual issues which will now come up. But what we can draw for as we go forward with GETSPA dissemination and advocacy are the strategies in which change can be brought. What we can learn from South Africa, how change can be brought. What we can learn from Mauritius, how we can bring about change. And maybe after the change, then we see how to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
I'd just like to thank Ruth for chairing the panel. I just have very briefly two things to say. One, as Hind said about free education, we need to look at what the education content is. And all of the pathologies that she mentioned that's happening in Morocco and happening in most countries where they've had free education of the tutoring system and the payment and so on. So it's a plea for researchers to widen the scope. You know, just we're looking at free education, we need to look at the content of education. We're looking at parental leave, we need to look at other aspects of labor relations. We're looking at care policies, but we have to look at public services at the same time. And so to complete that picture, so that we're not negative. I'm not against the moral world of donors. I mean, if they're saying good things, fine. But it's just to say maybe it's necessary, but it's not sufficient. It's not enough to just diffuse these policies or make them happily travel. And it's also not acceptable to give contradicting policy advice and stress. So to, demand, for example, in terms of fiscal issues, a debt swap. But then when you do the debt swap, it's very, it's to promote private enterprise and not be invested in public services. So, or free education, to tell one country to introduce free education and the other neighboring countries to cost share and fee-based public services. So I think it's interesting to widen the scope methodologically to accept the good in these things, but also to ground the research to show contradictions, if any. Thank you.
Thoughts. So we are now at the end. A round of applause for our speakers. We started 30 minutes late. We're now 35 minutes behind. So many apologies to the second session. I think we're going to turn it over to Ida Haswan. Who's the chair of the next?
Tetra? No. You're
okay. But as the new panelists come up, maybe all of us can get up and do a little bit of a stretch so we can give them our best energy. Just move around a little bit. Pardon? For what? Yeah. No, we were good. You're good. All right.
Hello, good afternoon. Can I invite Bekanti Michelle Bohusu to join us up here? Then we have Kwejo Poku. Can I ask him to join us? And then can I ask Njoki Joseph Gislin to join us as well? You Bekanti?
Yes.
Okay. So we are still waiting for Njoki Joseph. Okay? Well, if he isn't here, at least we've got our first two presenters. Okay. So my name is Abna Udro, and I'm going to be chairing this session. Okay, thank you. So our first presentation is by Bekanti Michelle Bohusu. And it is, the title of her paper is Towards a Transformative Social Policy for People Living in Precarious Housing in Africa, Inclusion, Social Justice, and Co-Construction. So you've got 15 minutes.
Okay.
Whichever is good for you. If you want to sit here, if you want to go over there, that's fine. Which would you prefer? Okay, good. All right, so your 15 minutes starts now.
Ok, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis heureuse de participer à la conférence du GETSPA et je remercie aussi les organisateurs pour tous les efforts mobilisés pour que la langue ne soit pas une barrière. Désolé. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis heureuse de participer à la conférence du GETSPA et je remercie les organisateurs pour tous les efforts mobilisés pour que la langue ne soit pas une barrière. Alors, je suis Bekanti Michelle Bohusu. Je suis actuellement doctorante en études urbaines à l'Université du Québec à Montréal. Et puis ma communication s'intitule « Habiter la ville en Afrique, politique sociale transformatrice pour l'inclusion des personnes vivant dans l'habitat précaire en Côte d'Ivoire à Abidjan ». Alors, à travers cette présentation, je cherche à montrer comment les modes d'habiter dans les quartiers précaires peuvent inspirer une refonte des politiques sociales du logement, dans une perspective d'inclusion urbaine et de justice sociale. Second slide. Alors, dans mes propos préliminaires, je veux montrer en fait que les villes africaines connaissent aujourd'hui une urbanisation rapide qui s'accompagne d'une exclusion socio-spatiale accrue. En Côte d'Ivoire, cette urbanisation s'est traduite par la multiplication de quartiers précaires à Abidjan, qui sont perçus à la fois comme des espaces de marginalisation et pour d'autres auteurs comme des espaces de résilience. Les politiques sociales du logement sont souvent inadaptées parce qu'elles reposent sur des modèles hérités ou importés, déconnectés de nos réalités locales. Pourtant, ces espaces précaires sont aussi porteuses de dynamiques sociales fortes comme l'entraide, l'autoconstruction, l'organisation communautaire et l'innovation quotidienne. Je m'intéresse au mode d'habiter, c'est-à-dire à la manière dont les habitants vivent, s'installent et s'investissent dans leurs espaces. Ce qu'on entend ici par mode d'habiter, c'est la triangulation de 4 échelles, à savoir la demeure, le travail, la circulation et le vivre ensemble. Il est important de souligner que ce concept est celui de Nicole Mathieu, et puis il renferme en fait plusieurs échelles Ainsi, nous pourrions aussi rechercher d'autres informations qui pourraient se révéler selon le lieu d'étude. Mais dans le cadre de nos travaux de terrain, ça nous a permis en fait de retenir 3 échelles. Donc, c'est-à-dire le demeureux. Nous avons ensuite fusionné travail et circuleux parce que les personnes qui vivent dans les habitats précaires, en général, ils travaillent à côté de où ils vivent à côté de où ils travaillent pour en fait diminuer en fait le transport et puis régler les problèmes de mobilité. Comme nous savons qu'Abidjan est une ville très dense et puis où il y a beaucoup de problèmes de mobilité, ce qui pourrait entraîner des coûts supplémentaires en fait. Et puis la dernière échelle, c'était le vivre ensemble. Mon objectif était de comprendre en fait comment ces modes d'habiter peuvent inspirer les politiques sociales transformatrices plus sensibles à la diversité des pratiques urbaines et aux besoins des populations les plus vulnérables. Alors, donc le contexte et puis les enjeux. L'habitat précaire est aujourd'hui une réalité structurante des villes africaines. À Abidjan, plus d'1 million d'habitants vivent dans plus de 130 quartiers précaires. Ce sont les données du ministère de la Construction et de l'Urbanisation de 2019. Et puis ces espaces en fait traduisent une certaine pression foncière à cause de la croissance démographique et des limites des politiques publiques en matière à répondre à la demande de logement, surtout social. Donc derrière la fragilité apparente de ces quartiers se cachent en fait des formes d'organisation sociale et puis des modes d'habiter qui sont innovants. Ce contexte nous invite à changer en fait notre regard et puis à ne plus voir en fait ces espaces comme des anomalies, mais comme des territoires de production urbaine qui participent à la fabrication de la ville. La carte de Riccardo Pravetoni que je montre ici illustre cette tension. La carte montre en fait le taux de bidonvillisation en fait en Afrique. Et puis vous verrez à Abidjan par exemple que près de la moitié en fait du pays est structuré en fait par cette bidonvillisation. Alors, donc je vais vous parler en fait brièvement des politiques de l'habitat, mais je vais le mettre sur 2 périodes. Il y a eu la période post-indépendance, c'est-à-dire juste après les indépendances, entre 1960 et 1980. Après les indépendances, en fait, l'État ivoirien s'était engagé en fait dans une politique ambitieuse de construction de logements, et puis des logements sociaux en particulier. Ainsi, ils ont créé en fait des sociétés publiques comme la CETU, la SICOGI, la SOGEFIA, pour ceux qui connaissent Abidjan, pour pouvoir produire en fait des logements sociaux pour accompagner la croissance démographique d'Abidjan. Cette politique en fait s'inscrivait dans une vision de modernisation urbaine, mais dans les faits, elle a plus profité en fait aux classes sociales et aux fonctionnaires. Les populations les plus pauvres étaient restées en marge, leurs besoins n'étaient pas pris en compte. Parallèlement, la politique urbaine dominante cherchait plus à éradiquer en fait les quartiers précaires au nom d'une politique hygiéniste, au nom de la politique de l'ordre, de l'esthétique et tout ça. C'était plus ça, ou bien aussi du profit économique en vendant en fait ces espaces-là aux plus offrants. Alors, donc cela entraînait en fait des destructions, des déguerpissements et puis des démolitions, souvent sans relogement, bon, pour la plupart du temps. Et puis cela entraînait en fait des migrations internes dans la ville, mais les zones en fait se reformaient chaque fois autour, souvent des quartiers centraux ou bien bourgeois, puisque c'est là-bas qu'en fait il y a beaucoup de travail pour ces personnes qui vivent en fait dans ces quartiers précaires. Et puis cela a contribué en fait à renforcer un cycle de la précarité autour de la ville d'Abidjan, parce que quand on détruit, ça se reconstruisait. Alors, donc à partir sur ma deuxième diapositive, je vais vous parler maintenant de la deuxième phase, c'est-à-dire des politiques de l'habitat de 1980 à aujourd'hui. Et puis je vais partir d'abord par le rappel des années 1980 où il y a eu la crise économique qui ont marqué aussi un tournant avec l'adoption des programmes d'ajustement structurel. Donc l'État a dû se désengager progressivement du secteur du logement. Même s'ils ne voulaient pas, mais ils n'avaient pas le choix parce que l'économie ne suivait plus. Donc cette libéralisation a favorisé en fait l'émergence de d'autres acteurs privés, notamment les acteurs du profit. Mais ceux-ci, c'était plus pour pouvoir faire du profit que du social. Donc dans les faits, l'offre du logement social s'est effondrée et puis tandis que l'habitat informel aussi a explosé puisque la démographie s'est accrue du fait qu'il y a eu des crises, il y a eu la crise, la rébellion déjà qui avait divisé le pays, donc il y a une migration interne. Ensuite, il y a eu la crise post-électorale. En fait, ça, ces facteurs en fait, ont contribué à densifier en fait, plus le sud du pays. Donc ça fait qu'il y a eu beaucoup plus de personnes qui vivent à Abidjan. Donc du coup, l'habitat informel est devenu très grandissant. Donc après la crise post-électorale, c'est-à-dire vers 2011-2012, il y a une certaine reprise. Et puis dans le plan national de développement, il y a eu un programme présidentiel de logements sociaux et économiques qui devait être mis en place, qui avait pour objectif en fait de créer 150 000 logements par an. Et puis ce programme en fait reposait sur une approche de partenariat public-privé un peu inspiré du MES, le Marketing Enable Strategy, qui vise à stimuler la croissance et à soutenir les ménages modestes. Mais en pratique, en fait, dans les faits, moins de 10% de ces logements prévus ont été construits. Et puis les coûts aussi ont, on va dire, quadruplé. Et puis ça rendait en fait l'accès inabordable en fait pour non seulement la majorité, et puis ça excluait carrément en fait les plus vulnérables ou bien les personnes qui vivent de l'économie informelle pour la plupart du temps. Donc il y a eu des travaux qui ont été menés dans ce sens-là, notamment avec un professeur, un de mes professeurs de l'université de Boaké, en fait, qui travaille en fait sur le logement social. Et puis ils ont montré, c'est eux qui ont montré qu'en fait les politiques sociales là n'avaient pas réussi, avaient échoué. Et puis parce que l'État ne s'impliquait pas assez, il ne régulait pas ce secteur-là. Et puis en même temps, il y a eu du clientélisme dans l'octroi des marchés. De gré à gré, en fait, ils ont donné ça à des personnes et puis ces personnes devaient leur retourner des ristournes. Donc ça fait que les politiques sociales du logement n'ont pas pu servir en fait aux bénéficiaires. Donc en résumé, en fait, malgré l'ambition, ça reproduit en fait les mêmes schémas que après la période coloniale. Et puis les politiques de logement social n'ont pas réussi à profiter aux principaux bénéficiaires. Et puis l'échec des politiques sociales en matière de logement est devenu aussi un facteur de densification des zones d'habitat qui continuent d'être démolies. La densification de ces lieux, en fait de ces lieux et l'échec des politiques de logement social à résoudre le problème et les dégraissements continus montrent en fait l'urgence d'adopter des politiques sociales transformatrices globalement et spécifiquement en matière de logement. Ma recherche s'inscrit en fait dans une approche qualitative et inductive menée dans 2 quartiers précaires de la ville d'Abidjan, où j'ai combiné en fait des entretiens semi-dirigés avec les habitants et puis des observations de terrain. Et puis j'ai aussi fait une analyse thématique à partir d'une triangulation documentaire sur les politiques sociales. Le cadre théorique que j'ai mobilisé, c'était les travaux de Lefebvre qui montraient que l'habitat aussi est un produit social et politique. Et puis ceux de Simone qui montrent que les habitants sont aussi une infrastructure qui souligne en fait l'importance de leur rôle qu'ils jouent en fait dans la survie de ces espaces urbains. Et puis aussi la théorie de l'intersectionnalité afin de pouvoir identifier et puis croiser les inégalités dans ces zones d'habitat précaires en matière de politique sociale. Cette approche m'a permis en fait d'analyser les modes d'habiter comme des piliers stratégiques et de résilience pour faire face aux exclusions structurelles, révélant comment les habitants participent eux aussi, eux-mêmes, à la fabrique de la ville et s'insèrent malgré les multiples barrières. Un peu comme notre oratrice de ce matin nous expliquait, où les habitants aussi doivent jouer un rôle en fait en matière de politique. Là. Ici, ça montre que malgré qu'il y a des barrières, il y a des stratégies que les populations utilisent qui pourraient en fait être examinées pour pouvoir modéliser en fait des politiques beaucoup plus réelles en fait qui pourraient répondre à leurs besoins. Alors, les principaux résultats, c'est que les résultats ont montré que les habitants développent des formes de résilience, comme je le disais tantôt, comme l'autoconstruction, la solidarité communautaire, l'innovation sociale, à travers la gestion partagée des services, notamment en eau et puis en électricité. Et puis ces initiatives aussi traduisent en fait une implication sociale des populations souvent négligées par des politiques publiques qui ne prennent pas en compte, qui ne les invitent pas à la table de discussion. Ensuite, les habitants participent activement à la production urbaine, même en dehors du cadre légal. Cependant, on observe aussi une double marginalisation, c'est-à-dire notamment celle des enfants et puis des femmes en fait en matière de logement social. Quand on a vu les critères pour bénéficier en fait de ces habitats. Enfin, la recherche a aussi révélé que les modes d'habiter peuvent constituer une ressource pour la transformation sociale s'ils sont reconnus et peu intégrés dans les politiques de logement. Sur la base de ces constats, je propose quelques pistes de réflexion pour une inclusion urbaine équitable qui mobiliserait une multidisciplinarité, notamment en matière d'inclusion foncière, c'est-à-dire sécuriser progressivement les droits d'occupation pour stabiliser les ménages, le logement social inclusif, concevoir des programmes qui tiennent compte des modes d'habiter existants plutôt que d'imposer des modèles uniformes, la participation communautaire, associer des habitants à toutes les étapes de la conception et puis de la gestion afin de renforcer la durabilité et puis l'appropriation des projets. Donc, c'est-à-dire créer des cadres multi-acteurs où il y aura même le constructeur et puis l'État et tout ça pour pouvoir réfléchir en fait ce type de logement. Il y a l'approche aussi intersectionnelle qui, par exemple, pour la ville de Montréal, ils utilisent un outil comme l'ADS qui est un outil d'analyse différenciée selon le sexe et puis la diversité. Il y a plusieurs critères pour voir en fait, pour réduire en fait les zones d'exclusion en fait d'un projet. Ensuite, on pourrait mobiliser aussi la transparence et puis la gouvernance partagée par rapport à clarifier le rôle de chaque acteur, l'État, la collectivité, le secteur privé, la société civile et puis les habitants aussi dans une logique de responsabilité collective. Ces points pourraient former en fait un socle pour repenser une politique sociale transformatrice fondée sur la reconnaissance de ces modes d'habiter, la co-construction multi-acteurs et la justice sociale. En conclusion, l'étude montre que les politiques de logement en Côte d'Ivoire doivent évoluer vers plus de transparence, d'inclusion et de justice sociale. Les habitants des quartiers précaires ne sont pas seulement de simples bénéficiaires, mais aussi des acteurs de la ville, vu qu'ils apportent aussi à l'économie et puis en même temps à la construction de la ville. Ils sont aussi porteurs d'initiatives et de solutions. Il faudrait pour nous désormais reconnaître en fait leur façon d'habiter dans cette ville-là comme une richesse urbaine et les intégrer en fait à la mobilisation ou bien quel mot je peux utiliser, à la modélisation en fait, des politiques publiques en matière de logement. Et pour nous, ce changement de regard permettra de concevoir un logement social plus adapté à nos réalités africaines, fondé sur l'équité, la durabilité et la participation. Voici ce qui conclut ma présentation. J'espère que cette réflexion contribuera à nourrir le dialogue sur l'inclusion urbaine et la transformation sociale des politiques du logement en Afrique. Je vous remercie sincèrement pour votre attention et je reste ouverte à vos questions et commentaires. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We're going to our next presentation, which is by Kwejopoku, and it's on old age poverty, welfare, and fiscal impacts of social pension in Ghana. So Kwejo, you've got 15 minutes.
Allô, bonjour à tous. Ok. Une fois de plus, bonjour. Donc, le travail que je vais vous présenter, c'est
Our online, so we're going to have our online presentation.
Allô, vous m'entendez?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. So we have Njoki Joseph Gislin making his presentation. Thank you.
Ok, d'accord. Ok. S'il vous plaît, vous pouvez faire projeter la présentation. La présentation n'est pas projetée, s'il vous plaît. Allô? Ah, d'accord.
He wants his presentation to be put up. Can you begin without your presentation and then we put it up as you go along?
D'accord, je vais commencer. Alors, lorsque nous parlons des enfants en situation de rue dans le contexte camerounais, vous pouvez aller à la deuxième diapo directement. Alors, c'est un phénomène qui va être vraiment grandissant dans notre contexte, mais qui semble être minimisé. Car lorsqu'on observe les chiffres, ça nous montre que le phénomène est vraiment un très grande ampleur. Donc, notamment, je vais vous présenter quelques chiffres. Bon, déjà, concernant l'UNICEF en 2020, qui nous dit que nous avons environ 12 000 enfants dans la rue, seulement dans les villes de Douala et Yaoundé. Et parmi cette population, bien parmi ces 12 000-là, 70% sont sans éducation formelle. Et 85% vivent dans la précarité. 40% sont victimes de violences physiques ou verbales. Alors, plusieurs facteurs peuvent expliquer ce phénomène-là, notamment la pauvreté, la destruction des liens familiales, l'urbanisme déséquilibré et le manque de politique sociale. Alors, il en résulte que ces enfants sont généralement marginalisés. Ils sont chez des délinquants ou des échecs sociaux. Et aussi, ces enfants-là sont rarement considérés comme des sujets de droit ou des acteurs du développement. Alors, ce que nous observons, c'est que les politiques sociales actuelles sont dominées par des logiques d'assistanat. Donc, ce qui fait qu'on ne reconnaît pas vraiment leur potentiel. Donc, c'est de cet ensemble-là, de ces différents constats, que l'étude part du postulat selon lequel l'éducation transformatrice, lorsqu'elle valorise les savoirs informels et s'ancre dans la participation, peut constituer un levier d'empowerment et d'inclusion sociale. Alors ici, la question centrale ici est donc celle de savoir comment transformer ces enfants d'un problème social en acteurs du développement humain. Ok, diapo. Alors dans la suite, nous avons identifié trois profils d'enfants qui généralement, dans la pratique, ne sont pas pris en compte, c'est-à-dire la distinction n'est pas faite, ce qui fait que les différentes réponses qui sont généralement données vont dans un seul sens. Nous avons les enfants de la rue, c'est-à-dire ceux-là qui ont rompu tout lien familial et ont élevé domicile dans la rue. Nous avons les enfants dans la rue, c'est ceux-là qui maintiennent un contact familial et puis ils se retrouvent parfois dans la rue pour des raisons économiques ou de survie. Et nous avons des enfants en situation de rue, c'est ceux-là qui alternent entre domicile familial et l'errance. Le but, justement, c'est de pouvoir montrer que nous avons trois catégories, bien trois profils, dont les réponses qui devront être données doivent vraiment être différenciées et adaptées. Ok, diapo. Alors ici, nous parlons aussi des racines structurelles de l'exclusion. Alors, plus haut, nous avons parlé d'un certain nombre de facteurs qui pouvaient expliquer ce phénomène d'enfants dans les rues. Donc ici, nous insistons notamment sur 4 facteurs, puisque c'est autour de ces facteurs-là que tourne l'étude. Nous avons en premier la pauvreté multidimensionnelle. Donc ici, elle n'est pas seulement monétaire, puisqu'elle est également observée en termes de limites des services de base. On observe également l'exclusion éducative et même une vulnérabilité sanitaire. La fragilise dans les structures familiales. Nous avons également une deuxième position, l'urbanisme désordonné. Alors, ce que nous observons dans notre contexte ici est ce que nous appelons une forme de la fabrique urbaine, par exemple. Donc, c'est-à-dire que nous pouvons observer des bâtiments qui sont dans la construction. Nous observons également il y a des voitures. Et puis ces enfants-là peuvent donc, dans ces différentes rues que je... Alors, cela fait donc que ça... Donc, en troisième, nous avons les conflits au Cameroun, notamment dans la zone anglophone, aussi au niveau du Nord Cameroun aussi. Nous observons un déplacement massif qui se dirige vers autres métropoles, notamment certaines séquences. Généralement, ce qu'on observe, c'est que les emplois sont sans ressources, ils n'ont aucun soutien familial. Donc, ce qui fait qu'ils se retrouvent dans... Et le dernier point qui porte sur la politique adaptée, nous faisons une lecture critique des politiques sociales qui sont déjà très bien. Mais là, nous constatons que ces politiques sont beaucoup plus orientées en termes de protection ou en termes d'assistance. Ce qui fait que ça ne permet pas réellement de réduire le phénomène de manière durable. Ok, nous passons au suivant. Donc, ici, nous avons identifié 3 paradigmes que nous pouvons dépasser, mais que nous continuons à observer justement dans les politiques actuelles. Nous avons le paradigme pathologique. Donc ici, l'enfant est vu sous l'angle d'un déficit ou bien en termes de comportement. Donc, être, par exemple, de vue affectif. Ce que nous constatons aussi, c'est que individualise, elle est individualisante, ce qui fait qu'elle néglige l'aspect structurel et politique du phénomène. Nous avons le deuxième paradigme qui est le paradigme criminologique. Alors ici, ce paradigme, généralement, puisque les enfants sont qualifiés de délinquants, alors ils sont trouvés dans le justice en termes de réponse qui criminalise justement et la politique. Et nous avons également le dernier paradigme ici qui est le paradigme victimologique. Alors ici, oui, on reconnaît que l'enfant est victime de violence, d'exclusion, mais cependant, il reste enfermé dans une posture passive. Et également, ce paradigme-là nie donc l'agentivité des enfants, ce qui les réduit à de simples bénéficiaires d'aide humanitaire. Alors, ce que nous disons en termes de conclusion sur cette partie-là, c'est que les 3 paradigmes convergent vers une même erreur, c'est-à-dire qu'ils considèrent les enfants en situation de rue comme des objets d'intervention plutôt que comme des sujets de droit et de porteurs de droits, porteurs de potentialité. Alors, nous partons à la diapo suivante. Alors, pour remédier un peu à cette situation par rapport à la limite que nous avons mentionnée plus haut, donc nous avons donc ici identifié un certain nombre d'approches dans un cadre théorique que nous qualifions de transformateur. Alors, notamment, nous avons la pédagogie de Freire en 1970. Alors, lui, ici, il considère que l'éducation est une éducation et non d'adaptation. C'est-à-dire, ici, on doit prendre en considération les potentialités ou bien les compétences qu'on peut développer. Et sur cette base-là, donc, essayer de accompagner. Dans l'approche écologique, ici, nous considérons que nous sommes dans un ensemble de systèmes et qu'il faudrait qu'il y ait une forme de coordination entre ces différents systèmes-là. Ça peut être le système famille, école, communauté et institution. Donc, une certaine coordination entre ces différents niveaux des systèmes. Et nous avons également l'approche par les capacités ici. Alors ici, cette approche-là met beaucoup plus l'accent sur des compétences informelles. C'est-à-dire que les enfants qui sont dans la rue, ils ont pu s'adapter, ils ont pu développer un certain nombre de compétences en termes de suivi. Alors, si nous prenons en compte ces différentes compétences-là et essayer d'élaborer un certain nombre de stratégies pour pouvoir mieux les accompagner, cela pourrait donc devenir ou bien se convertir en de véritables capacités qui pourront donc leur permettre de s'auto-gérer. Et enfin, nous avons l'anthropologie du care. L'anthropologie du care, ça veut tout simplement dire aussi que l'accompagnement social ici gagnerait à intégrer la dimension humaine et éthique dans la relation. C'est-à-dire impliquer l'autre dans le processus, essayer de savoir quelles pourraient être ses forces, ses faiblesses, afin de pouvoir donc mieux l'accompagner. Alors, ce que nous disons ici, c'est que ces différentes approches, ces quatre approches-là, elles peuvent faire une vision transformatrice, mais très souvent peu articulée entre elles et également aussi faiblement contextualisée dans les réalités africaines. Donc ici, l'étude vise donc à combler ce déficit d'intégration théorique. Alors maintenant, nous allons passer à l'aspect méthodologique. Alors aussi, nous avons adopté recherche, action, participation. En termes de population, 150 participants. Alors là, nous devons avoir deux niveaux de changement. C'est-à-dire que nous avons un premier niveau qui comprend, c'est-à-dire 130 enfants de 10 à 18. Le second niveau d'échantillonnage, à raison de 7%, et également, un instant, aussi les représentants de certaines institutions et des décideurs. Alors, ces deux niveaux d'échantillonnage nous permettent d'un côté d'avoir un certain nombre d'informations qui concernent les structures ou bien les décideurs. Alors, de l'autre côté, nous avons opté pour une approche mixte qui est séquentielle. Alors, nous avons l'aspect qualitatif. Ici, l'aspect qualitatif, comment est-ce que ça sera structuré? Donc là, nous aurons des entretiens biographiques. Donc, l'objectif ici est de reconstruire les trajectoires de vie et de comprendre les processus de construction identitaire. À côté, nous aurons également des focus groupes. Là, nous avons organisé en 8 groupes. Nous aurons donc d'un côté des garçons et des filles, 4 groupes de garçons, de l'autre côté 4 groupes de filles. Mais ces 4 groupes-là seront en fonction des niveaux d'âge. Nous aurons un premier groupe, par exemple, pour 10-13 ans, un second groupe pour 14, 15 ans ou 16 ans, et un troisième groupe pour 16, 18 ans, et un quatrième groupe donc, qui sera mixte, donc tout âge. Et également, ça sera du côté des filles. Alors, nous aurons également des récits de vie collective. Ici, l'objectif ici, c'est de co-construire une mémoire, disons une mémoire collective et identifier les ressources communautaires. Voilà l'aspect qualitatif. Maintenant, nous passons à l'aspect quantitatif. Bon, ici, nous aurons un questionnaire standardisé avec plusieurs
Your time is up, so you need to wind up.
D'accord. Alors, en termes de rebond, nous disons que lorsque l'enfant et les enfants sont impliqués dans le processus de participation, nous pouvons observer une estime de soi élevée. Nous pouvons également observer des comportements citoyens qui vont se développer et une réduction des comportements de récidive. Donc, pour conclure, nous disons que faire de l'enfant en situation de rue un acteur de développement, c'est reconnaître un citoyen porteur capable de contribuer à la construction d'une société inclusive et juste. Ok, alors merci pour votre attention.
So we are now going to have our third presenter, Kojo Poku, Old Age Poverty, Welfare and Fiscal Impacts of Social Pension in Ghana.
Thank you very much. Thanks to GETSPA for having me here to present my work on impact of welfare and fiscal policy. When you were standing, oh, sorry. Thank you very much. So, extending social pension to informal in Ghana. So, like developed countries, many developing countries are also facing the aging populations. But for developing countries, we have pension for a lot of them because many of the people in developing countries are working in informal sectors. And indeed, during their young adult life and they have, let's say, retired, by that time, less than 40% of older adults are covered by pension in Ghana. And this is not quite different from many of African countries and other developing countries. So if you also look at the current population of workers, we see that in Ghana about 88% of workers are in the informal sector. So that means that if they were to grow and become older, these 88% will not have access to pension when they are no longer or they are old. And because they are also in the informal sector, as a government, you don't know their income and you cannot mandate them to contribute. And of course, government have tried this by making it a voluntary pension, where you contribute to pension. But this has not been successful. There is also account of high incidence of poverty among older people compared to the young population. So you see that in the data, many older people continue to work. Though they are fragile, they are old, but they continue to work even above age 70 and 80. So we are proposing that introducing a universal or social pension may help reduce poverty and reduce vulnerability among older peoples. And this is the case. If you are to grow old, maybe 70 and you've gone, that could have been not too long after you maintain your old age. But we see that there is an increasing life expectancy. And therefore, whether you are poor or not, you may grow older. And if you don't have access to pension with
Yesterday we were looking at long-term care. I mean, you may develop diseases, you may not be able to work. So if you don't have any access to secured income during that period, that will be very difficult for older people, which all of us will definitely get to that period. But whenever you mention of pension, social pension in developing countries, the key issues is about how to finance it. So it looks like we have not even been thinking about it because we think that the fiscal impact will be very huge. So we don't even want to think about that. And especially when tax to GDP is persistently below 30%, and informality is one of the reasons why you have low tax to GDP ratio. So what questions that we try to answer in this paper is what are the potential welfare implications of introducing universal pension for older people in Ghana? And we look at the fiscal implications of introducing such a policy. And if we were to do that, what taxation method that can be used to generate enough resources for that purpose. So what we do, going to build a structural model that is life cycle. That means I'm looking at somebody who have entered into a market for 21 years and working, facing all kinds of uncertainties. Then he works, makes money, and he can save and also supply labor. I use data from Ghana to, when I built the synthetic economy that has characteristics like Ghana, then I use Ghana, data from Ghana to make sure that the economy is similar to that of Ghana. Then I introduce, currently we don't have social pensioning. Get the economy to be on the same level as Ghana as we have now. And this model we apply to other developing countries that are facing it to see what will actually happen. So the data, I have the data, then I compare the data to the model. When I think everything is fine, then I introduce the pension to see how it affects the welfare and the capital accumulation and the output. So the model includes many heterogeneous agents. They are different in terms of age and education. And also, they work, some work in the formal sector, and others also work in the informal sector. Then we have a government that collects taxes and provides social insurance and social security. So in our model, we have formal sector who are already having social security, so they will be there. And in our experiment, we will introduce social pension, which government will do that. So we calibrate the model that we have built to the economy of Ghana and simulate it. So, okay. So basically the data that we use, much of it comes from GLSS 7, which was collected in 2016, 2017. So we get information on employment, income, education status, and employment shocks in the benchmark model that we build. So in this study, formal employment is defined by the availability of pension or social security retirement benefit of current employment. So if in the current work that you are doing, if when you retire you get social security or pension, then we classify you as a formal worker. And we count from that, we see that the share of formal employment is 13.7 according to GLSS 7. Then we have workers by education. So we have those with less than primary education was about 45%, and 31% those with basic education, high school and tertiary about 10.8 and 12.4% respectively. So we calculate income, wage income for the workers. And as we said, it's employment in the equation 5. You have employment. M is employment status, whether formal or informal, and education status. We counted about 4, less than basic, less than primary, basic, and high school, and higher than high school. So we have these, and we also introduce age. Age affects the income that you make. That is a life cycle. As you move in the life cycle, whether in a formal employment or informal employment, your wage changes. So we factor all these things into our model to compute wage for them. So if you look at our wage profiles, workers, we see that you start at a young age, 20, where your average wage for them is very low, then it increases. And then you see informal workers, you achieve your maximum around 40. And that is a typical brain and brown issue that you are having here. So you see that when they are strong, that's where they earn more, around 40. Then when their abilities are, their physical abilities are reducing, then their income also falls. That is what we see in the informal workers. But whilst in the formal workers, you see that the slope upwards as they age. Then you also have older adult employment. In the data, we see that about 36.1% of older adults do not work. And the rate increases with age. So we use this age to predict the probability that people will not work. Those that are not working according to age group. So as they age, many people, because of fragility or other things, they are not able to work. They are determined in the that one, and we use their data to compute how much on average, how much they get depending on the number of years that they spend in the work, average number of years. Then when our experiment we introduce, we look at the average wage, how much generosity of the person will give as well. So we also have government. So government collect taxes, tax, capital income tax, and labor income tax. And these are what we compute from the data. And with all this and what we have talked about, this is the benchmark parameters that from the data, these are all from the data that we are going to use and ensure that the synthetic economy is similar to this one. So key things features that we target. In the data, we have capital to output ratio is about 2.6%. In the model, we have 2.63%. We have informal share, we have labor income share, capital income share, and consumption tax share. Then we also have those that are not working in the data and those in the model. So our model is, we were able to actually target our model very well. Then what pertaining now is what we call benchmark economy. Then when I introduce social pension about, in 2016, that would be about 50% of average income, which was about 8,000. So in a year, and we are speaking in a year terms, which will be about 1,002 then, or $30. So if we are to give $30 to each informal worker, who were about 86%, what will happen to the economy? So, and we are thinking about, you can finance it through consumption tax, through labor tax, and through capital tax. And these are percentages, so we see that overall welfare, how the policy will affect the welfare when you take into consideration all the people in the economy. Former workers will not benefit from this introduction, but on average, we see that overall welfare will increase by 11% when you use consumption tax. When you use labor tax, it will increase by 9.8%, and when you use capital tax, it will increase by 10.8%. So it means that when in an economy with social pension, if we were to call it happiness, the welfare on average, welfare of all the people will be high. Then usually, then we have for the formal work and also by education. And you see that those with informal, no education, theirs increased by 17.6. They get much. And we will see that if you use labor tax, the informal workers, all of them will actually have a reduction in welfare. But if you use consumption tax, all of them, though not that much, but their welfare actually improves, even though they don't benefit from it. And we'll know why. This is how the policy will affect the people. So we see that in the benchmark, we have capital output ratio of 2.6. But once you introduce pension financed by consumption tax, capital output ratio will increase by 2.72. And this is because increase to 2.72. And once capital, people are saving in the economy, in the production, there are a lot of capital for people to work with. And therefore, wage will also increase. So even the formal workers will also, in the economy, will also enjoy from the policy. And the savings increase because the older people, they also have other risks. You face the risk that it is possible that you will not be able to work. You face an uncertainty that you will not be able to work. So when the government gives you money, you tend to save. So the marginal propensity to save for the informal workers is high. That is, if you get any additional income, the propensity that you save some, it is high for older informal workers compared to the formal workers who are already getting pension every year. So then they don't save much like the informal worker, informal older pensioner would do. So that allowed them to put something down. And once people start putting something down to, in case, precautionary savings, then it becomes something that the capital can be used for the production. So this is our profile. You see that for informal workers, on every side, their consumption increases because of the social pension and also increase in output that result from the capital accumulation. And the formal workers also kind of enjoy due to increase in wage rate. So this study, we developed a life cycle model and analyzed the effect of government-sponsored social pension. And we think of a generosity pension that can lead to 11.1% improvement of welfare. And we noticed that low-educated informal workers benefit the most as they witness 70.7 increase in lifetime utility. And this policy will require additional consumption tax of 0.4% to finance the social pension.
And it also have implication on savings and capital output ratio. And we see that among tax instruments, consumption tax is the most effective, efficient tax method to use to finance social pension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we move to our discussant, Edith Faswana.
Bonjour. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here at GETSPA, and it's also my first time, and I'm happy to see the faces behind the emails and everyone here. Thank you very much. Yes, you know, the last paper is the paper that I would have loved to read extensively. I think in this presentation I can't do justice to your paper because I would have loved to read it more and actually check. But let me enter my discussion with this preamble that to transform social policy in Africa, we just need to take seriously how Africans are being portrayed at various levels, you know, at the level of being, at the level of power, as well as the level of knowledge. Because what these papers have shown for me is the neglect of people, and also stripping of dignity of our people. And because global power somehow is asymmetrical as well, even within our countries, we know that we are struggling to find a space for equality that we are aspiring for. And I think social policy is another space that really depict this and show this to us. And the other important factor that I wanted to underscore is that all these proposal, we should take cognizance of the fact that they are not simply technical, but they are highly political within this context, and demanding state leadership, but also community agency, as all of these papers have actually shown. They also demand new coalitions, as I listened to the presentations, coalitions across ministries, across municipalities, across civil society, private finance and research, as well as state finance. Because if we do this, we will be able to see that Africa is not just a zone of survival, but an engine of the social inclusive development. So the three papers for me, particularly the first two, they speak to us, and they are actually emphasizing that transformative policies, social policies, should be expansive in terms of their coverage. If you look at the older patient paper that was delivered here, and also adaptations, and both the street children paper and also the paper on precarious housing by Michelle, argues that social policy needs to be adapted. And this is clear in how we see. For example, I think we are all aware of the nature of our societies, and in particular that across our continent, millions of families live in precarious housing, informal settlements, backyard rooms, temporary structures, as well as Michelle has demonstrated here, and often without secure tenant basic services or social protection. And she has actually shown us how people were moved from one place to another. And a similar case can be said in the case of South Africa, with the forced removal of people who were displaced at several levels. So if Africa is to build inclusive, resilient, and prosperous societies, then our social policy must recognize that where people live matters, and that secure shelters is a cornerstone of well-being. We have seen that traditional standalone housing projects have also not delivered at scale. They have too often displaced communities, deepened exclusion, or benefited only a few, as we have seen in the case of Côte d'Ivoire or Abidjan. And what this also indicates for us, it indicates that there should be a shift. There are several shifts that are proposed that social policy must take seriously. From housing supply alone to housing plus protection. And the second one, from doing things for communities to doing things with communities. And Professor Adele in the morning spoke about social policy done with, and she emphasized this strongly, and not for people. Done with, not for with people. And the other shift that must happen is from short project cycles to long-term governance and reform. That's something that we should also take into cognizance as we do this. So we also see that in the case of this old age poverty that Professor Onuko was talking about, I think the other important thing that you need to also look at as you discuss the issue of old age pensions as well is to see how we link healthcare services to them in order to protect older persons from health shocks, because our governments or our states don't do that. Usually they work on the level of exclusions, and therefore in most cases healthcare is not something that is factored in for elderly people. And this is where I pick about the denial of dignity and the neglect, and that's why I'm saying it centers at the level of being. In terms of the street children project that we have also seen, we have listened to, sorry, I'm speaking about scene like I was in a movie now. We also are aware that African cities, most of our cities were never built with Africans in mind. Africans were to come to these cities as migrants, migrant workers who would be going back to the villages remotely. And this phenomenon has actually been affected even how we see ourselves in the cities and how we occupy these cities as African people. And you also see that in settler colonial countries like South Africa, the occupation of cities by Africans was actually a symbol of defiance and resistance, because they also realized that they were not part of the city. And for them, being in the city is a symbol of resilience in a space where they were not wanted. However, even in the post-apartheid South Africa, we also face a number of children on the streets who are usually hidden when it's 2010 and we have a World Cup, or they are going to be hidden now that the G20 is coming to South Africa now in November. We can see the street cleanup of children has already started within our cities in South Africa. And that speaks to what Joseph was speaking about, where we see them as problems and passive recipients of welfare or just dark shadows of our cities. And Joseph was arguing for street children, and I concur with him that the street children have agency as actors, innovators, that can keep informal economies of our cities moving. They are not just objects of charity, but real players in development. And social policy should be geared towards expanding their capabilities wherever they are. And how do we recognize and grow the agency that is already present in the street children that we see. And education, as he argued, becomes one way of doing so. And human development theory, which is one of the theories that he presented here, teaches us that expanding capabilities is capable of turning potentials into possibility. And I heard him saying the theories these are not usually used in Africa, and I'm not sure if he's speaking of scholars or he's speaking of development actors, because I think many scholars use those theories. Paulo Freire, Bronfenbrenner, most scholars in Africa do use them, but I'm not sure which ones were she speaking about. So street children somehow must be given the freedom to be and the freedom to do it. That's what social policy should be able to do as well. And that's why we also see a shift. That's why I was talking about the 3 levels of adaptability and a shift in social policy. And for this specific case, a transformative policy stance must move beyond rescue or removal of children from the street towards capability expansion where they are. And a social policy as well must move from towards flexible pathways, and as well as recognition of the informal learning that happens on the street. And therefore, it will be able to adapt curriculum to their lived realities. So I think when we recognize street children as development actors, we will reframe the narrative, because then education is no longer become an action of pity, but a strategic investment in human development and in the future of our cities. My time has...
Very much for this presentation. I think you set the ball rolling in addition to the presentations we've had for the question and answer. So yes, I recognize. Okay, so maybe I would move this way. Yes, please.
Alors, je vais parler en français. Donc, merci pour ces belles présentations qui sont assez complémentaires les unes des autres. Moi, je me questionne sur les questions éthiques de la recherche quand on fait des projets de recherche avec des communautés marginalisées, des communautés démunies, des communautés vulnérables. On étudie des conditions de vie, en particulier de ces personnes marginalisées, et puis qu'on ne peut pas entendre directement parce que vous faites le relais aussi avec ces personnes. Et on ne peut pas les entendre sur leur trajectoire de vie. Souvent, les personnes qui vivent dans les quartiers précaires sont établies dans des bidonvilles, sont établies à la périphérie de la ville. Et ces personnes, souvent, viennent des milieux ruraux qui sont dévitalisés. En réalité, ce sont les causes de la dévitalisation des campagnes qui, aujourd'hui, ne produisent pas parce qu'habiter un territoire produit ce qui nous permet de survivre sur ce territoire-là. Mais si ces gens quittent les milieux ruraux et viennent s'installer à la périphérie des villes, devenant des personnes précaires, je pense que la problématique aussi doit être adressée sur leur trajectoire de vie pour essayer de trouver des solutions avec ces personnes toujours. Les campagnes manquent de services, les campagnes manquent de ressources. Je me questionne aussi sur le choix d'écriture et des sources ainsi que les analyses qui peuvent soit réparer des injustices, mais aussi soit reproduire des injustices. Et même parfois des formes de domination. Dans quelle mesure l'intégration de l'éthique de la recherche peut-elle vous permettre de rendre compte de l'expérience vécue par ces personnes marginalisées? Où se situe la frontière entre interprétation historique d'une situation, entre le regard qu'on peut avoir sur ces personnes-là, qui est souvent incomplet, et une narration qui est parfois biaisée parce qu'on ne connaît pas trop toute la trajectoire de ces personnes. Et je termine en disant que je vois des enjeux éthiques aussi sous-jacents à la publication des documents. Je suis contente aujourd'hui qu'on n'ait pas de photos d'enfants, de femmes, de personnes qui sont dans des situations déshumanisantes. Et je vous félicite là parce que souvent on va dans des présentations, des bidonvilles, des choses que souvent on a honte de voir, on a honte de regarder et qui sont des fléaux dans les villes. C'est triste dès qu'on atterrit en Afrique, dans les grandes capitales africaines, qu'on voit toutes ces personnes déshumanisées qui deviennent carrément invisibles et qu'il faut décidément travailler avec pour essayer d'améliorer leur sort. Alors, donc la publication de ces documents sur les communautés marginalisées, comme on le fait, et qu'il n'est pas possible d'assurer parfois l'anonymat de ces sujets-là, on en parle, on sait qui ils sont, et leur vulnérabilité, les inégalités aussi historiques, parce qu'on en a parlé, Madame en a parlé, que ces inégalités territoriales sont aussi issues de l'histoire des territoires. Et quand on parle d'inégalité territoriale, c'est qu'il y a des territoires qui ont tout, il y a des territoires qui n'ont rien. Et les gens qui sont sur les territoires qui n'ont rien, n'ont pas le choix que d'aller vers les territoires où ils peuvent avoir ces services-là. Donc, voilà. Et aussi, le fait de réduire ces informations données sur ces sujets tend, à mon sens, moi, à minimiser aussi les impacts relatifs à l'anonymat. On n'a pas de photos, c'est parfait. Il y a la dignité, il y a la vie privée de ces gens-là. Et par contre, c'est sûr qu'on a besoin d'avoir des informations. Donc, le manque d'informations sur ces situations vécues permet une plus grande interprétation de la personne qui écoute et puis qui imagine. Ma question est donc la suivante. Comment des chercheurs peuvent-ils trouver un équilibre entre partage éthique d'informations pertinentes et non intrusives dans la vie de ces gens-là et la réduction de l'interprétation subjective qui peut être très possible dans ces situations-là? Comment pourrait-on permettre à ces personnes d'exprimer leur trajectoire de vie, d'exprimer aussi leur volonté sur l'usage de leur histoire, comment on utilise leur histoire, comment on documente leur histoire, comment on utilise leur image, comment on utilise leur réalité déshumanisante, considérant qu'il est impossible de prévoir un peu qu'est-ce qu'on va faire. Notamment, la technologie aujourd'hui, on peut tout diffuser partout où on veut, mais comment encadrer tout cela? Et parce que quand on est en situation de marginalité, quand on est en situation de dénuement, quand on est en situation de déshumanisation, on n'a pas envie que tout le monde nous voit dans ces situations-là. Et ce que vous avez présenté, Michel, rejoint ce que monsieur a présenté sur les enfants de la rue. Parce qu'aussi ces enfants de la rue, et je fais juste un petit crochet, c'est un petit crochet, ces enfants de la rue ou ces enfants qui sont en situation de rue ou qui sont dans la rue proviennent souvent de ces familles-là, de ces familles qui sont dans des quartiers précaires, qui n'ont pas les ressources pour subvenir à leurs besoins en termes d'éducation, en termes d'alimentation, en termes de services de santé, en termes de soins, et même juste en termes d'amour, donner de l'amour. Ils ne peuvent pas, ils n'ont pas ces espaces-là parce qu'ils sont préoccupés à assurer leur survie au quotidien. Donc, je pense que pour régler le problème des enfants de la rue, il faut d'abord régler le problème des familles parce que c'est des relations, là, c'est un cercle vicieux. Et donc, bien entendu, c'est un lourd fardeau social, c'est un lourd fardeau économique, c'est un lourd fardeau environnemental parce qu'on les voit. On les voit, il y en a qui pensent que c'est de la pollution environnementale parce que ça nous frappe. Mais comment faire pour régler ces problématiques, mais dans le respect de leur intégrité et de leur dignité? Moi, ça, c'était ma question. Merci.
Yes, thank you.
Moi, je veux tout simplement, j'ai deux remarques très très brèves. D'abord, à la lecture, je vous félicite pour les présentations qui étaient très riche en termes d'informations sur la méthodologie, pas méthode, méthodologie employée, et en termes de résultats. Et on voit très bien que l'effet transformateur des politiques sociales, on le voit différemment. Sauf que moi, je constate justement que ce qualificatif de transformateur est souvent employé dans les différents travaux qu'on vient de voir, d'une manière qui ne fait qu'aménager le système déjà existant dans les différents contextes. On ne voit pas réellement où est l'effet transformateur. C'est pas de votre faute, c'est comme ça, c'est très compliqué. Mais pour qu'on puisse justement parler de politique transformatrice, il faudra, comme l'a dit Marie, s'attaquer aux problèmes plus profonds. Et donc là, je donne l'exemple, que ce soit pour les logements précaires, les enfants de la rue, éducation et développement humain. Parlons d'abord, est-ce qu'on nous parlant dans ce papier de développement humain ou bien de développement social? Donc déjà, l'aspect conceptuel s'impose, il faudra vraiment faire un choix. Et aussi pour la pauvreté des personnes âgées, etc., où nous avons eu droit à un modèle économétrique très très riche avec des chiffres, etc., avec des pourcentages et des chiffres et des corrélations qui sont intéressantes, mais qui nécessitent à mon sens plus d'arguments par rapport au contexte. De toute façon, pour moi, les travaux dans la totalité sont très très bons, sauf que j'ai l'impression parfois qu'il n'y a pas vraiment cet effet transformateur que l'on recherche, justement à cause de ce qualificatif de transformateur qu'on essaie de mettre en tant que substantif à chaque fois qu'on traite un problème social, mais aussi économique pur et dur. Deuxième remarque, je termine sur ça, s'il vous plaît. J'ai vu rapidement vos références bibliographiques quand vous présentiez pour les trois, et c'est amusant. C'est vraiment très amusant puisqu'on voit qu'il y a des références étrangères, occidentales, beaucoup plus qu'on voit des références purement africaines. Comment voulez-vous transformer aujourd'hui en Afrique des problématiques sociales alors que le background, il est déjà un background importé. Donc là, c'est une chose à laquelle il faudra faire très attention à mon sens. Merci.
Okay. Okay.
So, oh, okay. I guess I'll jump. So my question is to Guado Opoko, the third presentation. Thanks. I wanted to. So I think you make a good case, right, for having a social pension. And obviously, one of the advantages politically, strategically, of focusing first on universal pensions for the elderly is that across the African continent, the elderly are a relatively small proportion of the population. So a universal pension for the elderly is actually going to have the least fiscal burden. And I think that that's useful to bear in mind. But I did want to push you to be a little bit more ambitious about the financing options. So you speak about consumption taxes as the response, and I understand why, right? It's something like VAT is relatively easy to collect. But I was quite surprised by the extent of consumption taxes that you already have in Kenya. And I'm pulling up here my bill for dinner. You have 2.5% for NHIL, 2.5% for Get Fund, 1% for COVID levy, in addition to the 15% for VAT and the 1% for tourism levy. In the meantime, Ghana has one of the lowest corporate tax rates, 25%, right, for listed companies. And I think what we've seen across the African continent, and not just, is that as governments are competing for corporate investment, multinational investment, they have driven their corporate tax down, and this isn't the effective corporate tax, which is even lower, and instead place the burden of financing onto consumers and on taxes that can often be regressive. And I think that moving, sort of assuming that consumption taxes are the best option for financing social policy, deflects from, I think, broader questions about how it is that you actually redistribute the social surplus, both within country, but also externally. So when we look, for instance, at the rise of the digital economy, what you see is that you have all these platforms, digital labor platforms, located in tax havens that are not paying any tax into the fiscus. And so I think this goes back to the questions of the first, the keynote around what a transnational approach can be. And I think part of that is global tax agreements, or at least using the African Free Trade Agreement as an avenue through which to have some sort of collaborative taxation of capital that will actually allow countries to raise the revenue. This, of course, in addition to other issues like just budget allocations. How much of the budget, where are the budget priorities? And I think it's useful to think about those questions before moving only to consumption tax.
Okay.
Thank you.
7 more minutes, so we should be quick and short in our submissions.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, I also want to commend Kwejo for the attempt to get your hands around a very unwieldy topic and to use economic tools in aid of social purposes. It's what we love to see. I thought I heard you say, or one of the assumptions you made was that people in the informal economy would save more. And I'm not sure whether that is a safe assumption to make. But even if you made the other assumption that they wouldn't save more, I think perhaps a more substantive point is the even more underlying assumption that there is one type of informal worker when we know that there is so much heterogeneity in the informal economy. You can safely assume that a great number of informal workers are low income, but that's not true. There are some people who do make quite a bit of money too in the informal economy. So I think one is just the questioning the assumption about which direction extra money would go, whether in savings or consumption, but also the bigger point about the diversity of informal workers and having that as a consideration in the paper that you're doing, which I'm sure will complicate your equations, but it is the reality. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, j'ai été très impressionné par la dernière intervention, je pense que c'est M. Quadio. Alors, ce que je voudrais comprendre ici, c'est, je ne sais pas si j'ai été un peu discret, mais je voudrais qu'il revienne un peu sur la stratégie qui est mise en œuvre au niveau du Ghana pour encourager le secteur, les acteurs du secteur informel à la cotisation, je vais appeler ça cotisation volontaire, comme cela est appelé au Cameroun, l'épargne volontaire. Parce que dans un contexte comme celui du Cameroun, malgré les dernières réformes fiscales observées, notamment avec l'introduction l'année dernière de l'impôt général synthétique, qui systématise la formalisation des petites entreprises, notamment celles qui étaient dans le système de l'impôt libératoire jusqu'en 2024, on se rend néanmoins compte qu'on a toujours du mal à avoir des acteurs de ce secteur-là qui vont volontairement vers le système d'épargne ou d'auto-épargne auprès, n'est-ce pas, de la CNPS, la Caisse autonome, la Caisse nationale de prévoyance sociale qui est l'organe en charge. Merci.
It has to be short because they need to come back.
En fait, pour Joseph qui a présenté en ligne, alors je suis vraiment curieuse de savoir quels sont les indicateurs qu'il a pu collecter avec l'empowerment, parce qu'il a dit que il a utilisé la quantification pour l'empowerment. Donc, s'il peut revenir là-dessus. Merci.
Comments but I'm going to give you a minute each. So pick one in particular question that you want to respond to.
Thank you very much, Professor Nido, for your question. So with heterogeneity, so I attempted to bring heterogeneity, and one of the simplest way to deal with it is when I show you the wage profile of them by education status. So I have about 4 education status telling you that even in the informal sector, across the age groups and also across the education status, there are differences. So if you are in the informal sector and you are around age 55, your income is low compared to somebody around 40 because he's stronger and other things. So it's not encompassing everything, but I tried, and so the more fixed identification that you can get, the more that you can expand. Of course, it complicates the model, but these are ways that I try to bring in the heterogeneity in the informal sector, and also savings. So I did a model, I implemented the social policy, and I found out that compared to the benchmark economy, when you have introduced it, people were saving more. And who were the people that were saving? It was the older people who were not having access to pension. And why would they do that? Now, because they are receiving pension, something small. And when they receive it, they also know that they are supplementing it with the income that they make, even though they are in their old age, they also continue to work. But they expect that, oh, maybe next year, there's a probability that I may be fragile, I may be sick, so I will not be able to work. If that happens, my income will be low. And so to do that, when the social pension comes, I will not save, or I'll keep something. So that next year, if I face the risk, it happens to me, I can get something out of it. So that motivates, so that's what we all do, precautionary savings. So that is how come I do that. Compared to the rich in the formal sector, who knows that whatever be the case, he's earning about 60%, 50% of his income when he was in employment. That's how it is. So that one, the marginal propensity, that is when you get extra money, how much you are likely to save. It is high for people who are facing risk than people who do not face risk. And that is how the informal pensioners or retired people may be able to put something that do not make. But when you look at their about 88%. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Michelle.
Ok, merci professeur Im pour vos observations. J'en tiendrai compte pour le papier, le prochain papier qui sort par rapport aux auteurs africains, puis au choix de la méthode, de la conceptualisation. Maintenant, pour revenir à la question du professeur Fall, pour répondre en fait, comme vous savez, au Québec, avant de venir faire une étude de terrain, j'étais obligé en fait de faire un certificat d'éthique qui m'a pris plusieurs mois parce que je devais minimiser en fait le fait, comme vous avez montré là, l'acceptation des personnes, mais surtout la protection en fait de leur dignité. Donc en fait c'est ce qui a été fait. Donc lors du terrain par exemple, quand je partais vers les personnes que je devais interroger, je les obligeais pas à répondre en fait. Je leur expliquais tous les tenants et les aboutissants en fait de mon projet pour qu'ils prennent en fait le choix de façon responsable en leur expliquant qu'en fait nous avons besoin en fait de documenter en fait leurs problématiques afin de pouvoir mieux réfléchir et puis pouvoir proposer des solutions plus appropriées. Parce que si nous connaissons pas en fait la réalité, nous ne pourrons pas en fait travailler ou bien mieux réfléchir. C'est comme si on est déconnecté en fait de leur réalité. Concernant aussi les trajectoires résidentielles, à l'intérieur de mon projet, il en fait partie. Évidemment, j'ai eu à questionner en fait leur trajectoire résidentielle. Et puis dans le cas d'Abidjan, il y avait plus d'immigration sous-régionale et puis il y avait aussi l'immigration rurale dont vous avez fait cas. Et puis il y a même aussi des personnes autochtones aussi qui vivent aussi dans ces habitats précaires là. Parce qu'il y a comme des villages urbains qui se sont transformés en fait en quartiers où il y a eu des parties qui étaient offertes aux personnes qui venaient pour les loger. Et du coup, c'est devenu des zones en fait précaires et des quartiers précaires par rapport aux afflux massifs pendant les crises et puis aussi avant la période coloniale. Et donc, concernant l'éthique, vous avez remarqué que je n'ai pas mis de photos parce que je tenais à ça. Les données ont été complètement anonymisées et c'est d'un cloud. Normalement, je vais les garder pendant 3 ans et puis après, je vais les détruire comme je l'ai promis lors de mon certificat d'éthique. Donc, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to call on Joseph Njoki. Is he still online? Joseph, you have 1 minute.
Ok, la professeure vient d'activer. Ok, merci déjà pour les différentes remarques qui vont me permettre de parfaire ce travail. Déjà, je tiens à préciser que c'est une étude en cours. Donc cette étude, elle est en cours, donc ce qui fait que nous avons juste présenté un certain nombre d'éléments sur le volet observation, beaucoup plus. Alors, il y a plusieurs questions. Il y a une question qui portait sur est-ce qu'il s'agit du développement humain ou social. Il fallait opter pour un choix. Bon, nous avons opté pour humain parce que nous pensons que tout part de l'humain, de l'homme. Alors, une fois intervenu, de l'homme lui permettre de s'armer afin de faire face à un certain nombre de difficultés dans la société pourra donc permettre justement de faire cette société-là. Alors il y avait une autre question qui portait sur les indicateurs portant...
Joseph, I'm going to limit you to respond to only one question.
Oui.
Thank you. So I'm really sorry that we've had to cut you all off, but we were running behind schedule anyway, and there is lunch and other logistics we have to deal with. I'm not going to sum up, but to say thank you all very much, and I think our discussant also put everything in perspective. So I would like to call on Esther. Esther has a few announcements that she wants to make. Esther, where are you?
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We are 1 hour behind time, so instead of the hour break for lunch, lunch will be for 40 minutes. So let's take note, lunch break will be for 40 minutes. And whilst we are at lunch, the accountant will be here to disburse the per diems and visa refunds and other refunds. So kindly come with your receipts. Yes, you'll be here at this very hall. Come with your receipts and take your money. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
ngoba ngiyakhulela izinkanyezi ziyakhanya ngiyabona indlela
Yeah. Please, the accountant will be seated at the high table, so if you want to take your per diem, you can do that. Thank you.
ngihlala ngilindile izinyembezi zami ziwela emhlabeni kodwa inhliziyo yami ayiphumuli ngiyazi kukhona okukhanya phambili isendleleni ungakhathazeki ngoba kuwe Nkosi kukhona ukukhanya themba lami ngizothola amandla kuwe themba lami ngihlala ngilindile kuwe themba lami ngizothola amandla kuwe themba lami ngizwe izwi lakho libiza igama lami ngizokulandela ngize ngifinyelele ekhaya ngizwe amandla ngizokukhanya ngihlala ngilindile kuwe ngihlala ngilindile ngihlala ngikholelwa izinkanyezi ziyakhanya ngibona indlela siyabonga kuwe Nkosi yethu ngemvula ethongomele izulu liyakhanya izandla ziyaphakama sithokoze njalo siyabonga Nkosi yethu siyabonga izwi lakho liphilisa siyabonga emathafeni kuhluma impilo izintaba zihlabele zivuma igama lakho umhlaba uvuka ngenjabulo yakho siyabonga siyabonga Nkosi yethu ngothando lwakho Oh, siyabonga Nkosi siyabonga Nkosi Siyabonga, 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 Nkosi yethu. Siyabonga, siyabonga, ngaphakathi siyohlabelela. Siyabonga. Vula liyathula. Izulu liyahlela, ngomoya wami uyathandaza, izintaba ziyaphendula, simile, siqinile, thula moya, phumula kahle, izwi lakho liphansi, lingakhali. Thula moya, uhlale uthula moya wami. Thula moya, ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile. Umhlaba ukhulu nguthule, izihlahla zibuza ngezwi lakho, kodwa moya ungakhathali. Fela ngenjabulo engenapheli. Thula moya, phumula kahle, izwi lakho liphansi, lingakhali. Thula moya, ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile. Phakama moya, uphefumule ngobuqotho. Thola amandla, ungesabi lutho. Ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile. Ngikuphethe, ngikugcinile. Izinyawo zami ziwuthinta umhlabathi, umoya uyahlela ufuna ukukhuluma nami. Impilo enhle, yebo impilo enhle, ngiphupha ngempilo ehlukile. Ngiyakhala kodwa ngiyajabula. Impilo enhle, sihlabelele sonke. Impilo enhle, iyo esifisayo. Impilo enhle, yebo thina sonke. Impilo enhle, impilo enhle. Amadlozi ayangikhola endleleni, sizwa amazwi athokta ngothando izintaba ziphakeme kodwa ngiyakwazi impilo enhle yebo impilo enhle ngiphupha ngempilo ehlukile ngiyakhala kodwa ngiyajabula impilo enhle sihlabelele sonke impilo enhle iyo esifisayo impilo enhle yebo thina sonke impilo enhle phakama wena ungene emthandazweni hlala phansi ukhulume nomphefumulo wakho phinda futhi phinda njalo impilo enhle yebo impilo enhle impilo enhle sihlabelele sonke impilo enhle iyo esifisayo impilo enhle yebo thina sonke impilo enhle impilo enhle yebo impilo enhle isipho sethu sonke impilo le iyazungeza njengomoya iyaphephetha iyadlula izolo selidlulile namuhla siyaphila ubukhona bethu buyimfihlakalo impilo le ithina esiphila impilo le iba nzima iba mnandi impilo le izihlahla ziyakhula ziwile ziphinde zavuka emhlabathini umfula uyageleza noma kwesinye isikhathi uyoma siphila sodwa kodwa ndawonye singumoya munye impilo yaguguka impilo yajika izandla zethu ziyamkhipha izandla zethu ziyamukela impilo le ithina esiphila impilo le iba nzima iba mnandi impilo ingangeze busuku isithunzi esilandelayo impilo imvula elanzayo impilo sinta thina esiphila impilo le ibanzima ibamnandi impilo le siphefumula sidanselala yona iyangijikisa iyangithinta impilo le ingasiyiphila impilo le ibanzima ibamnandi impilo le likhanya phezulu ngemvula yesibusiso umhlaba uyavuma amadlozi ayajabula sibongeni izulu eliphilayo sinangaphezulu isibusiso siyavela ngaphakathi kithi sonke isibusiso siyahamba isibusiso siza nathi isibusiso sinkwela umhlaba isibusiso siyaphila sonke kule nkanyezi ekhanya ebumnyameni silapha sibambene singabantu banye sihlangene uthando luyaphuma luhlaza njengehlathi phansi nangaphezulu isibusiso siyavela ngaphakathi kithi sonke isibusiso siyahamba isibusiso siza nathi isibusiso sinkwela umhlaba isibusiso siyaphila sonke siyadumisa siyathokoza amagama ethu ahamba nemimoya thina sizalwa sibusisiwe thina sizalwa sibusisiwe isibusiso siza nathi isibusiso singwela umhlaba sibusiso siyaphila sonke isibusiso isibusiso siza sibusisiwe isibusiso alamoto moya muhle izinyembezi ziyawe emhlabeni sikhumbula zinsuku ezinhle siphila nawe enhliziyweni lala ngotholo lala ngotholo emhlabeni kusala izilonda kodwa ezulwini uzakhona amakholwa ayakhala ayabonga ngoba usukhululekile moya omhlophe siyaqhubeka ukuthanda kuze
Nana Safo, please, you have all the presentations. Okay.
Izulu liyakwamukela umula ngenjabulo ngobubele bukaNkulunkulu. Ngiyakhuleka, ngiyakhuleka, lala ngoqobo, moya omuhle ukhanya njengezinkanyezi njalo njalo. Ngibona izintaba zikhakazile, ngezansi kwefu elimhlophe liyazamazama. Kuba ngithi nkululeko, ngiyakhuluma ngenkululeko. Lalela izwi, izwi lezwe, lingapheli, liphakeme. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyilela, sizoyilela. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Izwi labantu liphakeme phezulu, amakhosi bayadedela amandla, ngoba ilanga seliphumile, ilanga lenkululeko selikhanyisile. Lalela izwi, izwi lezwe, lingapheli, liphakeme. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyilwela, sizoyilwela. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Izandla sethu ziphakeme, umhlaba uyavuma, uyazamazama. Sikhululekile, sikhululekile, hamba phezulu. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyilwela, sizoyilwela. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Nkululeko, 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 sizoyilwela. Nkululeko, nkululeko, sizoyithola, sizoyithola. Mbambisanani, izandla zethu ziqinile, kukhona amandla ngaphakathi Umphathi wethu wonke, thina sonke, siyintaba ephakeme. Bambisanani, phakamisani izwi, bambisanani, amandla avela lapha. Bambisanani, bambisanani, sibumbene njengomoya. Phansi kwezinkanyezi, lapho sikhula khona, izimpande zethu zizulile, emhlabathini oyinkwele, kukhanya kwelanga kuyasikhanyisela. Amasiko aphila ezingomeni zethu, izwi likhomba indlela, sihambe sonke. Bambisanani, phakamisani izwi, bambisanani, amandla avela lapha. Bambisanani, bambisanani, sibumbene njengomoya. Siyahamba ngezinyawo ezikhanyayo, siyakhula njengomthombo ongenamkhawulo. Amanzi ethu ahlangana abe ngumfula omkhulu. Bambisanani, phakamisani izwi, bambisanani, amandla avela lapha. Bambisanani, bambisanani, sibumbene njengomoya. Bambisanani, 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 izandla zethu ziqinile. Bambisanani, thina sisonke, asihlukani, siphakamise izwi ngothando olukhulu. Sisonke, sisonke, thina sisonke, thina sisonke, amabande ethu aqinile. Sisonke, 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 thina sisonke, thina sisonke, asiyeki, sihlala sonke. Sibambene ngezandla, umoya wethu uyahlangana, izulu liphakamisa izwi lethu, ngaphakathi sikhala ngenjabulo. Thina sisonke, asihlukani, siphakamisa izwi ngothando olukhulu. Sisonke, sisonke, thina sisonke, thina sisonke, amabande ethu aqinile. Sisonke, 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 thina sisonke, thina sisonke, asiyeki, sihlala sonke. Amaqha wethu ayahlangana, izihlahla ziphakamisa amagatsha, izinyawo zethu zibuye ekhaya, isibani sethemba sithini. Thina sisonke, asihlukani, siphakamisa izwi ngothando uthando sizonke thina sizonke amabande ethu aqinile sizonke thina sizonke asiyeki sihlala sonke sihamba ngezwi lomoya sikuphi impilo sikupha uthando izinkanyezi ziyakhanya njengamaphupho ethu alokhu ephila sizonke thina sizonke amabande ethu aqinile sizonke thina sizonke asiyeki sihlala sonke lapho kukhona umoya sikhona lapho kukhona uthando sikhona sizonke njalo sizonke njalo ngibheke phezulu izandla zami zikhuluma ngothando emoyeni kuzwakala izwi lokuphila izwi likhuluma sondela kithi Nkosi yami sondela kithi Nkosi yami thina simema wena thina siyakukhuleka Nkosi yami ngibona ukukhanya kuphakathi kwamafu ngizwa izwi lingithinta enhliziyweni amadlozi yangibiza sengizwa ukuphila okusha Nkosi yami
Really have the presenters come to the high table for session 3.
Ngemvula ethongweni izulu liyakhanya izandla ziyaphakama sithokoze njalo siyabonga
To stay awake. Yeah. Then maybe you can hide behind the camera rather than
emathafeni kuhluma impilo izintaba zifabele zivuma igama lakho
This is for the Secretariat for Financial So tell you what.
Please, some few announcements before we begin the session. Tomorrow we will have a photo exhibition. It's an off-site photo exhibition
and it's not compulsory. We recognize that some may prefer to rest after the main event before the public lecture, and therefore we are going to pass around sign-up sheets. If you are interested in joining the exhibition, you write your name. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back to session 3 and to the continuation of the Africa issue papers. My name is Techu Amenu and I'm a member of the advisory board. We have 3 presentations which will be done by Clavel Vicky Omba and Fadimatu Sadia on gender and ethno-community mobilization in Cameroon, dynamics of participation, power relations, and social governance issues. The second paper will be on informal social policy systems and practices in Africa by Isaac Frimpong. And the third paper will be on gender after and structural transformation of African economies, a transformative social policy approach by Newman Tweka. Our discussant will be is Atu Onoma, who will join us online. We're starting late. It's 3:20 by my time. And each of the presenters will have 15 minutes, and I'll be strict. And then the discussant also will have 15 minutes. And hopefully, we should have a little time for discussion. So I want to call on Clavel and Fadimatu to start.
Bien, bon après-midi à tous et à toutes. Déjà, merci aux organisateurs pour cette occasion qui nous est donnée de pouvoir présenter ici nos travaux. D'entrée, qu'il nous soit permis de préciser que le travail que nous allons présenter ce soir n'est qu'un travail d'étape parce que les données jusqu'ici sont provisoires. Étant donné le contexte très difficile au Cameroun, nous n'avons pas pu collecter les données comme cela se devait sur le terrain, de manière à ce que nous puissions produire un travail définitif jusqu'ici. Merci. Alors, le titre de notre présentation porte sur les politiques sociales redistributrices et intégration du genre au Cameroun. nous nous apesantons précisément sur les tensions et stratégies dans les mobilisations communautaires. Alors, en guise de contexte et justification, qu'il nous soit permis de préciser que depuis les années 90, le Cameroun est en effet engagé dans une reconfiguration de son état social, celui-ci qui oscille entre la centralisation héritée et les promesses de décentralisation. Ici, l'accès aux services sociaux et infrastructures sociales de base, notamment l'accès à l'éducation, l'accès à la santé, l'emploi, le logement, etc., reste fortement mitigé, surtout dans ce contexte, un contexte qui est marqué par la crise sécuritaire dans les régions du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest Cameroun, mais aussi par les inégalités régionales et les logiques ethno-communautaires qui renforcent permanemment les tensions autour de la redistribution des fruits de la croissance économique et de la justice sociale. Alors la situation est telle que pourtant majoritaire les jeunes et les femmes restent fortement marginalisés et éprouvent d'importantes difficultés en matière d'accès à l'emploi, au financement, à la santé, au logement, ainsi de suite. L'état de pauvreté notoire de la majorité des ménages qui limite considérablement ici leur capacité en termes de satisfaction des besoins primaires au sens où l'entend bien évidemment Maslow. Nous notons également que 10 millions de Camerounais sur sensiblement 27 millions vivent avec moins de 1,4 $, qui est le seuil national au Cameroun. Une situation qui bien évidemment multiplie les vulnérabilités sociales tout en compromettant l'émergence à l'horizon 2035 proclamée par l'équipe gouvernante. En 2012, plus de 70% des dépenses en santé restent supportées par les ménages, selon les chiffres du ministère de la Santé. La mise en œuvre de la couverture santé universelle reste très mitigée, pendant que, cependant, on note quand même un certain nombre de notes positives relativement au projet Chèque Santé. Ces notes n'ont pas pour autant suffi à ce qu'on puisse généraliser cette expérience à l'ensemble du pays. L'offre et la demande en logements sociaux en 2016, entre 2016 et 2018, montrent clairement qu'au Cameroun, 87,5% des ménages ne peuvent pas s'offrir un logement sans l'appui de l'État. Le déficit entre l'offre et la demande est aujourd'hui estimé à 2 500 000 unités selon les chiffres du ministère de l'Habitat. Par ailleurs, les disparités du genre sont particulièrement notoires et trahissent bien évidemment la distance qu'on peut observer entre les discours officiels et les habitudes et pratiques quotidiennes. En matière, par exemple, d'accès à l'éducation, les statistiques révèlent que la proportion des filles non scolarisées dans la tranche de 6 à 11 ans est plus élevée d'un tiers que chez les garçons. On parle de 16% contre 12% selon le programme national de protection sociale de 2020. Face à tous ces défis sociaux majeurs, on note que des efforts sont déployés, notamment avec l'opérationnalisation des projets filets sociaux et bien évidemment d'autres formes de transfert monétaire direct, lesquels projets visent globalement à atténuer les effets de vulnérabilité socio-économique observés et bien évidemment communautaires, mais leur mise en œuvre affiche toujours un visage fragmenté et reste particulièrement traversée par des logiques politiques clientélistes et culturelles. À présent, cette recherche, nous l'inscrivons dans le cadre du programme GETSPA et elle interroge donc la capacité de ces politiques mises en œuvre à pouvoir contribuer à une inclusion sociale réelle dans un contexte de gouvernance à la fois hybride et conflictuelle et se veut surtout être un outil d'aide à la décision publique et à la pratique stratégique en matière de protection et d'inclusion, notamment des femmes. Comme question objectif général, nous analysons comment les politiques sociales redistributives se construisent et se négocient et s'appliquent dans un contexte marqué par la décentralisation, les crises sécuritaires et les inégalités structurelles. En termes de questions objectifs secondaires, nous nous interrogeons sur comment les héritages centralisateurs et les réformes post-ajustement ont-ils influencé la structuration des politiques sociales au Cameroun. Deuxièmement, nous voulons savoir de quelle manière les mobilisations ethno-communautaires observées et les logiques clientélistes affectent au quotidien la distribution des ressources sociales. Dans quelle mesure, enfin, la dimension genre est-elle prise en compte dans la gouvernance locale des politiques sociales? Le cadre théorique nous permet de constater que, d'entrée, l'hybridité des régimes africains renseigne que nous sommes dans des contextes de coexistence entre des logiques formelles et des logiques informelles de gouvernance, mais aussi des tensions et de négociations, voire renégociations entre les différents acteurs. Alors nous mobilisons essentiellement 3 théories majeures. La première, c'est la sociologie de l'action publique, pour mettre en avant l'ensemble des acteurs qui participent à la planification publique en termes de définition et même jusqu'à aux solutions liées aux problèmes sociaux. La deuxième théorie, c'est la théorie de la justice. Nous mettons notamment en avant la double exigence de la reconnaissance des différences et des identités et aussi la distribution des ressources. Enfin, troisième approche, c'est l'approche intersectionnelle en mettant l'accent sur la pluralité des formes d'exclusion qui est elle-même conséquence du pluralisme identitaire chez certaines catégories sociales. En termes de méthodologie, qu'il nous soit permis de préciser que la recherche adopte une approche qualitative exploratoire. Les données proviennent jusqu'ici, les données collectées, et il y en a 18 en termes d'entretien semi-directif déjà réalisés auprès des populations bénéficiaires potentielles, des responsables des projets filets sociaux, des organisations de la société civile et des chefs traditionnels. Nous avons également réalisé 3 focus groups et ces données se sont combinées avec des données liées de l'observation directe et documentaire. Au moment de la préparation de cette présentation, nous n'avons pas encore rencontré les services déconcentrés des ministères, notamment le ministère des Affaires sociales, le ministère de la promotion de la femme, le ministère de l'économie, de la planification et de l'aménagement du territoire, le ministère de la santé, le ministère de la formation professionnelle, de l'emploi et de la formation professionnelle et le ministère du Travail et de la Sécurité sociale, tout comme les maires et certains chefs traditionnels, sauf probablement dans l'arrondissement de Matap où nous avons été orientés vers le responsable en charge du développement. L'étude se déroule dans 3 régions, nous l'avons dit, le sud-ouest, la Damawa et l'est, et les analyses ont été conduites selon une approche thématique croisée. À présent, je vais inviter ma co-chercheure pour qu'elle continue avec la présentation des résultats qui jusqu'ici sont des résultats provisoires. Merci.
Merci, je vais directement continuer avec la présentation. Il semblait que le diapo a disparu. Le diapo a disparu, ok, c'est pas grave. C'est pas grave, je vais le faire à partir de ce que j'ai ici. Ok, c'est bon. Ok, nous avons, comme disait le collègue tout à l'heure, nos résultats, nous attirons votre attention sur le fait qu'ils sont des résultats pour le moment provisoires, mais qu'à cela ne tienne, il en est sorti des données déjà collectées, analysées. Il y a une sorte de précarité de conditions socio-économiques qui appauvrissent, commande une sorte d'appauvrissement également généralisé
prolongée et une sorte de paralysie économique qui est notamment la conséquence justement de cette précarité-là. Il y a la captation des ressources, la politisation et le clientélisme. Donc, distribution, la captation des ressources notamment par les élites et puis les politiques. La politisation et le clientélisme. La distribution biaisée selon les réseaux partisans communautaires. Il faut noter néanmoins que la captation, la politisation et le clientélisme sont précédés par des actions lobbyistes des élites locales auprès des décideurs et des bailleurs de fonds. Nous avons en C la gouvernance hybride sous tension. Les chefferies, par exemple, nous avons les chefferies traditionnelles, les leaders religieux et certaines ONG qui agissent comme des relais ambivalents de l'action publique et qui, en général, au nom de la population, acceptent de servir des causes, mais en général, la population cible a du mal à bénéficier, comment dire, des biens ou bien des services qui leur sont destinés, ou bien à bénéficier totalement de ces biens et de ces services, parce que les relais, entre-temps, coupent ou bien se partagent les ressources. Et nous avons également l'appropriation par les collectivités les collectivités territoriales décentralisées. Et les politiques sociales au Cameroun en général sont ces dernières années, depuis la mise sur pied de la décentralisation qui est en cours, mais d'après les experts à qui nous avons parlé, qui ont évolué à 80% pratiquement, pardon, qui ont évolué à 80% pratiquement, sont les, les politiques sociales sont de plus en plus portées par les communes. Depuis dans le début de la décentralisation, ce sont les communes qui sont les porteurs des politiques sociales. Et ce, en matière de santé, d'éducation, pratiquement tout ce qui est social est de plus en plus porté par les communes, au point où les services décentrés des différents ministères sont seulement des accompagnateurs des communes pour le déroulement des projets sociaux de façon générale. Et nous avons également la prégnance des formes particulières d'exclusion. On a la faible participation des femmes aux instances locales, malgré des initiatives communautaires émergentes, ce qui affecte considérablement leur accès aux ressources redistributives. Il ressort également que malgré les discours récurrents sur l'autonomisation de la femme, les politiques sociales axées sur le genre et notamment sur la femme sont moindres. Et cela également, tout comme les relais qui au départ captent dans d'autres cultures, il y a également le poids culturel et traditionnel dans certaines communautés qui font que les femmes ont du mal à accéder aux ressources parce qu'il faut toujours passer par l'intermédiaire des hommes qui sont soit les maris, soit les papas, soit les grands frères, ce qui freine leur accès aux ressources. Et même si les ressources leur arrivaient, c'est seulement en partie, ce qui est très compliqué pour leur propre épanouissement et pour le même développement de la société. Ok. I'm coming back. Ok, c'est bon. Nous avons les difficultés rencontrées. Principalement, nous avons connu le démarrage tardif de nos travaux. Et principalement à cause du contexte actuel au Cameroun, comme vous le savez, il y a des crises post-péri et même préélectorales qui encore aujourd'hui restent compliquées, mais la situation semble s'est calmé, peut-être on pourra collecter ces données cette fois-ci. C'est l'une des raisons pour lesquelles on n'a pas pu parler aux personnalités dont il a cité plus haut. Tout le monde refuse carrément de sortir même de chez lui. C'est très difficile de négocier et de discuter avec les gens. Les focus group qu'on a essayé d'organiser, ça a été dans des conditions très très difficiles. Les déplacements également, c'était très très compliqué parce que les voitures, il faut louer, doubler, tripler les prix si vous voulez les amener à sortir. Donc c'était les principaux problèmes qu'on a rencontrés. Et on était obligé d'ajuster justement le budget. Bon, le climat, on a l'habitude, c'est normal. Et puis, on a tiré au début votre attention sur le caractère provisoire de ces résultats parce que nos données sont encore en cours de collecte. Certainement, les conclusions peuvent changer au fur et à mesure, mais qu'à cela ne tienne, voilà où on en est pour le moment. Donc, en conclusion, les politiques sociales camerounaises sont à la fois un instrument de régulation politique et un levier de légitimation politique locale. Leur effectivité dépendra fortement de la mise en œuvre réelle de la décentralisation, de la prise en compte de la dynamique des logiques locales et de l'identification des problèmes sociaux, de la transparence dans la gestion de l'inclusion des femmes dans le mécanisme décisionnel. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Clavel and Fadimatu, for a good presentation despite the constraints of the technology. Thank you. I now call on Isaac Frimpong, and you have 15 minutes. Started. Where is his presentation? You go ahead if you have it.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Frimpong. As I said, I'm talking about informal social policy systems. I'm talking about informal social policy systems and practices in Africa. And my outline will be an introduction, theoretical framing and methodology, the findings and discussions, conclusions, and my reflections. So I have a quote, that in most African communities, social protection does not start from the state. It starts with the family and community. And our faith-based groups have come into play. Social policy involves collective actions which shape social welfare, where people who are vulnerable are protected and provide basic needs for them, social institutions, norms and values which shape behavior and social relations, connections between two or more people. But in Africa, social policy reflects colonial legacies and donor influence. Often excluding many, such as informal workers.
But they are really valued. However, they face criticism of inequality, unfairness, and exclusion. So the question I ask is, the study looks to look at these informal systems, how they function, how they mitigate against risk, how they interact with formal systems, and what lessons can be learned from transformative social policy. So my questions I'm asking are 4 questions. 1, what are the predominant forms of informal social policy systems and practices in Africa, and how do they operate? The second is, what social risk do these informal systems mitigate, and how effective are they? 3, how do informal social policy systems interact with formal social policies, and what are the implications for welfare provision, and what lessons can be drawn from informal system for designing transformative social policy in Africa. But these questions guided my literature review and interviews linking theory and practice. But this exploration was underpinned by 4 theories. So the first one is colonization theory, which disrupted indigenous welfare systems and imposed Western models. It really underplayed the agency and local adaptation for independence. It links welfare to productivity unless you are in the formal economy. In most of African countries, you are excluded from this system. But decolonization came into to reclaim indigenous knowledge and agency, that these indigenous systems are worth pursuing. But it's difficult to operationalize in this system where donor and state frameworks take center stage. But challenges neoliberal and donor-driven welfare models that our informal systems still is valuable. But for us to understand it, or how these systems work, I look at social capital theory, which is about networks, about trust, norms that sustain mutual support. Though it overlooks power imbalances, it can exclude women, youth, and the very poor. But social relationship, it comes in to fill the gaps left by weak governance. And the one is economic affection by Hayden, which is emotional and social ties of welfare, where it talks about who you know is better than what you know. It can perpetuate dependency and elite capture, because whom you know is better than what you know. People who have resources can make it difficult for people who are not to benefit from it. But personal ties underpin informal distribution. And this is what underpinned my whole research. The methodology I followed was qualitative because I wanted to understand the perceptions of people I talked to. And I also did integrative literature review to understand how it spans across Africa. So my sample was 50. In Ghana, I spoke to 9 people, Nigeria, Kenya, and Tanzania. Nigeria and Kenya has a huge informal economy. And Tanzania, because of the informal social policy, it was key to look at that. Analysis was thematic to know the patterns and insights. So 5 forms of informal support systems were family-based, is core to social protection. And you distribute care, resources, and social obligations. It's like pay-as-you-go system, moral pay-as-you-go. As you pay in at old age, somebody is there to provide for you. You look after your children, thinking old age, they'll also be there for you. Community-based practices like ROSA, SUSU, it builds trust and social reputation. It's effectively locally, but it reinforces belonging and exclude people who are not able to contribute. Religious and faith-based. The churches and mosques provide welfare. They offer aid, education, health, outreach, and food support. But access can be influenced by membership. Unless you're a member, it's difficult, and you adhere to faith. Traditional healing practices, the spiritual and the herbal, they are affordable, they are culturally grounded, they are widely trusted. But there's a tension between the traditional and the biomedical care. And the informal education, skills training, which is an apprenticeship, and family mentorship, where the boys learn from their father and the girls learn from their mother. It builds livelihoods and social belonging. Access is shaped by gender as well, class, and but it lacks formal recognition. But look at the gender dynamics between these 5 forms. Family support, the gender, women carry caregiving burden and men often control resources in our family. So respondent said she takes care of people in the family, but it's unpaid. But as the brother sends money to them, it's more acknowledged. Community practices, women do operational work. Leadership tends to be male. Religious, women are the backbone of welfare activities in religious-based support. But leadership and benefit decisions are typically male-dominated. For traditional healing, women healers play roles, but legitimacy is often controlled again by male leaders. For informal education and skills training, boys are often tend to be moved into higher return trades, but girls often channel into care and roles which are less profitable. But skills, the risk that informal social policy system address: economic risk, income loss, unemployment, and funeral costs. So Rosa Burial Society, Kings-based transfer. However, there is embedded inequalities in this. Health risk, illness, and caregiving. Again, say traditional and spiritual healers supplement limited healthcare access. Gendered caregiving is needed. Is the need for integration and regulation. As I said, there's gender dynamics in there. Social exclusion. If you don't have resources to contribute, can be isolated, marginalized, people who are not up to scratch. But Ubuntu and Biakuya is a term in Ghana. As we come together, philosophy on moral basis for solidarity. Ubuntu, I am because you are. But exclusions are based on gender, age, and non-conformity. So if you don't conform, you are likely to be excluded. Employment risk, it fills the gap and job insecurity. Apprenticeship and informal mentorship. So these are the skills, these are the risks that informal social systems do address. My discussions. There's interaction between formal and informal systems. Complementary, substitution, and connectedness. I'm saying both provide assistance, insurance, and investment. However, the models changes because one is grassroots based, one is top down, but they provide assistance, insurance, and investment. Lessons for TSP, Transformative Social Policy. Cultural relevance and relational build solidarity and promote gender inclusion. So we can learn from informal social systems to help us look at the cultural context, and it's the context and its relevance and how it can help us build solidarity and promote gender inclusion. Intergenerational investments, because it's parents look after children and children are intended to look after international investment. So through what we can learn from informal social policy systems, we'll be able to help us for transformative social policy. The third one is community-driven collective action. This is based on community, solve community issues, and as we know, these are the strengths. It will help us have a better transformative social policy. Next one, flexibility, and it's flexible. So as things happen, and it's responsive, it's quick. So if you are in need, you are likely to get help very quickly. And trust, accountability, and inclusivity, it's what informal social policy systems present. And we can use that in our lessons to come up with transformative social policy. So strength and limitations. So the one on the left are the strength, which is trust, local legitimacy, flexibility and adaptive to crisis, provide accessible care and mutual aid, preserve indigenous knowledge and that. But the tensions, it can exclude the poor. Norms can be cohesive. Because I depend on you, you are likely to do things and normal standards you wouldn't do to me. Lack of scalability. COVID-19 happens and because it's very small, it's community-based, you can't expand it to cover many people. Reinforce gender and generational hierarchies because it's male-dominated gender issue, generational hierarchies because it's full mother, father, mother, children. These are the tensions. But it risks delaying medical care because of herbal and spiritual. People depend on it, for which you could have maybe biomedical care to help you heal very quickly. My conclusions. A takeaway. Informal systems remain central. They are not residual to welfare in Africa. They reflect historical adaptation. Despite dominance of Western models, they've been able to adapt over the years. It's locally like there is legitimacy and collective resilience. You look at Susu in Ghana or Isusu in Nigeria, it's been it's still working despite other forms of saving money has come. Yet it produces structural inequality and exclusions and gender imbalance. So I'm saying transformative social policy should look at inclusion, where youth and women are included, equity, trust, adaptability, and local relevance. My last point, policy should begin from where people actually find protection. Family, community, and faith, to build outward to scale inclusion and equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have Newman.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon. I'm so happy to share with you again another research which we are doing in Southern Africa on gender, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the structural transformation of Southern African economies, a transformative social policy approach. So I would like also to thank the keynote which we got in the morning. I think which it also sets actually the discussion for my research, which I'm going to be sharing with you. Okay, so I'll give you the focus of the research, then guiding questions, then I'll share briefly the methods, conceptual framework which framed the research, and discuss the cases, and before I move on to the conclusions. So in terms of focus, this research it tries to integrate often neglected the nexus between social and economic policy. And I tried to explore the important intersect between gender, regional trade integration, especially within the African Continental Free Trade Area, within the framework of transformative social policy. I used it's a three-country, three-sector study, which I tried to look at the mining sector, the agricultural sector, and also the fisheries sector between South Africa, then Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So just a justification of the focus, the importance of mining in the Zambian economy, and also the history of social policy in that country, and also the importance of land in Zimbabwe, and maybe in South Africa also we have what is called the Pakisa Operation Pakisa, which is trying to stimulate economic development through the blue economy. So the guiding questions, what does structural economic transformation entail, and how can we also integrate gender equitable participation within the economy? It's particularly as we look at the African Continental Free Trade Area, how can we ensure that women also benefit in the continental program? Yes, and the other two, from a feminist perspective, also understand what trade policies and protocols can actually deliver meaningful participation for women, in terms of maybe for gender equality outcomes. Okay, the research questions. It's a multi-method approach which was used for different cases. Some involved key informal interviews, some also involved primary data collection, depending with the case, which was under investigation. Okay, in terms of the framework, which actually guides transformative social policy, the norms, the instruments, and the tasks, and also some of the concepts within the framework, particularly the structural transformation of economies. What does it actually mean? How can we structure our economies to ensure participation of all the citizens in a given country? Then I will try to discuss this within the land, the fisheries, and the mining sectors, as potential gender equitable distributors of economic opportunities and welfare. So try to look at distribution of rights, either it can be land rights, distribution of fishing rights, and also mining rights between different genders, and how can that actually enable the participation of different groups, particularly women within the economy. Then also the importance of addressing care within trade. I think that is much emphasized, that trade should not focus only on economic growth, but also should also have a welfare integration to see how best can also trade and facilitate the welfare of citizens. So, so getting into the African Continental Free Trade, I think the basic maybe entry point is the protocol on women and youth in trade. I think many of us might have heard about it. It was more about gendering the African Continental Free Trade area, because found that when it was promulgated, gender wasn't part of the trade. Actually, women were not part of the trade. You find that it was only after 10 years that this protocol came up. From 2012, when there was beginning of thinking about the Continental Free Trade area, until 2024, when this protocol on women was promulgated. Then even in the original document, there was only 2 mentions of the word gender equality, and women was only mentioned once, showing that that particular trade agreement was actually gender insensitive, or women are not part of that trade agreement. So looking at the protocols of the trade agreement and what trade opportunities do they, and also constraints exist for women within that particular trade agreement, for that if we look at African trade, trying to understand the opportunities that might be there for women, if you look at the African continental trade, 96% of the products which have been ratified so far come from the agricultural sector, which means that if we have reforms within the agricultural sector, it might actually enable women to participate in the international trade, and also for that 68% of Africa's trade or exports are primarily products from agriculture, mining, and fisheries. And we also find that 36% of the trade within Africa, inter-trade Africa, is also based on commodities. And these commodities are mainly from agriculture, from mining, and from fisheries. So we see the importance of these 3 sectors is sources of potential welfare for both women and men. So there I'm showing some of the pictures there. I think the upper part showing some of the outcomes of the land reform program in Zimbabwe, where the division of land in Zimbabwe enabled women to participate in sugar production, which is actually sold globally, and also find that among the goods being traded within the Africa, the continental trade agreement, agriculture constitutes one of, actually sugar is one of those products which is being traded. So it means if women can actually engage in productive agriculture, they might, that might also produce or present opportunities for them to meaningfully participate in the trade and also derive some welfare from that particular sector. Then below there I saw some Zambian women who are engaged in the trade of special gemstones. So you can see that if we can reform the mining rights to allow also women to participate within those sectors, it means in the trade of that can be minerals or whatever. Then women can also derive welfare benefits. But what might be as constraint mostly might be the kind of laws which might not facilitate such kind of participation by different groups, particularly women. And maybe there you see some of the functional constraints, which women might face, such as lack of, let's say if they're engaged in fisheries, or women may not have access to fishing rights, both those that's male dominated. Sometimes they might lack even the infrastructure, like cold storage, which facilitates them to trade, to engage in long distance trade of fish. So there are so many functional constraints which women can face or need to be addressed if women are going to benefit in the international, the continental free trade agreement, which is being promulgated in the country. And maybe below there I saw a few pictures of women who are mining. You can see they are in a design of mining, but you see they lack protection, they lack access to equipment. So even the level at which men engage in business is usually very small scale and is not conducive for international trade. So there are so many constraints which women or women face if they are to benefit from the content of trade agreement which is being which is being set up or which is being rolled up across the continent. Then, of course, besides the functional constraints, there are also legislative constraints and also enablers, which might also exist. I might just give you, maybe just point you to the last one. If we look at in the South African context, the Small Scale Fisheries Act, which governs access to fishing resources in South Africa, defines small scale, where women mostly are found, as just those who engage in subsistence forms of fishing. So that is where most women have licenses to engage, not to engage as small scale fishers. And if they want to trade commercially, they need to obtain, they either to have either a company or they should engage in to form a cooperative. But eligibility to form a cooperative, you must, they indicate that you should have more than 30 years of fishing. You see, so in the soil, that even fishing itself, the fishermen are men. So it means women, by information of cooperatives, women can't actually come up with such programs because by gender norms around fishing also becomes a constraint to them as well. So much about that. Then also the issue of care, gender in the content of free trade area. This remains very important. You might find sometimes women might be integrated into trade. For example, you can see this picture. These are women who are into chili value chain production. So they are producing chili to sell to companies through contract. But find that in that particular value chain, which the protocol is trying to promote, the care issues are not addressed. In fact, that most of the women might participate in the trade, but with their children also working together there. You see? So issues of care, issues of gender in the care remains important. Whereas find that much emphasis has been placed on economic growth and less on addressing issues of care and also the unpaid care burden even if you look at the African content of the protocol on women itself, it doesn't even make reference to any issue of care. So it means that they still need to even engender the protocol which you do actually saying is for women, because it has also a lot of gaps which need to be addressed as well. Of course, there are emerging women business associations which are coming up to try to promote women's participation in this, which is something very, very commendable from the research fund. There are so many such networks which maybe I will not be able to discuss at this moment, but just to make a reference to them. And then is some of the key benefits, key voices, which I will not maybe read as well, is the importance, like usually the last one, where that mothers, sometimes they participate in trade, cross-border trade, and also with their children at their backs as well. See that, even if women participate in trade, there is also need that the care burden or even the border infrastructure must also be sensitive to issues of care. By designing to so that they also address that. Then maybe as I conclude in the last 2 minutes, the summary and the conclusion. Trade liberalization agreements that neglect care work undermine women's participation in international trade and may perpetuate their exploitation. Then there is also need to redefine the purpose of international trade to value, prioritize, and support progressive forms of social production. There's also need to transform gender division of labor, access to resources, and power relations within community value chains for equitable distribution of value welfare, distribution of value chain welfare. Then also one of our arguments that while trade expansion and gender equality can coexist, the complexity of their relationship requires the implementation of an appropriate sequence of trade and other economic and social policies together. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Can someone tell me if our discussant is online? Do we have a discussant? Okay, so we have Dr. Kwamina, Ato Kwamina Onoma, to give us a few thoughts on the papers that he just listened to. Hello, Ato.
Yes.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and my apologies for not being able to make it to the meeting. I appreciate the fact that you made it possible for me to participate nonetheless. Having just heard presentations at the same time as all of you, there are not a lot of thoughts that I have to express, which is probably a good thing since we don't have a lot of time. I think that what I will do is to just maybe raise a few areas in which there are common threads across the three presentations, and hopefully point out some areas in which approaches are sort of different as well. So let me start maybe with the first two presentations by Sadia and Ungba, and that's by Frimpong. I think the two presentations are sort of interesting because they are looking at social policies first from a formal perspective, referring to the state, and from an informal perspective, referring to more traditional, family-oriented, like Mr. Frimpong said, faith group-oriented. And so, in a sense, they are sort of different, but they are also very, very similar in the sense that the same questions of unfairness, inequality, gender disparities arise. And so the question that I had for both of them was, does it make a difference in the end, whether we are looking at the formal system or the informal system, in terms of the questions of unfairness and inequality? Now, the two presentations are also interesting because even though they are talking about the formal and informal systems, there is a significant amount of coincidence in terms of the actors that are involved, which is interesting because usually you will think that we should have two very different sets of actors, because when Ungba and Sajel make their presentation, in the era of decentralization, the question of traditional chiefs come up very much. And so, you know, they are talking about traditional chiefs, ONGs, and these are all actors that potentially could be involved in informal systems of social policy as well. And so the sort of gloom that we see when they talk about challenges with social policy in the formal sector do not raise much hope for challenges in the informal sector. And I think in informal social policy, and I think we sort of see this with the presentation of Frimpong, which raises one question, and that question is, what can we do to get out of this loop if we end up with the same problems of inequality, disparities, whether we are in the formal state sector or we are talking about informal social policies, or what we might think of as our traditional systems of social policy. What difference does it make? And maybe this question is interesting because it's sort of interesting looking at this question within the context of the presentation of Newman Tekwa, because I think Newman Tekwa sort of raises the same sort of questions of inequality, especially gender disparity, but brings in the question of legislation. So the question is, for example, legislating about fishing rights, ability to create companies, land rights and access to mining licenses and things like that. Is that a path that we can use to deal with unfairness? So can we resolve this problem through the state machinery? Or is it, I don't want to use the word more fundamental, but is it a question of changing norms? Because there is, there is something that has not been mentioned very often in these three presentations, but that's kept, coming to mind with all of the presentations, and that was the question of patriarchy. Patriarchy, in terms of its manifestations in continental frameworks and agreements, Newman Sequoia. Patriarchy in the formal state system, whether it's centralized or decentralized. Here we have Fadima Tuan Clavel, or patriarchy in our informal social policies structures. So Frimpong. In a sense, the same question of patriarchy came up, and I think one thing that I'll appreciate very much is maybe for each of these presenters to sort of reflect a little bit on what can be done. Is this something that we can deal with through our traditional informal mechanisms, or is it something that we can legislate out of existence, if that is at all possible? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are going to have, I'm going to say maybe 5 minutes for discussion because we are way over time. So I'm going to encourage you to think about perhaps comments and questions that would be of, what's the word? That get to the core of what we are trying to do here as a project, as a cause, as opposed to maybe little questions that you have that you can probably grab the presenter in a corner and ask. Okay, so if we have maybe more substantive comments that might help, not just the presenters here, but the rest of us in our thinking and our work, can we have those? And can we have those shortly? And I should have said, you may have noticed the casting change. Professor Techua Menu had to leave. Obviously, we are running beyond time. She had committed to being here, but she had to be somewhere else at this point. So she asked me to give you her apologies. All right then. Any comments or questions, or have I completely discouraged people? Okay. Hania. And then Marie. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Okay, so Hania and Marie.
I have a question for the second paper about informal social protection systems, about how they are financed given the overall impoverishment and depletion of communal resources. So given a number of stressors, there's stress through community poverty, shared community poverty. There's stress caused by state policies that have undermined collective ownership of resources, privatizations, and so on. So from your analysis, what is the viability of these systems given this depletion?
Thank you.
Oui, merci pour les belles présentations, c'était vraiment intéressant. La question va à l'équipe Clavel, Vicky, Omga et Fatimatou Sadia. Vous avez mobilisé plusieurs théories sur l'approche territoriale, la gestion des ressources, la cogestion des ressources. Et je ne sais pas, mais j'ai l'impression que peut-être il y a la théorie des communs qui pourrait être mobilisée de Eleanor Earlston, qui a été définie par Hardin. Et c'est une théorie qui permet quand même de mieux... tu sais, les communs désignent tout espace qui est partagé. Et puis, c'est des formes d'usage et de gestion collective d'une ressource. Et en général, c'est une communauté qui partage un territoire doit nécessairement partager des ressources, mais ce n'est pas le cas. Et d'ailleurs, c'est pour ça que c'est quand même important de travailler un peu tout le volet des disparités territoriales qui sont quand même des pathologies de la différenciation de l'espace révélées par des inégalités. Donc des inégalités par rapport à l'accès aux ressources. Et ça fait aussi des écarts entre les communautés et souvent ça crée des déséquilibres qui peuvent être source de conflits.
Donc, évidemment, si vous mobilisez Alstom, bon, ça va vous permettre un peu de sortir un peu de cette binarité-là, possédant, non possédant, mais surtout de vous intéresser davantage à l'égal accès aux ressources et notamment au régime de partage et de décision autour de ces ressources-là.
All right. Thank you, Mary. And I had it doesn't have to be a question, maybe just a comment for thinking through to Isaac. In your presentation and then also in some of the comments after, there seems to be some conceptual slippage between state and formal and then non-state and informal. Obviously, there are overlaps there, so I think you could help us a lot in your work by giving us a bit more conceptual clarity about what informal is. Because you also seem to equate informal with community and family. Those are not necessarily synonymous. You don't have to respond to me unless you have some clear thoughts on it now. But, Monsieur, Madame, Monsieur ici, do you want to start? Yeah.
Merci une fois de plus. Merci pour les contributions et les questions. Je vais essayer de répondre à un certain nombre de questions avant de passer la parole à Clavel pour ce qui est les théories. La question de savoir que pouvons-nous faire pour sortir des inégalités entre le secteur formel et informel, par exemple. C'est une question à laquelle, pour l'instant, il nous est impossible de répondre et je pense même qu'à laquelle il sera difficile de répondre, même après conclusion, parce que, comme disait quelqu'un, nous sommes dans les sociétés africaines où il y a chevauchement et ambivalence entre les sociétés traditionnelles et les cultures de modernisme. Et très souvent, on a tendance à confondre le traditionnel et l'informel, ce qui n'est pas toujours vrai. Informel, dans le cadre de notre travail, c'est surtout toute activité qui n'est pas cadrée par la loi. Activité ou pratique, parce que ce n'est pas forcément activité, mais des pratiques qui ne sont pas cadrées par la loi positive. Et bon, disons, quand la loi n'encadre pas, ça veut dire tout ce qui n'est pas encadré par la loi du point de vue juridique est autorisé. C'est dans ce sens-là qu'on analyse les données de ce point-là. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne les poids de la tradition, tout ce qui est informel n'est pas forcément traditionnel. Parce que la tradition, ce qu'on appelle, par exemple, quand on parle des chefs traditionnels ou des chefferies, les poids des chefferies traditionnelles sur les pratiques, c'est les habitudes ou comment on appelle ça, les habitus culturels dans le quotidien, la pratique, les relations entre les hommes et les femmes, qui la plupart des temps est une relation de domination, c'est que le présentateur appelait tout à l'heure le patriarcat. En général, c'est une relation de domination, parfois même des permissions. Il faut donner la permission à la femme d'agir ou de ne pas agir, de prendre quand on lui donne ou de ne pas prendre. Et cela, en général, empêche la femme de bénéficier d'un certain nombre de services qui lui est dû normalement, par exemple.
Madame, brièvement, on n'a pas de temps.
Ah, c'est bon, j'ai même fini.
Vous avez fini? Okay.
Oui.
Ah, merci. Newman?
All right, thank you very much for the question on patriarchy. Yes, in the state, because we argue that the state is also a distributor of rights, so, or can actually distribute rights through the state. So the transformative social policies also has to do with transforming social relations and institutions, which also include relations governing access to land and also even access to fishing rights and mining rights. So also as we do social policy, we also need to transform such relations as well. And we should not forget that social policy is not only about distribution, but also changing social relations and institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of finances, informal social policy does not remove structural poverty because it's quick and responsive. It takes away the immediate risks that the person faces. But the finances for a family-based, where there might be a family wealth where the head takes care of the wealth and passes the resources down. But in terms of the community where we have ROSA or the SUSU, the individuals come together to contribute to finance the aim of what they've set the group to be. And because individuals come together to achieve an aim, it is them that have to raise the money to finance how things will go. And in terms of rules and regulations, they set it themselves up. It's not a state that comes in. And for Nana, your comments have been taken on board, and I will incorporate into the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. For cutting you all short, but really, we didn't have a lot of time. But thank you so much for doing what you could with the limited time we have. Thank you so much for your patience, and I'll hand over to the last session.
So for this last session, Professor Marifa will be the chair, and the discussant in place of Professor Michael Pesa White, we will have Professor James Jissa, and the presentations will go as we have scheduled. Thank you.
We can't tell them now. I just saw conscious.
Alors, c'est notre dernière session, un peu plus de courage et puis on va y arriver, on va finalement y arriver. Donc, c'est la session 4 qui porte sur les recherches par des chercheurs postdoctorants et nous en avons 3 qui vont présenter. Vous aurez 15 minutes chacun pour présenter vos travaux. La première présentation sera faite par Getachew Sambel Hendricks. Il est en ligne. Ensuite,
Hello.
la deuxième, c'est Chikapa Tiesere Merci.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Vous pouvez commencer à présenter, s'il vous plaît? Allô, Getachew, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Oui.
Hello, good evening.
Good afternoon, evening for you. Yes, you have to present your...
Hello.
We hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, go on your presentation, please.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether network is from my side. It's in the evening, and I'm having some network problems. It would be nice if someone could share the slides that I have already shared to. Okay. Thank you so much. May I also turn off the video so that we'll be able to have like a quality presentation without any interruption?
We hope. You have 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Go
Can
on.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm the only one presenting a proposal. This is a proposal. I'm sorry for that. I'll be able to quickly go through my presentation within the 15 minutes given to me, but I would like to ensure whether you can hear me from that side. I'm having some network problem. Okay. So basically here is the topic of my presentation. My name is Getachew Shambendris. I work here at Harama University, Ethiopia. So you have already seen the topic of my presentation. Would you please take me back to the topics so that everybody will be able to see? Yeah, supporting differentiated pathways for gender equitable and transformative policy innovation in sub-Saharan Africa. So I'll be able to explore the intersection between formal and informal social protection as an aspect of transformative social protection. So next, please. So just to be able to give you some background and context of the study, that is a kind of discussion that we're having in the literature now. Social policy reforms in sub-Saharan Africa focus on donor-funded and state-led intervention with, at the moment, the formal system covers only about 70% of the population. A significant portion of the population relies on informal social policy arrangements. Alternatively, we call them as indigenous mutual support practices. So this is despite the fact that formal policy responses in Africa are being targeted in a context where informal social policy arrangements simultaneously operate. So basically what I'm going to do here is trying to understand how informal social policy practices can be strengthened and integrated into social policy programs, and policy can provide lessons for more inclusive and transformative social policy, particularly COVID-19 Africa. Next, please. Yeah. So here are basically the operational definitions, and I'm not going to go through each of the operational definitions, but we have adopted what is defined by Makangwere 2011, transformative social policy practices and social protection, formal social protection, and informal social protection. Here are the operational definitions. So next, please. I'm not going to read through what we have here. So here are basically the research gaps. So informal social policy practices, which we also call them as indigenous mutual support practices, they may not be synonymous, they are widespread and institutionalized in sub-Saharan Africa, but they remain overlooked in policy, theory, and praxis. They are also rarely addressed in mainstream social policy literature. So at the moment, there is a dearth of cross-country studies particularly on integrating informal social practices into formal policy. So experts such as Makandore argued for some kind of disconnect between neoliberal reforms and African informal systems. So there is an emerging consensus, largely in the literature, advocating for some kind of hybrid models, linking formal and informal social protection practices. So presently, there is a lack of framework that can facilitate this kind of linkage. So is evidence to guide the integration efforts. Next, please. So I would like to show you through my readings, extensive readings of transformative social policy, and other literature on social capital. What I have noticed is that there is a limited discussion on transformative aspects. So the current literature provides limited analysis of the transformative potential of informal social capital informal social arrangements. So basically, the current study seeks to bridge this gap by exploring the interface in interaction between formal and informal system. So as an aspect of transformative social policy. So a closer analysis of existing literature also tells us that the existing literature is reductionist. So existing literature often reduces informal social protection arrangements as a mere economic instruments, overlooking their expansive and vast social, cultural, and relational dimensions. There are also overly narrow definitions. For instance, informal social policy is frequently narrowly framed in terms of social protection or social security, often modeled as a market-based system in the global north, which may not be reflective of what is currently going on in the global south, particularly Africa. And if you look into available literature, they heavily rely on secondary or systematic reviews, lacking primary empirical data. There is also this gap of gender and power and relational dynamics has been overlooked. Many studies primarily focus on the male-headed households during data collection. For instance, focus group discussion, key informants, focusing on male-headed households, overlooking gendered access, membership structure, power and relational dynamics that are deeply embedded in informal social protection arrangements. There is also no practical discussion on how this integration can be realized. Of course, there are studies advocating for integration, formal and informal system, but they largely fail to address the practical mechanism, the modalities, how such integration can be realized. Next, please. These are basically the gaps that I have tried to identify while reading through the literature. So these are basically the research objectives. First is to identify and describe promising case studies of social protection innovation that demonstrate partnerships with informal social protection arrangements, not particularly during COVID crisis, but beyond that. There is the second research objective is basically to examine the extent to which formal and informal arrangements are integrated and identify synergies, partnerships, and also critical gaps for transformative outcomes for vulnerable people and population. And by the end of the day, I'm trying to develop a framework that links formal social policy and informal social policy for a more inclusive and transformative social policy for addressing the existing gap. Next, please. Next, please. This is I'm trying to discuss how the current research is basically aligns with my PhD dissertation and other things. That was the discussion basically on the former slide. So I'm basically trying to conduct this study in Ethiopia and South Africa. Here is a comparison and the context between the two countries in terms of the development of social protection intervention in both countries. So the yellow part particularly demonstrates the commonalities between the two countries. And the other is the contrasting feature. And why it is important to actually pick the two countries, given their deep experience in terms of the development of social protection programs. Ethiopia being one of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa with the largest state-supported social protection program, which is the productive safety net program. And South Africa has one of the largest social protection program in Africa. And the Ethiopian development, if you look into the development of social protection program in Ethiopia, it is particularly shaped by developmental state ideologies, while the development of social policy program in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, is basically underpinned by colonial legacies and other institutional dynamics of apartheid actually shapes. So there is a lot to learn from this country, those countries, that later on we can scale up to other African countries. So next, please. So this is a kind of framework, conceptual framework that I would like to, basically trying to understand the interaction between formal and informal social protection programs in Africa, particularly within the parameters of those two countries. So if you go back to the second slide, next, please. So basically this framework, that is the second slide where we have added an aspect of social innovation. So the framework basically trying to conceptualize formal and informal social protection arrangement as an aspect of transformative social policy, as I have already indicated at the beginning. So presenting them against their core social protection functions: social assistance, social insurance, social service, and social equity. So a central element of the framework is that despite the structural and institutional differences, formal and informal system often serve as a complementary and overlapping functions. So the framework is just, basically positions formal and informal social protection not something as rivals, but as complementary domains within the broader ecosystem of social protection. So the issue that I'm trying to tackle here is to determine which kind of partnership or social policy mix of innovation is most appropriate and relevant to support gender transformative and equitable social policies in Africa. So what I have in mind is, by the end of the study, the framework will be redrawn to show possibilities of innovative partnerships between formal and informal system to support transformative social policy in Africa. So other than, apart from the transformative aspects of social policy, which is discussed under the transformative social policy literature. I've also added an aspect of social policy innovation, where we're going to see, basically defines innovation as an aspect of product, process, and positioning, and paradigm innovation. So basically, this is the conceptual framework. You may please skip to the next slide. So this is basically the study design, where I'm trying to adopt a comparative case study design between the two countries. So next, please.
You have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. I'm trying to, conclude. So in South Africa, the focus will be on state-led social protection responses rather than market-based intervention. I mean, in both countries, when it comes to designing the study,
rather than social insurance. So in Ethiopia, I'm going to basically examine the productive safety net program. And in South Africa, the social grant scheme and the special COVID-19 social relief distress of South Africa will be seen against the informal social practices. So data will be collected using those, the conventional data collection techniques of qualitative approach, key informant interviews, in-depth interviews. So these are basically the framing of the study. Next, please. Yeah, you may click. This is how data is going to be analyzed. Please skip to the next.
Time is up.
Thank you. And here is basically what I'm trying to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. OK. Maintenant, c'est au tour de Shikapa ISSER Merci qui va nous présenter l'austérité et l'emploi précaire dans le secteur de la santé au Malawi. Allez-y.
Good evening, everyone. So I hope my presentation can be beamed there. Yeah, so we have the title. Everyone has the title in the program. So I'll be looking at austerity and precarious employment issues in the Malawi's health sector. Again, it's a proposal still, and therefore your comments in terms of strengthening it further would be appreciated this evening. Okay. Right, so as a way of trying to introduce the study, essentially we are examining, or the study is examining austerity and precarious employment issues in the Malawi's health sector. And if we look at that from the sub-Saharan African context, you recognize or realize that many countries in this particular context, including Malawi, actually face high health worker unemployment. You have many trained health workers, but these remain unemployed. And essentially that has been due to wage ceilings that have been imposed by government through various donor interventions, such that by the end of the day, these trained healthcare workers are not actually formally absorbed into the health sector. And therefore, in our context, it gives a false indication of oversupply, like we have a lot of people, but when in fact, we have vacancies even in the health sector. So for instance, our current strategic plan in the health sector shows a 45% vacancy rate more generally, but if we are to focus on 8 frontline categories of healthcare workers, you'd find that we also still have a higher vacancy rate. Okay. And in trying to respond and recover from the post-COVID period, The IMF has continued to actually introduce, or it has reintroduced the austerity recommendations, which have also included the wage caps, some budgetary constraints, some recruitment freezes that by the end of the day have affected this further absorption of trained healthcare professionals. As recent as 6 November, a few days ago, we've also seen the Malawi government actually proposing a set of expenditure control measures as a way of trying to put the country on a recovery kind of path following the change of government on 16 September 2025. In this particular study, my argument is that all these measures are actually worsening employment precarity within the health sector. Okay, right. I will skip so many other aspects in terms of trying to understand what precarious employment is, but essentially we are looking at insecure, unstable, low-paid, and unprotected work that people would find themselves engaged in. When we're talking about precarious employment, issues of gendered precarity are also of concern because women tend to be overrepresented in such kind of precarious context. And essentially, the austerity policies would sustain the job insecurity through these wage ceilings and recruitment freezes proposed by the IMF and then adopted by different countries. As a result, from the literature that I've reviewed, I've identified, I think, 3 sets of gaps that I would like to try and explore more. So conceptually, there are issues in terms of how we are treating precarity. The existing literature actually would just look at precarity as something that is fixed. It's something that you are saying you either are secure or insecure. You are in a precarious job or you are not. It's actually ignoring the fact that it's a process, and also it takes a structural nature of things when we are trying to look at precarity. It's not just a once-off state, or you just can't be in that state and then maybe you will not find yourself in another situation. Empirically, there's also lack of detailed data on how different cadres, different categories of health sector workers experience and navigate insecure employment over time. Policy-wise or structurally, in terms of structural elements, we see that when you're looking at donor issues, donor transitions or recommendations, we just maybe focus on the financial implications of such kind of interventions, but we maybe fail to go beyond that to look at, okay, what are the political issues, what are the social drivers that we can actually interrogate further from these particular donor transitions or donor interventions. So we've not interrogated that much how they shape and sustain precarity in the workforce. The study is utilizing 2 theories. So I've adapted Marlet's precarity framework that tries to look at precarity at 3 levels or in 3 dimensions, looking at lived experiences, the fact that precarity will evolve over time, so the processual aspects, and also the fact that precarity would be rooted in colonial and certain other global economic legacy. So there'll be so many things that will be happening in the global economy that would actually contribute to precarity. So we are looking at that. But then, because this particular framework is kind of, I would say, it's maybe gender blind, or maybe gender neutral would not be okay, but maybe gender blind. That's why I'm coming in to also say, let me adapt this particular framework and incorporate ACA's inequality elements and see by the end of the day how I can be intersectional and look at the different categories of employees in these precarious conditions. How are they affected? How are different categories of staff experiencing precarity? If you look at maybe by gender, by profession, by location, and any other differentiating factor that I'll be able to come across. But majorly, these will be the issues that we're looking at. So we are looking at a multi-layered lens that we are adopting. because we want to understand that precarity is produced by political, economic structures, and these will be experienced differently across different categories of the health sector workers. Now, in terms of specific objectives, I have about 5 of them, but they're just revolving around looking at the lived experiences, the prevalence of precarious employment. We are also trying to look at the intersection of, how precarious employment would actually intersect with the profession, gender, and I've included, I think, type of employment arrangement, issues of gender, where the health sector, the healthcare facility is located, so that I can look at the differences in that regard. I would also like to analyze how workers navigate between employment states and how precarity evolves as a process in response to institutional and structural shifts. I would also be, I'm also going to be investigating how donor policies and government employment laws and policies have actually shaped and sustained patterns of precarity in the Malawian health sector. And lastly, I'll be examining any promising initiative. Maybe there's something that is working elsewhere to try and address work precarity in the formal health sector, and how can this be seen in the context of the future of work in the sector. So what is working elsewhere? What can we learn in that regard? So I will skip the research questions because they are basically representing the specific objectives in a question form. The study, in terms of methodology, adopts a mixed methods approach. We are starting with a survey, explore issues there, and address maybe a few specific objectives that are requiring quantitative data, and then we follow up with a qualitative approach so that we can explore or have an in-depth understanding of the issues once we are clear in terms of what is happening in the survey. So we are targeting at least 12 facilities. So we have 4 central hospitals in Malawi. Then I'm also going to select at least 4 community health centers, and then 4 Christian-based health sectors, so that I can look at the differences that will be there in terms of precariousness or precarity across the different cadres. So there is an element of purposive selection of the facility types, but then there will be some kind of randomization when I'll be sampling within the different cadres of my respondents. Qualitatively, there will be an element of also engaging in life history interviews so that we can delve deeper into the experiences of our respondents. And of course, there will be some key informant interviews with selected officers with knowledge on the subject matter, HR officers, some key people, policymakers within the context. Right, data analysis wise, so there'll be some descriptive analysis, some t-test, some regression to analyze as we are trying to analyze the quantitative data. And qualitatively, there will be some thematic analysis, some discourse analysis. We are going to synthesize the life histories, and also there will be an element of tracing the processes as someone is moving from one kind of precarity to another. What is happening? So we will engage in such kind of qualitative data analysis. Getting to the end. Yeah. So in terms of expected contributions, I'm looking at the gaps that we identified. Empirically, we'll be having, the prevalence estimates plus the rich life histories across the cadres, what is happening at different stages, what has actually contributed to the precarious situation they found themselves in. Theoretically, the study will be actually extending Malice lens applications to the global south, but also adding this intersectional approach to looking at the precarity experiences. Policy-wise, we'll try, and the study will be looking at how these austerity tools are actually translating into the worker level precarity. So what is the precarity at this particular individual worker. And therefore, just reflected on the next steps. We'll be finalizing the instruments, especially the qualitative instruments, push the ethical clearance elements, conduct some pilot survey, begin the field work, analyze the data, write up, and then think about dissemination. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's good you just used 12 minutes. Okay. Now, la prochaine présentation, c'est Peter Diaponsa Bembia. Donc, repenser la politique sociale à partir de la base, infrastructure informelle de protection sociale et bien-être quotidien dans les contextes de conflit.
Thank you, everyone. So my presentation is on rethinking social policy from below, informal welfare infrastructures, and everyday well-being in conflict-affected settings. So this is my presentation outline. So even from the discussions and conversations that has been going on today, and also in the literature, what has been clear is that assumptions about social policy, even when it involves informal social policies, almost always assumes a stable state or the presence of stability in the countries or spaces of research. It does not really capture conflict-affected settings, and where there have been attempts by social policy, sorry, even whether formal social policy or informal social policy, to consider applications or implementations of social policy in conflict settings, the focus has extremely been on social protection. But I attempt to conceptualize well-being or everyday well-being, and how well-being is achieved within conflict, especially in spaces where conflict is recurrent or perennial. And I show well-being as co-produced through obligations and aid. So as communities and kinship groups and kinship ties and network come together or offer help, it is not just an aid they are giving, but it's also an obligation. And also I show that informal systems are actually de facto welfare architecture that should be the basis of policy design, or that should be keenly considered in the design of any policy that will be transformative. In these conflict spaces, state activities are almost always absent, and that the networks and the kinship ties become very important in providing social policy. Communities do policy themselves through sharing, belongingness, reciprocity, obligation, and there is a lot of negotiation that goes on in generating these well-being mechanisms. So in a nutshell, well-being in this context are not delivered. It's not like there is a structured, planned attempt to say we want to provide welfare to these people by a state or some actor, but the communities themselves or individuals within these network spaces socially produce well-being. And there's a very central analytical consideration of this thesis, of this presentation. Yeah, so the various network groups and the aid and savings groups and the community groups and rituals that are done when there is conflict, they serve as informal welfare infrastructures, and as I argue, they are actually the default systems people fall into. So everyday regimes become systems of relations that governs access to resources, and who belongs and who is excluded, whose life is protected, who get which benefits, and under what conditions the benefits are obtained. So well-being in this study is viewed from the perspective of the 5 social policy functions. I argue that to consider well-being, it is important not to focus on a single policy dynamic, and especially in the informal settings and during conflict. If, for example, somebody from the diaspora sends money, this money has multiple functions. It may be used for protective activities. It may go into, it may serve as a redistributive function, or it may also contribute to some extent in building cohesion and solidarity among members belonging to that particular group. So I see well-being as the capacity of people within these conflict spaces to reproduce life, secure livelihoods, and maintain their belongingness through locally embedded welfare arrangements that has been existing over the years. All right. So I draw from Nkamdawili's and Adetina's transformative social policy, and that is why I came by these 5 social policy functions. And of course, the sharings also hint on capabilities or capacities of these people and families, networks and relations to provide or even ensure their own survival, and also have the capacity to support other people. So I also draw from Sen's capability approach, and then Gore and Wood's informal security systems. So the central question that has been guiding the research, and it's an ongoing research, is how informal welfare infrastructures shape everyday well-being in conflict-affected settings. The study is primarily centered in Boko, a town in the northeastern part of the country near the Burkina Faso border, which has been having recurrent conflicts since the early 20th century. But the conflict itself has basis that goes way before the 1930s, when some of the fights even became very apparent. And it has been recurring every now and then, where circumstances and misunderstandings that exist or come up between 2 ethnicities, Mamprusis and Kusasis, reignite long-standing conflicts about chieftaincy, and leading to killings and reprisals. So that is the place where the study is focused. But I also look at the diasporas of this Boko community, especially those in Accra and Kumasi, and I'm trying to understand everyday survival, obligations, reciprocity, and the power relations that foreground these relations. It's a multi-method approach, and some of the views from the few data I've collected. One female respondent said, "We don't wait for government. No government has provided any aid or support since the conflict has been ongoing for many years. We help ourselves within the family and the community." And this was through phone call because the conflict recurred last year and it has taken a new turn. So it was not security, in terms of security, wise for me to go to Boko to conduct this study in person. So I've been doing phone interviews, and then those in Accra, I have physical interactions with members of the diaspora. A female member also said, sending money home is not help, it is a duty. If you don't, you lose your place here and there. The social pressure around you ensures that once you have an opportunity, you will send help, you will send something back home. You have someone from the area if you have an opportunity. This is how you see many of our people in some of the mining centers and cocoa farming areas. They migrate there and help others to settle there as well when they get opportunity. Each of these communities has its chiefs in the migrant areas. And a male actor in Kumasi also said women are custodian of home and community values, and their voices carry moral authority. By involving them in the peace roadmap, they can influence the involvement of their brothers, sons, and husbands in the conflict. And these voices also kind of show how the five functions play out, the five social policy functions play out in an informal setting, and especially in a conflict setting. So in terms of production, because of the conflict, a major market that was being used by both ethnic groups is no more used by both of them. So the other group has had to establish new markets, and this was the space was provided by the chief of the other side, and store spaces have been given to women and traders in the market. And migrant work is also serving as a space where many of these young people from the conflict spaces are either invited or welcomed by their predecessors who have migrated in order to partly to generate money and to help finance their families back home, and sometimes support the recurrence or continuity of the war. And there's also been subsistence farming. Since the communities are not able to interact and share a common market anymore, and there are separate markets, the other side has begun practicing subsistence farming. So they are doing backyard farming to ensure provision of food. So these are some of the productive activities that has been ongoing in the informal setting. And everyday labor of care for the wounded and aged, as happens in most conflict spaces, are heavily borne by women. Remittances and food exchanges are also done. And the food exchanges are mostly done by women who still secretly go through the curfews and the boundaries to get food from the other side and send, and vice versa, through family ties and family relations. And in terms of protection, there are credit, rotational credit, and then something like credit union, informal credit union system that the women and men, they contribute money together and give it as a loan. Whoever gets the loan pays interest, and the interest is shared at some predefined period. And also social cohesion. There have been meetings among men, especially in Kumasi, and women group. They are women leaders and female group, having conversations and discussions about how to stop the war and the spillover effect that is occurring in the diaspora, and then to transport the peace processes back to Boko. So I call this social remittance, because the whole idea is to engineer a kind of even if you call it a performance, they are showing to the youth there that the two sides, we are together here in Kumasi, and so do the same up north. So this is basically some of the findings. So we find that some of these processes are welfare sustaining. Others are also well-being straining. So for those that are welfare sustaining, with the aid and the remittances and the food and all these interventions and reciprocity ensure that well-being is promoted. At the same time, there is this sense of obligation that creates debt. So when you receive, or the fact that you are part of the community, you are supposed to give something. And sometimes even if you don't have, and exclusion and pressure are all embedded in the system to make sure that this welfare mechanism which strains well-being of others. Care becomes compulsory, not up. You don't have a choice to refuse once you belong. And the survival logic also reproduces dependence. And because the gatekeepers kind of decide who is going to get the resources, who collect remittances from the diaspora and send, if not that family members are bringing it directly to you. And so welfare becomes a social and political leverage. So let me skip with some of the contributions and then say that in conclusion, informal welfare systems are not to be viewed as survival tactics alone. It's not only about protection, but it's a local governance system reproducing livelihoods and social order, even in the midst of perennial conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bembi. Je vais donner la parole à Michael pour la synthèse. Allez-y.
Okay, so thank you very much. My task is a very simple one, to look at these three presentations and see the connections as well as ways through which they address the issues of, for me especially, the transformative aspect of social policy, with gender very, very much at the center of these transformations. So the first one from GETSPA was about more or less his proposal, postdoctoral proposal, that wants to look at the informal social protection in terms of the differentiated pathways. So largely, I was asking myself, so what is going to be the contribution? Because if you are looking at the informal social protection, largely we want to see how this connects back to the former social policy, which is the very dominant aspect. So we don't want to see a dichotomy that this is informal, this is formal. So the hybrid basically is what we are interested in. How are we going to develop the hybrid aspect of these policies? And I think he largely achieved that at the end in terms of looking at the innovation, social policy innovations. But I think he needs to give some thought to the transformative processes in terms of going beyond the economic models that are basically present in terms of the former processes, even though he's not focusing on that, but it looms large in terms of his descriptions about the processes that he's interested in, and especially the neoliberal critique hangs around the issues of social policy one way or the other, which actually connects with the other two presentations as well. The second one by Chikapa was dealing with austerity and precarious employment, especially in the health sector. Again, so I've already indicated about the neoliberal social policies. So the neoliberal reach is not just in the health sector, it's across all the sectors, but we see the policy prescriptions, especially from the international financial institutions, the IMF and the World Bank, in terms of how the economy is supposed to take the center stage, relegating social policy and social welfare largely to social networks, which sometimes they often want to more or less economize and formalize as well. So financial clearance or quotas for recruitment cut across not just the health sector, but it's also within the education sector as well. And the neoliberal governance system is front and center of this. So again, here also I'm interested in how you are going to achieve the transformative process where precarity is not just seen within the health sector, but extend to the gender dimensions in terms of how the social reproduction of gender has always been part and parcel of these production and reproduction of inequalities. So I think that needs to come out. The last one, very interesting, describing conceptual well-being within a conflict obligations. And Peter's presentation situates the social policy within largely the informal networks. But the interesting thing here is that we are dealing with a conflict zone. So within the conflict settings, often the formal system does also not work because there is that breakdown of law and order. So we go back to the old tested informal networks to provide the social welfare that we are looking at. So what do I want to see from Peter? It seems that your conclusions are largely expected in terms of the conflict. So people will deal with the informal social policy processes. So I'm again here also interested in looking at the transformative social policy. So what is the transformative social policy for you in terms of this work within the conflict zone? If people are sending money from abroad, remittances and the rest, we know some of these things have become formalized, government reports them, but people receive them. Where are they receiving them? Is it within the formal institutions, formal sectors? And also, are people in Boku still receiving LEAP in terms of support? Are those things gone because of the conflict? Has the informal sector taken over totally? So if you can focus a bit on the transformative social policies processes, that would be fantastic. So largely, I want to say that all the three presentations are linked by policies often within the social policy framework that are external to the continent of Africa, that tries to formalize even the informal within the framework of economic models. And these projects, actually for me, just sitting here listening, is trying to tease out that gender dimensions that shows how resilient those informal social structures are, but at the same time how they perpetuate and reproduce the inequalities and how we can transform and go beyond those. And if we can tease out these elements, I think we'll do much more better than now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Maintenant, nous allons ouvrir la période des questions. C'est sûr qu'on a du retard, il est 17h25. Donc, on peut prendre quelques questions juste pour gagner du temps. Oui, Inde.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Une toute petite question. Moi, j'ai trouvé que les présentations sont très intéressantes et j'ai fait un focus sur les deux présentations qui traitent directement de l'informel. Moi, je sais que quand on parle du secteur informel, ce sont des mécanismes qui échappent à l'aspect réglementaire, contrairement à ce qui se passe dans le secteur formel. Ma question, elle est directe. Dans quelle mesure, Monsieur Peter, vos résultats sont opérationnalisables? Parce que moi, je suis vraiment... j'aimerais savoir, j'étais curieuse, parce que vous avez présenté les 5 fonctions qui forment et qui forgent les politiques sociales transformatrices. J'aimerais savoir dans quelle mesure vos résultats que vous avez présentés tout à l'heure sont opérationnalisables. Merci.
Oui, t'es quoi?
Thank you so much for the presenters. I think I'll be a quick one regarding maybe developments in also defining or redefining social policy, because social policy is more than what the state does. So it also includes market provisions, community provisions, and so forth. So if you also define social policy by maybe through the state, it also leaves a lot of gaps around. Yeah, so I'm now maybe challenging those who are working on the informal social protection, because I'm seeing a number of projects on this, that may you also help if you now remove the term state from social policy to social provisioning. You see, to include all other sources of welfare beyond the state. Now, can we come up with now a concept or a new coining of a word from the GETSPA research, which removes the informal, this informal, because when you say something is informal, even the informal word itself is given. We are just adopting a name which was given to it, which we are now, maybe from the findings, we're finding that they are no longer like, after the formal tend to limit them, is it? So can you, maybe I challenge those Andrews, Peter, Isaac, and others who are working on this sector to come up with a proper name which we can give to this kind of social provisioning which are not from the state. Thank you.
Une dernière avec Rose.
Thanks. So just a quick point or questions for Getschal's presentation or proposal. The first has to do with the research questions, and I'm wondering whether the focus on COVID is not going to restrict the relevance of your research going forward. It strikes me that we're now in a sort of post-COVID austerity phase, and that what's interesting is to kind of think about, well, what has happened to social policy, and in this case, social protection, in this austerity period. Also, I just wanted to flag, since you're thinking about Ethiopia and South Africa comparatively, that South Africa also has a very expansive public employment scheme. And actually, one of the things that happened during COVID was that the presidency took over that through the presidential employment stimulus in order to sidestep what it saw as a public employment program that was largely corrupt. And so there is a kind of, I think it might be interesting to compare apples with apples. In other words, the public employment scheme in Ethiopia to the public employment scheme in South Africa, even if you also take into account the social relief of distress grants. So I guess they were suggestions, not questions.
Merci. Alors, on va vous laisser répondre, s'il vous plaît. Allez-y.
that there was at least one, maybe question from the discussant regarding the gender element. I am trying in my study to go beyond gender because gender tend to be limiting. That's why I've adopted the intersectional approach to looking at things so that I can look at the differences beyond gender. So maybe it would be a woman or a man, maybe located in a community health center that is in a rural side of the country, something like that. So there's an element of gender aspects, yes, but the inequalities can also be reproduced through other means, hence the requirement to adopt the intersectional approach to looking at the differences. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the very interesting questions. The first one on the transformative social policy of the people receiving support from the government and not from the government. I believe the transformative social policy element in this work is the attempt to look at well-being as not focusing only on survival, and so policy framing will have to go beyond thinking about relieving people or hedging against vulnerabilities, and which in effect technically is about social protection, but to think about framing or policy forms that will also generate capacities of people and help them in reproductive aspects, and also with productive dimensions. So I'm trying to push it from this kind of survival mindset that mostly in the informal and especially in an insecurity spaces, it is people are under threat, risk. So what is more helpful is to give them something for them to survive. It's going beyond that, and that is what the everyday well-being is trying to emphasize. And I believe that with the further development and refining, it should contribute to transformative social policy framing and thinking. About operationalizing the result, what I'm trying to do is that with any of the outcomes and the findings, I'm trying to see how they are responding to the 5 main social policy functions that has been outlined by Mkandawere and Adesina. So that is how I'm trying to operationalize the functions, and then the extent to which they are contributing to these functions will now bring out to what extent are they supportive of well-being, and to what extent they are constraining well-being in conflict spaces. So that is the operationalization I'm trying to do. Thank you.
Hello?
Oui, allez-y.
Yeah, I strongly believe that some of the questions posed has already been answered by my colleagues, as there is some kind of similarity in the way how we operationalize social policy. And there was an issue raised by the discussant on the focus of the study. I'm not trying to single out informal social policy here in trying to, that is obvious. And what I'm trying to deal with here is trying to create some kind of, to come up with some kind of hybrid social protection program that can, based on the interaction between formal and informal social protection programs. And I'm not also trying to formalize informal social protection program here, and that is very dangerous. And then attempts in the past, particularly at small scale in the context of Ethiopia, has failed miserably because that's not the way how they operate as far as informal social protection arrangements are concerned. And we may end up like endangering social cohesion. Informal social protection programs, they have their own spaces to operate, basically underpinned by norms, culture, and local values. They exist that way. So we're trying to create some kind of, by the end of the day, I'm going to develop some kind of framework other than from the market-oriented kind of paradigm, trying to create a space where they can, the two can work in tandem, doing things that they've been doing all the time. And as far as the focus on the COVID-19 is concerned, yes, why COVID-19? Because if we look into Africa as a continent during the COVID, yes, where the African governments and civil society organizations, even formal arrangements, have been trying to innovate the social transfer programs and a form of social support mechanism. At a time with little or no support from the state-based social protection programs. So that was taken as an entry point because there were several social policy innovation within the African context. But the aim is to go beyond that and look into the dynamics, how we can create a transformative and gender-inclusive social protection program, social policy that can be scaled up and scaled out not only to South Africa and Ethiopia, but to the rest of the continent. Comparing apples with apples, that's a good suggestion, and I take it as is. Thank you so much. This is what I can say. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Alors là, on est arrivé au terme de cette session. Donc, je vais laisser la parole pour la clôture. Je ne sais pas qui s'en occupe pour la clôture ou on ferme ça comme ça. Oui, OK.
Thank you everyone for the patience in sitting through. Thank you. And also for your contributions. We have ended the session and also the day's activities. The next on the program is a conference dinner which is open to everyone here. And before we leave, I would want to ask the pleasure of the house whether our guests would want to pass through the hotel before we go for dinner or we leave here to the venue straight away. So what's your pleasure? Yes.
I would say straight to the venue.
Okay.
Yeah, to the venue.
All right, then straight to the venue it is. So from here we are moving straight to the dinner venue so we can have time to rest after dinner. Thank you very much. Yeah, the bus is at the car park. Yeah.
Please, I have this ring with me. If you've lost your ring, okay.
Tula moya, uhlale